Chapter 151. You are challenging me. At the lecture hall, Elder Deng watched the sect elder at the front from a distance with a serious expression on his face. The other disciples quickly noticed his presence and tried to greet him, but upon seeing his expression, they all acted as though they didn't even see him. What am I getting all worked up for? There's no way he can foresee the results of a pill just from the smell alone. Although he thought that, Elder Deng still had doubts in his head. The process of creating a pill is profound and almost incomprehensible to those that are not alchemy masters, and requires countless hours of practice to concoct even the simplest of pills. Making a single pill requires dozens of different and rare herbs. These herbs are then grounded together and melted into liquid before solidifying it into a pill, and with some profound pill requiring over hundreds of different ingredients, it is almost impossible to guess a pill without looking at the ingredients first. However, it is not entirely an impossible task, as some of the peak alchemy masters of this world has such ability, but only for low-grade pills, such as elementary-grade and profound-grade pills. As for the advanced spirit refreshment pill, it is an earth-grade pill that could almost completely restore an exhausted Danshan of even earth-spirit realm experts. In other words, it's far from being a low-grade pull. Even with their enhanced senses as cultivators, even the best alchemy masters in the Holy Continent would not be able to guess an earth-grade pill being made just by the smell, much less some kid at the true spirit realm. However, what's even more impossible than guessing the pill would be telling the outcome of the pill's quality, and such a feat is unheard of in the world of alchemy. While Elder Deng pondered about what Su Yang said, the sect elder behind the cauldron has finally completed the advanced spirit refreshment pill after 5 hours of sweating and effort. After taking a deep breath, the sect elder opened the cauldron to let the smoke out before taking out a white pill to show the astounded audience. It had only taken Elder Lai 5 short hours to concoct an earth-grade pill. Truly amazing! Not to mention the quality of the pill. Look at it. There are only a few dark spots on the advanced spirit refreshment pill. It means, before the disciple could talk about the pill's quality, Elder Deng, who had been patiently waiting in the back, rushed forward and jumped to the front to stand beside Elder Lai, greatly surprising him. Elder Deng, you nearly gave me a heart attack with that grand entrance, Elder Lai said while wiping the sweat off his face. He then continued after seeing Elder Deng stare at his pill with a serious expression. Is there something wrong with the pill? Elder Lai didn't notice anything wrong with the pill when he retrieved it from the cauldron. But since Elder Deng's superior in alchemy, he wanted to make sure. However, Elder Deng did not respond to him even after many moments, only looking at his pill with a shocked expression that seemed to be frozen in time. Ooh, Elder Deng? Elder Lai started to feel anxious from the silence. Did he screw up the pill that badly? To the point where it shocked Elder Deng to this extent, and in front of this many disciples, his reputation would also be screwed at this rate. 80%. Its quality really is 80%. Impossible. It must be some kind of trick. How did he do it? And from such a distance, does he have the nose of a dog? Elder Lai watched with a dumbfounded expression as Elder Deng spewed what sounded like nonsense to himself non-stop. In Elder Deng's eyes, he just witnessed someone achieve something that was thought to be impossible by all alchemy masters. A few seconds later, watched by everybody there, Elder Deng jumped off the platform and returned to Su Yang without explaining anything to Elder Lai, leaving him profoundly puzzled. Who are those two? When the disciples there noticed Su Yang and Kiayu, they quickly began mumbling in curiosity, as their sect rarely have any guests. Hey, do you see that young man? You'd have to be blind to miss someone as dazzling as him. He's so handsome. I can even feel his calm demeanor from all the way over here. Where do you think he's from? Though, the female's voice far exceeded that of the males there for obvious reasons, causing a few of them to be upset from envy. I don't recognize his robes, but they are clearly robes for disciples. To be accompanied by Elder Deng himself, he must be some big shot. If he's that famous, then how come nobody here recognizes him? The disciples no longer paid attention to the lecture and instead focused on the mysterious guest. "How did you do it?" Elder Deng asked Su Yang with a serious face after returning to him. "How did I do what?" Su Yang replied with a question of his own. "Don't act stupid now. How did you know that it would come out as medium-quality advanced spirit refreshment pill? There's no way that you could have found out beforehand, but it's even more impossible for you to have guessed its outcome by the smell alone." "Ah, that," Su Yang casually said. "What? You can't even do something as simple as that?" "The alchemy masters in this place are more inferior than I'd expected then." "What did you say?" Su Yang's words easily angered Elder Deng, someone who takes great pride in his status as an alchemy master. Not just Elder Deng, but if anybody else there had heard his words, they too would be fuming with anger right now. Su Yang basically called the entire Four Seasons Academy inexperienced after all. However, in Su Yang's eyes, his ability to deduct the quality of a pill before it's even finished is considered common practice within the four divine heavens. So he was truly surprised to find out that this great Four Seasons Academy couldn't do something as simple as that. "Take back your words just now. You can insult me all you like, but I will not allow you to speak badly of the Four Seasons Academy like this." Su Yang understood why Elder Deng was angry, but he only smiled and said, "Or else." Elder Deng turned silent for a moment before saying, "Since you think so lowly of the alchemy masters in this place, you must be very confident of your own abilities. If you think you are really that good, then you wouldn't mind competing with one of our disciples, right? Or do you only have the ability to smell? You are challenging me with alchemy." Su Yang suddenly burst out laughing. "Good, good. I will take on that challenge." He easily agreed. Although Elder Deng was surprised that he had accepted his challenge so easily, he still smiled upon hearing him agree. "In order to make it fair, we will make your opponent around the same age as you," he then asked. "How old are you?" "You don't need to give me a handicap," Su Yang casually said. "I won't complain even if you were to participate yourself." Elder Deng frowned. "You want to compete with me?" "HMPH. Just because you have a good nose does not qualify you to face me," he coldly snorted. "Who knows what your actual abilities are?" After another moment, he continued, "But since you are so confident, I will allow you to see what the geniuses of our Four Seasons Academy are capable of." Elder Deng then turned to look at the crowd of disciples by the lecture hall and called out a name. "King Shan, come over here." When the disciples heard King Shan's name being called out by Elder Deng, they all exchanged surprised looks with each other, wondering why Elder Deng would be calling for her now. A few moments after Elder Deng called for this King Shan, an elegant beauty with a calming demeanor walked out of the crowd and approached him. This beauty looked to be in her early 20s, and the way she moves her body as she walked gave off an enchanting feeling, causing many of the male disciples there to stare at her with loose jaws and lustful eyes. When she arrived in front of them, she gave a quick glance at Su Yang before greeting Elder Deng. "Disciple King greets Sect Elder Deng." Elder Deng accepted her graceful greeting with a bright smile and said, "This may be sudden, but I'd like you to participate in a little event. It's nothing important, so you don't have to worry too much about it." "A little event?" She looked at him with her eyebrows raised. Out of all of the disciples at the lecture hall, she was the one he decided to call for this little task. When was the last time anybody had asked her to do something that was of little importance? She couldn't even remember. "That's right. I'd like you to participate in a small showdown with this gentleman over here." Elder Deng pointed to Su Yang and continued, "This gentleman over here does not have a good grasp of our Four Seasons Academy, so I figured that we should show him a little of what we are capable of." King Shan had a good idea of the meaning behind Elder Deng's words, and she turned to look at Su Yang again. "True Spirit Realm, you want me, who is at the 5th level Heavenly Spirit Realm, to fight him? Is this a joke, Sect Elder Deng?" Elder Deng quickly waved his hands and laughed. "Of course not. I will have the two of you create a pill of my choosing under a time limit. The one with the best quality pill will be the victor." However, King Shan still looked unhappy, and she said, "Even if it's only alchemy, it still wouldn't be fair at all for him if I were to be his competitor. He is at the True Spirit Realm, and the highest grade of pills he'd be able to make with that cultivation base are profound-grade pills. It wouldn't be challenging at all if I were to make profound-grade pills. Although she didn't say it out loud, King Shan simply couldn't take Su Yang seriously as her competitor. How could a mere nobody compete with her, core disciples of the Four Seasons Academy in alchemy? Even if she isn't the best within the sect, her abilities are still top-notch, and not just within the Four Seasons Academy but the entire continent. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Su Yang burst out laughing, dumbfounding the two. What's so funny? King Shan asked with a frown on her elegant face. Nothing much, he said while still chuckling. It's just that you remind me of someone I know. Acting all humble when it comes to alchemy, but you're full of arrogance inside, thinking that nobody is worth your time. Ah, this is great. What did you just say? What Su Yang said had struck anger right in King Shan's heart, as his words were too true. While she indeed showed humbleness when speaking out loud, she was thinking inwardly that it'd only be a waste of time to compete with a nobody like Su Yang. I also find profound-grade pills a tad bit boring, so why don't we kick it up a notch and concoct the advanced spirit refreshment pill for the challenge? King Shan smiled slightly upon hearing his words, and she said a moment later, Elder Deng, this challenge I accept. Her heart was filled with discomfort. Nobody besides Su Yang has dared to speak to her in such a way ever since she was born, and she wasn't going to allow him to leave without being subjected to the same humiliation she'd just experienced, if not even more. Elder Deng, knowing that the advanced spirit refreshment pill is one of King Shan's specialties, nearly burst out laughing and said, Good. This challenge shall take place over there at the lecture hall for all the disciples to witness. We will begin once we finish preparing the stage. I will make you regret choosing me as your competitor, King Shan said as she walked away to prepare herself. Su Yang only smiled at her words and casually walked towards the lecture hall. Chapter 152, Concocting Pills. What's going on? The disciples at the lecture hall looked around with confused expressions as Elder Deng brought a second cauldron onto the stage alongside enough ingredients to make 2 advanced spirit refreshment pills. Are they doing more lectures today? Asked one disciple. No, not that I am aware of any. A few moments later, Elder Deng turned to face the crowd and began to speak. A few minutes from now, there will be a small competition between an honored guest and one of our own, core disciple King Shan, and you are all welcome to bear witness of such event. His announcement instantly raised the crowd's excitement and caused the atmosphere to turn lively, and many disciples began appearing from every direction to witness this spectacle. We get to witness senior apprentice sister King concocting pill. This is an extremely rare sight that I cannot afford to miss. Could the guest be that handsome young man just now? He can also concoct pills. If senior apprentice sister King has agreed to compete with him, then his ability as an alchemy master must be quite remarkable. He's not only handsome, but also capable? Ah, I wonder if he's taken yet. Many minutes later, when they finished setting up the stage, Su Yang casually walked up and picked one of the 2 cauldrons to sit down. Beside him was a small table that had just enough ingredients to concoct a single advanced spirit refreshment pill. There are no rooms for errors during this competition, as a single mishap, even the slightest, could easily render the entire pill useless. Sometime later, King Shan also showed up on the stage, but she was not wearing her normal sect clothes but robes made specifically for pill concoction. Because alchemy masters usually sweat buckets during the process, robes that could absorb all that sweat were made. Before King Shan sat down, she looked at Su Yang's relaxed face and spoke, Don't worry, I will wipe that arrogance off your face real soon. Su Yang did not reply to her and only smiled slightly. Once both King Shan and Su Yang were seated behind a cauldron, and the crowd was quiet, Elder Deng stood in the middle of the stage and said, The 2 on the stage will be competing with each other with the advanced spirit refreshment pill as their goal. Whoever achieves the highest quality in the end result will win, and they will have 4 hours to complete the task. It does not matter if one finishes faster than the other. If both of them are able to complete the pill within the allotted time, I will announce the winner based on the quality of the pill. If one of them burns the ingredient at any time during the process, it will be considered as a loss. If neither of them are able to finish the pill within the allotted time, or they burn the ingredients during the match, it will result in a tie. Elder Deng quickly explained the rules to the crowd. Only 4 hours. Even Elder Lai took 5 hours to complete the advanced spirit refreshment pill, yet they are given only 4 hours. One of the newer disciples said with a surprised look, "This is senior apprentice Sister King that we are talking about. She has concocted the same pill in under 3 hours before, much less 4 hours. I'm sure that Elder Deng had increased the time because of that young man. It's too late to back down now." King Shan said to Su Yong, who looked a bit baffled by the rules, with a smug look on her face. "4 hours." Su Yong was indeed a bit shocked by the rules. He didn't think that they would be given 4 whole hours to concoct a mere advanced spirit refreshment pill. In his eyes, it was no different than taking an hour to boil an egg. "I have to sit here for 4 hours or at least until she's finished." Su Yong began regretting accepting the challenge, but for all the wrong reasons. "Are both of you ready?" Elder Deng turned to ask them after announcing the rules. King Shan eagerly nodded whilst Su Yong nodded while yawning. Su Yong, who was seeming uninterested in the event before it even started, irritated King Shan even further, but because she was about to concoct an Earth-grade pill, she forced herself to ignore him and clear her mind. "That arrogance? I will surely wipe it off your face," she thought to herself, before grabbing the ingredients beside her to inspect each and every single one of them. Although they were prepared by her own sect and was guaranteed to be fresh, King Shan still decided to inspect them by herself, as any decent alchemy master should be cautious even with the simplest things. There were 28 different herbs and medicine required to concoct the advanced spirit refreshment pill, and it had taken King Shan over 10 minutes just to look over them. Once she confirmed that there was no fault with the ingredients and they were clean, she proceeded to take half an hour to grind the herbs one by one with the grinder on the other side of her. Just the beginning steps have taken almost an hour from her limited 4, yet she hasn't even begun to concoct the pill. However, King Shan was neither feeling worried or rushed, as her movements were slow and elegant, almost like she was performing an artistic performance. After all the ingredients are grounded to powder, she began to heat up the cauldron by creating flames with her profound kai and controlling it so the cauldron does not become too hot too fast or take too long to heat up. Controlling the flames is considered to be the most difficult part to alchemy by almost every alchemy master out there, especially during the creation of the pill. So one would normally engulf themselves in controlling the flames and thinking about nothing else. Meanwhile, Su Yong only casually sat there with his eyes closed, looking almost like he's asleep. Ever since the competition started, Su Yong closed his eyes and hasn't moved a single muscle since then. This little brat, he's clearly trying to mock both of us by not taking this seriously. This greatly angered Elder Deng, who thought he was simply fooling around and not taking his challenge seriously. But he resisted the urge to approach him and decided to wait until the entire thing's over before letting him have a piece of his mind. However, in truth, Su Yong was actually awake, and he was cultivating at that. Because he didn't want to waste any more time, he decided to use these few hours to cultivate the yin kai in his danshan. Even if he does not manage to cultivate all of the yin kai, he will at least relieve some of the pressure on his body. A little over an hour into the match, when King Shan finally finished heating up her cauldron, she used what little free time she had to peek at Su Yong to see what he was doing. And to her surprise, he was actually cultivating without a care in the world. The ingredients beside him looked untouched, so he clearly hasn't even started to concoct the pill yet. This bastard. He's clearly doing this just to mock me. Su Yong's actions made King Shan feel anger that she has never experienced before. However, despite her anger, she did not outright stop the concocting her pill to yell at him. Instead, she decided to focus on completing the pill first. At this point, she no longer considered this as a competition with Su Yong but a showcase of her skills to her fellow disciples. Once the cauldron was heated enough, King Shan picked up one of the many grounded ingredients beside her and threw it into the cauldron before quickly closing the lid and returning to controlling the flames. A few minutes later, King Shan opened the lid back up to throw another grounded herb inside the cauldron, and she repeated this process for the next 2 hours. With her entire body soaked in sweat, King Shan had her entire focus on the cauldron before her. She was so fixated on creating the advanced spirit refreshment pill that she'd already forgotten all about Su Yang and the match. In her mind right now, there is nothing besides the cauldron and the pill that was slowly forming inside. Almost there. After a few more minutes, King Shan's eyes flashed with a profound light, and she slapped the cauldron lid open, causing a billow of dark gray smoke to emerge from the cauldron. This gray smoke did not mean that King Shan had burned her pill. Instead, it meant that she was successful in extracting the impurity within the pill. So much impurity, it should be at least a medium-quality pill. Elder Deng smiled upon seeing the gray smoke being released into the sky. Once all the smoke dissipated into the air, King Shan opened her palm to catch the pill that left the cauldron itself, almost like it was controlled by an invisible hand. King Shan looked at the white pill with only a tiny number of gray spots in her hand with a satisfied smile before giving it to Elder Deng for inspection. 90% quality. It's a high-quality pill. When Elder Deng announced the result to the crowd, almost every disciple there shouted in excitement. As expected from one of the best alchemists in our sect, Senior Apprentice Sister King. Not only did she concoct an earth-grade pill in under 4 hours, but it also came out as a high-quality pill. Under the crowd's cheering, King Shan turned to look at Su Yang, who was still sitting there with his eyes closed. However, before she could open her mouth to speak, Su Yang's eyes snapped open, and within his gaze flickered with profound lights. Although I was only able to cultivate half of the stored Yin Kai, my cultivate base has soared to the peak of the true spirit realm. Once I cultivate the rest, there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to enter the earth spirit realm. Su Yang then looked at King Shan and the pill in Elder Deng's grasp and spoke, "HM, you are finally done. You." A vein of anger appeared on King Shan's smooth forehead upon hearing his casual tone, but before she could say anything, Su Yang moved his hands and directly tossed all 28 herbs into the cauldron, dumbfounding everybody there. What the hell is he doing? He still thinks he has enough time to concoct a pill? What a disappointment. I thought he was some kind of genius, but he turned out to be a fool. The disciples expressed their discontent with him loudly. However, Su Yang did not stop moving and closed the lid once all of the herbs were inside the cauldron. He then waved his sleeves, causing a ring of flames to surround the cauldron. When King Shan and Elder Deng saw how casually he controlled the flame and felt its perfect temperature, their eyes widened with shock and their jaws loosened slightly, and they stood there frozen like statues made of stone. But not even a moment later, the flame suddenly expanded, engulfing the entire cauldron in flames. He really is an idiot. If he uses such strong flames, the ingredients inside will burn within seconds. He didn't even grind the herbs before throwing them inside the cauldron. His effort is like someone rushing to finish his work the last second after slacking for the entire day. Not even a minute later, Su Yang retrieved the flame and slapped the lid off the cauldron. The next second, a billow of pitch-black smoke could be seen escaping the cauldron. Ha ha ha, look. He really did burn it. What a fool! No, this is. While the disciples mocked Su Yang, both Elder Deng and King Shan had other thoughts racing through their heads. They were unable to smell the smell of any burning herbs, so the black smoke could not have been caused by burning. However, they have never seen anything like this before, so what's the meaning of this? Go ahead, Su Yang casually said to Elder Deng with a smile. Inspect it. I am possible. Elder Deng forcefully swallowed his saliva and slowly approached the cauldron with trembling legs, his heart filled with an ominous feeling. Chapter 153. Sudden Aggression. Elder Deng's heart raced a little bit faster with each step he takes toward the cauldron, emitting the black smoke. His nerves were wrecked from all that's going inside his head right now. Although he has never seen black smoke during a pill's creation before, he certainly has read about it in ancient scrolls. Impossible. There's no way a kid like him could achieve something from the legends, a flawless quality pill. Elder Deng kept telling himself that such a young man could not possibly be able to achieve what every alchemy master in this world is currently striving for. A pill with 0% impurity, a flawless quality pill. But alas, there's only one reason why the cauldron was emitting black smoke whilst not burning anything inside. If what the records say is true, then. Once Elder Deng reached the front of the cauldron, he slowly reached inside to retrieve the pill. However, before he could even take it out of the cauldron to see the color of the pill, his hands felt something extremely round and smooth, something akin to jade. Once he grasped onto the smooth object, Elder Deng slowly retrieved his hands while trying his hardest to not drop the pill in his hands due to his uncontrollable trembling. When he fully pulled his hand out of the cauldron, Elder Deng slowly opened his closed fist to see the object in his hands. "TT, this is a pill? Impossible." A loud voice that was filled with shock suddenly echoed within the lecture hall, but the voice did not belong to Elder Deng. Instead, it was King Shan who had screamed just now. King Shan was pointing to the milky white pill on Elder Deng's palm that did not have even the slightest sign of impurity when she screamed. It was entirely white, almost as if the pill was made from milk instead of herbs filled with natural impurities. "What else could it be?" Su Yang said. He then looked at the pill she made and continued, "You were close, only 10% inferior to mine." King Shen's eyes widened even more after hearing his words. "You are trying to claim that the pill you made is 100% quality without even the slightest impurity? How laughable. Such a thing simply isn't possible? Maybe in your Tao of alchemy it is impossible." Su Yang smiled. "What are you trying to say? Your character is breaking, humble lady?" Su Yang continued in a mocking tone. King Shan was speechless. Just who is she dealing with? She has never felt such pressure from someone before. Meanwhile, Elder Deng was seriously inspecting the advanced spirit refreshment pill made by Su Yang with his face so close to the pill that his eyeballs are nearly touching the pill. Once he confirmed that the pill indeed had 0 impurities, his hands began trembling even stronger than before, almost like there was an ongoing earthquake. 100% quality, flawless. It's a flawless quality pill from the legends. Not just King Shan, but when everybody there heard the word flawless quality pill and Elder Deng's trembling voice, their minds went blank. It was as if they weren't able to comprehend such words and had to turn off their mind to prevent getting a headache. The majority, if not all of the disciples, there have never heard of a flawless quality pill until today. So it was no wonder why they could only stare at the pill on Elder Deng's palms, as if they were looking at an object that defied all logic. To create a flawless quality pill is to concoct a pill without even a speck of impurity, which is deemed impossible by alchemy masters all over the world, because it was simply impractical to remove every speck of impurity that dwelled within the ingredients used to concoct the pill. Concocting a pill is similar to cultivating in many ways, and one of them would be the natural impurities found within the natural resources of these two. For alchemy, the impurities habit the herbs, and as for cultivation, there are impurities within the profound Kai cultivators used to cultivate. To completely erase the impurities within a pill is akin to cleaning a room filled with dust in every corner. The best one can do is to clean whatever they can manage, but it's simply impossible to remove every speck of dust within that room. However, it's not just this world. Even the alchemy masters within the 4 divine heavens that could achieve flawless quality pills could be counted with one's 10 fingers. Elder Deng, what is a flawless quality pill, and how does it compare to a high-quality pill? A disciple decided to ask amidst the silence. The people there were so distracted by the flawless quality pill that they completely ignored the speed Su Yang had displayed when concocting the pill. According to the ancient records, a flawless quality pill is a pill without the presence of impurities, meaning a pill with 100% purity. As for comparing them with high-quality pills, I honestly don't have a clue, but if I were to guess, it would be 10 times more effective. 10 times more effective? The disciples all dropped their jaws upon hearing that. The effects of a high-quality pill is already considered extremely powerful. If a flawless quality pill has 10 times the effect of that, they couldn't even imagine what it would be like to consume one of them. Elder Deng looked at the milky white pill in his hands and swallowed the saliva that was building up inside his mouth. He also felt the urge to throw this pill into his mouth and have a taste of this legendary pill, but he didn't dare to consume such a legendary item. "Hey, it's obvious who the winner is here." Su Yang suddenly called out to him. "It's been 3 hours. I'd like to rest in a place that's nice and quiet now." "Oh, right." Elder Deng suddenly remembered what they were doing, and about this. He looked at the flawless quality pill in his hands, feeling reluctant to let go of something that any and all alchemy master would fight to see, much less touch. Su Yang knew very well what he was thinking and said, "That advanced spirit refreshment pill, give it to her." He pointed to King Shan, who was greatly surprised by his words. But why? Don't you hate me?" "You may be a little bit arrogant, but who in this type of world isn't at least a little prideful of their own talent? You may have looked down on me, but I also did the same, so what reason is there for me to hate you? Just think of it as a gift for our meeting. I have no use for such a pill anyway." King Shan was speechless, even feeling a little guilty for the way she has been acting towards him. Elder Deng felt like crying after hearing Su Yang's words. While he has no saying in Su Yang's decision because the pill didn't belong to him, he still did not want to let it go. But alas, King Shan was already staring daggers at him. Although he might be a sect elder and King Shan's a mere disciple, her status within the sect is not any less inferior to sect elders despite her humbleness towards them. "Sect Elder Deng," she even called for him. Elder Deng took one last look at the pill like he was trying to engrave it into his soul, and released a deep sigh, before handing the pill over to King Shan. The moment King Shan took a hold of the pill, her entire body trembled with excitement from the otherworldly feeling that was emitted by the flawless quality pill. "So this is a flawless grade pill. It's so pure and rich with the ingredients used to create this, almost like I am holding the purest treasure in this world." While King Shan mesmerized herself with the advanced spirit refreshment pill, Elder Deng led Su Yang and Qiayu away from the lecture hall and directly to their living quarters. "Not only do you have the recipe for the soul divination pill, but you can also concoct flawless quality pills. And let's not even mention the time it took you to finish the pill from beginning to end. Who are you, really?" Elder Deng could no longer hold his curiosity in and asked him in a voice that held a hint of fear towards Su Yang. "Just some pervert," Su Yang replied in a casual tone. "What?" Elder Deng looked at him with a baffled look. What kind of individual would call himself a pervert? HMP. Qiayu snorted after listening to his joke. "So he still wants to remain low-key despite all that he's already shown to us. It'll only be a matter of time before his identity is spread across the entire continent." Elder Deng thought to himself as he continued to lead them to their living quarters. The matriarch had arranged a living quarter for you two inside the inner court. There is only one house available right now, so I hope you won't mind sharing it. "We'll be fine," said Su Yang. The two of them have been sharing the same room for some time now already, so sharing a house is considered nothing. "Ooh, I just realized this, but weren't there 3 of you? What happened to the other one?" Elder Deng asked him after recalling the other little girl that was with them. "You don't have to worry about her. She'll return soon enough." "Is that so?" Elder Deng no longer spoke with them after that and led them in silence. A few minutes later, they arrived at a house that was at least 3 times bigger than the living quarters in the Profound Blossom sect. "This will be your living quarters until we finish the preparations. If you need anything or bump into any trouble, don't hesitate to find me or any of the sect elders in this place, as I'm sure all of the elders have been briefed of your presence." Elder Deng's attitude towards Su Yang has taken a weird turn ever since his match with King Shan. His current feeling towards Su Yang has respect and fear mixed together, almost like he's treating a respectable master. Once Elder Deng left them alone, Su Yang and Qiayu entered the large house. "So when do you plan on telling me?" Kiayu suddenly asked Su-yong the instant they entered the house. Huh, what do you mean? Su-yong looked at her with a puzzled look. Don't act dumb. The attack you used against that Holy Sword sect disciple when we were still at the 9 Spring Hall. Even if it's you, there's no way you could have released such power with your cultivation base. Oh, that. It's nothing special. I wanted to test the power of the celestial Kai within my body, so I merely mixed some of it into the attack. And as you saw, Kiayu's eyebrows furrowed deeply upon hearing his words. Are you crazy? Do you realize how reckless that is? Celestial Kai is something even immortals fear, yet you actually had the gall to use it in your current state. You could have easily killed yourself if you had misused it even slightly. I don't understand you. Was that girl really worth risking your life? Kiayu was truly angry this time. She could ignore him playing around with other girls, but if he's risking his life just to impress some girl, then she will interfere at all costs, even if he may end up hating her afterward. After all, he's the only person in this world she could really trust and call family. She's already lost him once and experienced the grief. She will not allow the same thing to happen again. You are right. Su-yong said a moment later, not denying the fact that he was indeed acting recklessly back then. However, it was a chance for me to increase my cultivation base drastically, and I really wanted to experience the Celestial Kai's prowess, so I took the risk. If you want to increase your cultivation base so badly, then I will help you. Right as she said those words, Kiayu reverted her disguise and loosened her robes, allowing them to slide onto the floor, revealing to Su-yong her impeccable body. Su-yong's eyes widened, and he was rendered speechless by her sudden actions. Chapter 154. Why won't you accept me? Silly girl, what are you doing? After his moment of shock, Su-yong shook his head and went to pick up Kiayu's robes, putting it back on her. No matter how angry you are, there are things you shouldn't do as a lady. I won't do anything like that again, I promise, so you also don't do that again, he then said. Kiayu clenched her fists, and she spoke. You are cruel, father. Why won't you accept me? Knowing you, you should have been aware of my feelings for you long ago. Su-yong's movements froze, and he looked at her in the eyes and said with a helpless expression, I know, but you are, because I am her daughter, because you do not want to touch the daughter of the woman you love. Is that it? Kiayu was not planning on letting him go easily this time, as she's already prepared for the consequences. With a bitter smile, Su-yong said, No, that's not it. Your status as Yuehai's daughter has nothing to do with it. There were many times when Su-yong held both the mother and daughter in each of his arms, so her status as Yuehai's daughter had no effect on his thoughts. If my status is not a problem, then why won't you accept me into your arms like you do with almost every other woman out there? Why am I different? It's a bit complicated, but do you recall when I said Yuehai was on her deathbed one time? What does that have to? You are unaware, but those of your bloodline is special, or to be precise, cursed. If you cultivate with anyone that does not belong to your bloodline, you will die. What? How come I have never heard of that? And is that the reason why my mother almost died? It was because she ignored the consequences and cultivated with me. If I had known about it beforehand, I would have never touched her. Kiayu was speechless. Her mother was actually so resolved that she'd die just to truly be with him. That was how much she loved him. But if you managed to keep her alive, then why can't you do the same with me? I am also willing to put my life on the... You are not Yuehai, Kiayu? Su-yong raised his voice, sounding a bit angry. Look at your cultivation base. You are only at the Divine Lord realm, whilst Yuehai was an immortal when it happened, and she barely managed to live. You wouldn't last even a second under the effects of that curse. Even if we ignore your cultivate base, your heavenly constitution is also underwhelming. Kiayu did not know how to answer him after hearing such words. Indeed, her cultivation is not only lacking but straight-up trash when considering her bloodline and age. While she may be at the top of the chain in this world, her presence within the 4 divine heavens would not match that even of ants. Tears began appearing in Kiayu's eyes. This is the first time that she's feeling so vexed at her own cultivation base. She felt hopeless. If only she didn't leave the 4 divine heavens and deprive herself of profound Kai that would help her cultivate. If only she didn't arrive in this world, where the profound Kai is simply too inferior for her to cultivate properly. But that would mean she wouldn't learn of Su Yong's existence, something she also couldn't accept. While Qiayu cried to herself silently, Su Yong raised his hands to wipe the tears off her face. "Father, I am." Su Yong suddenly kissed her on the lips, baffling Qiayu, who was not the least prepared for his attack. "This is the best I can do to answer your feelings for now. Although I cannot fully accept you now, it won't stay that way forever, I promise." After her moment of shock, Qiayu sheepishly smiled and nodded. "Go get some rest for now. I have to cultivate the remaining yin kai within my danshin before it goes to waste." After straightening out her robes, Qiayu then asked him, "I didn't know about this curse for my bloodline, but there's no way the moon god does not. How did you two not get caught after such a big incident? You should already know this, but Yuehai is really talented at making up stories. If she doesn't want you to know something, you will most likely never find out." Su Yong chuckled. Qiayu also smiled after hearing his words. Indeed, her mother was quite talented in that aspect. After all, she managed to keep her relationship with Su Yong a secret for all those years while being together within the sacred Moon Palace, where the moon god has his eyes in every corner. It wouldn't be an exaggeration if she called such feat a miracle. "But you are also pretty good at lying," she said to him with a smile. Su Yong did not say anything and only smiled bitterly. Sometime later, after Qiayu straightened out her robes, she went into one of the two available rooms to rest. Su Yong also went into his room. Inside his room, Su Yong sat by the window and stared at the night sky, thinking about what had just happened. Because the moon god detested the thought of his precious bloodline appearing outside the sacred moon palace, he placed a curse upon his own family, completely sealing such possibility. However, because he isolated his bloodline within his own household, everybody within the sacred moon palace is connected to one another as family, hence why many people harbor some sort of disdain towards that place. Because of the curse, the people within the sacred moon palace had no choice but to continue their legacy with each other, forcing incest upon the entire place. In fact, such practices ended up becoming one of their natural instincts after many generations, and why Qiayu loved Su Yong despite the way she looked at him. "Although I wasn't capable back then, moon god, I'll be sure to fix your damn place this time once I return to the divine heavens." Su Yong thought to himself before clearing his mind to cultivate the rest of the yin kai inside his body. Chapter 155. Entering the Earth Spirit Realm. Inside the dark room, a faint golden light surrounded Su Yong as he cultivated. His eyes were closed, and his face remained relaxed even after hours of being in that position, looking like he was only taking a nap in a sitting position. Suddenly, he felt as if a refreshing wave of water submerged his entire body into a sea of profound kai, making his body feel powerful and bulging with energy. At this moment, Su Yong had broken through the true spirit realm and entered the Earth Spirit Realm, feeling completely unstoppable by anything in this world. However, even after he had a breakthrough, Su Yong did not open his eyes and continued to cultivate. There was more yin kai hidden deep within his danshin than expected, and the celestial body refining scripture was much more efficient than he'd initially thought, extracting literally every drop of profound kai from Wu Jinjing's yin essence. If this goes on, I'll enter at least the third-level Earth Spirit Realm without any doubt. A few more hours passed by, and Su Yong would feel refreshing waves of energy overwhelm his body every hour. By the end of his cultivation, Su Yong had reached the 5th level of Earth Spirit Realm. He opened his eyes, which were flickering with profound kai, giving off a feeling of dominance. If he went back to the Profound Blossom sect right now, he would, without a doubt, be the strongest individual there. How will the people at the Profound Blossom sect react once they find out about Su Yong's shocking rise? Only time will tell. After finishing his cultivation, Su Yong went to clean the impurities that were eliminated from his body after the breakthrough, covering the floor with mud-colored water. Because Su Yong cultivated a special technique, his body does not retain as much as other cultivators. If it were anyone else right now, the floor would not be filled with just water but actually black slime. Once he changed his robes, Su-yang decided to finally go to sleep. However, not even an hour into his sleep, Su-yang opened his eyes again and turned to look at the open window. Standing there was a young girl with wavy silver hair, staring at him with her silver eyes that shone brightly together with the moonlight. Zaya Orong, what happened? Although she didn't look injured or anything, Su-yang could tell that she'd done something she wasn't supposed to, or else her disguise wouldn't have disappeared. "Big cat," she said in a low voice. "Big cat," he raised an eyebrow. "Big cat makes Zaya Orong angry." So it was a scuffle between beasts. Su-yang was no longer as worried, as fights between beasts are a part of nature and happen more often than not. However, since Zaya Orong is a beast with a cultivation base at the ancient realm, an entity that could easily wipe an entire city off the face of this world with her eyes closed and hands tied, a small scuffle from her could potentially mean changing the landscape of this world. Su-yang shook his head and thought to himself, "There's no point in worrying about it now. If it's serious enough, I will find out sooner or later. If it's just a scuffle between two beasts, then nobody would even pay attention to it." Thinking that, Su-yang closed his eyes and said, "I'm going back to sleep. Do whatever you want, just don't cause any more trouble." Su-yang expected her to go away to play again, but unexpectedly, Zaya Orong did not leave and remained in the room with him. She looked around the empty room, and after confirming that there was nobody besides Su-yang there, she stripped her clothes and jumped on the bed, laying beside Su-yang. Seeing this, Su-yang sighed. But since he did tell her that she could remove her clothes when there's nobody around, he decided to stay silent and allowed her to stay naked. A few moments later, Su-yang could feel something soft and wet on his face. It was obviously Zaya Orong licking him. Perhaps it was because of his breakthrough, but in Zaya Orong's eyes, he was far more tempting than before, and the celestial kai within his profound kai was more apparent, making her mouth salivate just from looking at him. "How am I going to sleep with you licking my face like this?" Su-yang sighed, comparing Zaya Orong to a baby that is in need of attention every second of the day. Whatever. It's not like I can sleep right after a breakthrough anyway." Su-yang no longer tried to sleep and sat up on the bed. He then looked at Zaya Orong, who was laying on his bed without even the slightest effort to cover her private parts. He sighed and said, "You may be a beast, but you are also a lady now, and I am your master. I can't have you this ignorant and defenseless." Now that Zaya Orong is his responsibility, he decided to start teaching her about logic and how to act like a lady. Although he has never raised a beast before, he knows plenty of beasts that have decided to live their lives as humans in his past life, such as the dragon clan and, of course, cultivated with them. So he is much more knowledgeable about them than the average person. "I'll leave your natural hate for clothes alone for now, but sooner or later, you'll have to stop acting so inelegant." Saying that, Su-yang spent the remainder of the night teaching Zaya Orong the human tongue. It was a bit awkward at first, but Zaya Orong grasped the human language much quicker than Su-yang had expected, reaching what a normal child would be able to achieve within a single night. Ghost cats are existences with great intelligence in general, so it isn't too shocking that she'd learn the human language in just a few hours as a beast. Su-yang nodded to himself with an approving smile. Meanwhile, news of the Golden Lion Academy, one of the three ancient academy, being nearly destroyed by a single and unknown individual spread like wildfire across the world, baffling every powerful background until their jaws dropped to the ground, even those hidden from the world. Chapter 156, Brink of Destruction. Kiayu laid on the bed with her eyes staring at the ceiling, her expression looking dazed. Ever since she entered this room, her mind has been preoccupied with the thought of Su-yang kissing her. From night to day, she laid there with her eyes wide open, and her fingers caressing her lips every so often, even giggling to herself like a child, thinking only about the sensation of Su-yang's lips touching her own. While she may not be able to truly be with Su-yang for now, Just the knowledge of him accepting her feelings was more than enough to turn her into some child that during their happiest times. That being said, I cannot just sit around until this curse is dealt with. I also have to do something, even if it's just increasing my cultivation base slightly. Kiayu felt that she would only be taking advantage of the situation if she waited for Su Yang to do all the work. It's been a while since she took cultivation seriously, especially when the profound Kai in this world cannot support someone of her level. Even my cultivation base will barely progress. I am still slowly reaching my goal. Kiayu then retrieved her storage ring and retrieved every precious resource she had collected for the past few hundred years. She had intended to let Su Yang's cultivation base to soar with these resources, but that was before she was aware of his cultivation methods. Unless they wanted to cultivate faster, dual cultivation requires little to no resources, requiring only the Kai of the opposite gender. So as long Su Yang cultivates with females, he will inevitably become more powerful. However, it's not as if dual cultivation has no downsides, or else everybody would be doing it. They may only require the Kai of the opposite gender, but they also must balance their elemental Kai, which requires much more effort than absorbing profound Kai that does not need such efforts, just like how body refiners require intensive tempering to the body. As for cultivators that cultivate using the universal method, they will have to rely on resources and the profound Kai in the air to raise their cultivation level. After sorting out all of the resources before her that could easily fund a sect as big as the Four Seasons Academy for centuries, Kiayu began cultivating seriously for the first time in hundreds of years. Meanwhile, the Holy Central Continent has been in complete chaos since last night, when one of the three ancient academy, Golden Lion Academy, was nearly destroyed in a single night. Many people with status gathered at the Golden Lion Academy to find out what had happened, and were shocked speechless by the destructive scene. The place was covered with craters, and looked as though a meteorite had struck the sect, then raided with an army that was thousands strong. It had taken the people only but a single glance at the scene to tell that whoever did this had prowess that could not be comprehended by ordinary means, and even worse, no sense of mercy. What kind of monstrous entity could possibly have the strength to turn a sect as powerful as the Golden Lion Academy into ruins over the night by itself? Many people currently have this question in their minds, and they felt nothing but fear when the thought of this monster possibly attacking their place next entered their mind. If even the exalted Golden Lion Academy cannot hold a candle against this monster, what can the rest of us do to protect ourselves? We're all simply chickens on the chopping board without any way to defend ourselves. This entity threatens not only every sect in this world, but the world itself. We must do something about it before it strikes again. Yes, but first, we need to find out why it attacked the Golden Lion Academy in the first place. Soon later, many individuals from different factions around the continent gathered at the Golden Lion Academy, including sect elders and patriarchs and matriarchs from various sects. The severity of this situation is so grave that even the patriarch of the Holy Sword sect and the matriarch of the Four Seasons Academy had to rush over there to take a look despite their rivalry. My goodness, what kind of entity could possibly cause this much destruction? The Four Seasons Academy's matriarch could feel a heavy pressure bearing down on her just from the destructive scenery. She cannot imagine this happening to her Four Seasons Academy. Even the patriarch of the Holy Sword sect, one of the leading figures of this world, could not help but feel his legs go soft after feeling the lingering profound Kai that caused this destruction. The Golden Lion Academy is not just nearly destroyed, it's completely ruined at this point. Even someone as rich and powerful as that proud bastard will have to sell an arm and a leg to fix all of this mess. The Four Seasons Academy matriarch looked at the old man beside her and spoke. This is no longer a sect, but the aftermaths of a massacre. All of this, caused by a single entity, how frightening. Yes, but fortunately, perhaps even miraculously, only a few disciples had passed from this horrifying incident, with the majority receiving slight injuries. However, this is something that should not make us feel relieved, but more fearful instead. The matriarch agreed with him and continued. It just means that the entity was holding back and spared this place from complete destruction. At this point, the patriarch of the Holy Sword sect looked at one of the sect elders from the Golden Lion sect and said, "Hey, where's your patriarch in such times? I haven't seen him since we got here." The sect elder looked down and spoke in a trembling voice. The patriarch, he sealed himself inside his room, refusing to come out after what had happened. "What? That proud bastard is hiding alone despite all of this. Bring me to him." The Holy Sword sect's patriarch spoke in a demanding tone, his voice filled with anger. How could the patriarch of his own sect cowardly hide when his disciples are in desperate need of help? "You understood," the sect elder quickly replied. Chapter 157, Cowering in Fear. The sect elder from the Golden Lion Academy quickly led the group of influential individuals to the living quarters of his patriarch. The sect master should still be inside. Before he could even finish speaking, the patriarch from the Holy Sword sect unsheathes the sword by his side and in a single strike sliced the door into countless pieces. "Old Gold, get your ass out here right now. How dare you act like this when you are a patriarch? Have you forgotten your responsibility as a sect master?" He yelled in anger, clearly irritated by his cowardly behavior. The people watched in awe as the patriarch from the Holy Sword Academy speaks to the patriarch of the Golden Lion Academy in such a face-slapping way. In this whole world, only he and the old lady from the Four Seasons Academy would dare to speak to him in such a way. However, even after waiting many moments, there was not a single reply from the Golden Lion Academy's patriarch. "Don't think I can't sense your presence just because you concealed it." After another moment of silence, the patriarch from the Holy Sword sect had enough waiting around and went directly into the house, and the others followed behind, afraid that they might get attacked if they walked inside first. Inside the house was completely dark and grimy, almost like the place was haunted. At the end of the room, they were able to notice a faint golden glow that outlined a human figure, and it was trembling in the corner. "Old Gold, you." Not just the patriarch of the Holy Sword Academy, but everybody there were shocked, speechless by what they were witnessing. The patriarch of the Golden Lion Academy, one of the proudest and most arrogant individuals to walk on this earth, was actually cowering in fear in the corner of this dark room. His usually vigorous aura was nowhere to be seen, replaced by sheer fear and a feeling of being powerless. The spirit in his faint eyes was also completely gone, turning his expression soulless. The once domineering sovereign spirit realm expert was nowhere to be seen and has been reduced to such a pitiful sight. What on earth did he experience that could break a man of his caliber to such a state? The anger on the Holy Sword Academy's face disappeared the moment he saw Patriarch Gold, who screamed in horror when he noticed the newcomers. "PP, please. I am sorry for attacking you. DD, don't hurt me." Patriarch Gold cried in a begging voice, causing the atmosphere to turn even more awkward. "Relax, Old Gold. It's me, Wu Jianyi." The Patriarch of the Holy Sword Academy spoke in a voice that he would usually use around frightened children. "WW JJ Jian Yi. That's right, everybody is here, so you don't have to worry about the threat anymore." "Ah, really? Really?" "Senior Gold, we are all here to help you." "That's right, there's nothing to be fearful of anymore now that we are all gathered here." "And no, you don't understand," Patriarch Gold suddenly exclaimed, his voice still trembling in fear. "That thing, that monster, there's nothing we can do against it." Everybody there frowned simultaneously after hearing those words. Perhaps they are still underestimating the true terror this entity could bring? Old Gold, why don't you start by explaining the situation so we can have a better grasp of what we are dealing with? The matriarch of the Four Seasons Academy said. "But first, why don't we give you a few minutes to organize your mind first? We will wait for you outside." Everybody there approved of the idea and left the living quarters, leaving Patriarch Gold by himself. Once they were outside, they all released a deep sigh. "I can finally breathe. Seeing Senior Gold in such a state shocked me more than seeing the destruction here. Shit. Just what the hell are we dealing with? To reduce someone like Senior Gold into something like that, I cannot imagine. We should all put aside our pride and rivalry for now, perhaps even making an alliance, at least until all of this is solved. Someone within the crowd suggested. I don't think this is something we can deal with by ourselves. Everybody there quickly agreed. After many minutes of waiting, Patriarch Gold could finally be seen leaving his house. Although he looked much better than before, his complexion was still as white as sheets, looking like a ghoul. Sometime later, dozens of high-standing individuals occupied the meeting room within the Golden Lion Academy, and Patriarch Gold began explaining the situation to everybody there. Apparently, during the night of the attack, he had caught some unidentified child snooping around the sect like she was taking a stroll in the park, and he confronted her. A female child. The people there wanted to doubt his words, but there was no reason for him to make such lies in this grave situation. That's right. She looked like your ordinary teenager at first, but once I confronted her, perhaps by surprise, her disguise collapsed. So it was a disguise. So what did she really look like? She still retained the figure of a child, but her appearance? Patriarch Gold forcefully swallowed his saliva up to this point. He didn't want to explain how she was so beautiful that he'd lost control of his reasoning and attempted to assault her. After all, such an explanation would only backfire on him, and they will without a doubt label him as a pervert and a danger to children. She had wavy silver hair and silver eyes, resembling immortal fairy Su-Yu to the teeth. What? Immortal fairy Su-Yu? Impossible! It couldn't have been her. The matriarch of the Four Seasons Academy immediately refuted such claims. The people could not believe that someone like immortal fairy Su-Yu would be behind all of this destruction. I did not say she did it. Although she had similarities to immortal fairy Su-Yu, her aura and demeanor were entirely different. The place immediately turned silent. Perhaps this child came from immortal fairy Su-Yu's hometown. After all, we know nothing of her background beside the name of her husband. Someone said out loud. The people there took this explanation to be quite logical and believable to a certain degree. Maybe only immortal fairy Su-Yu can solve this crisis. But we haven't seen even her shadow for some time now. Who knows where she could have gone in this vast world? Right, with her incomprehensible cultivation base, there's nowhere in this world where she cannot go. Suddenly, someone said, We may not know where immortal fairy Su-Yu is right now, but have you heard the rumors of her son appearing at the 9 Spring Hall? What, her son? Who would believe such rumors? Are you sure it's not so they can get more customers? That's right. We haven't even seen her husband, and her son appears out of nowhere. The people there quickly rejected such a rumor. Huh, the 9 Spring Halls? The eyes of the Four Seasons Academy matriarch widened with suspicion, and the image of her recent guest appeared in her mind. Impossible. He couldn't be, she thought to herself. Although she didn't want to believe it, his mysterious background and that young lady with an unfathomable cultivation base almost confirm it, not to mention the recipe for the soul divination pill. Now that I think about it, I didn't ask for his name. She nearly face-palmed after realizing such a mistake. Chapter 158, An Invincible Entity. What about her prowess? Do you have an idea of her cultivation base? The question everybody there wanted an answer to was just how powerful was this entity. Even if they cannot fully gauge her ability, it's a good start to have just an idea of what they are dealing with. Her prowess. Patriarch Gold trembled in fear just from remembering the heaven-defying abilities of that monster. I wasn't able to do anything to her. None of my techniques, not even my most powerful technique, could touch her, let alone injure her. She's untouchable. It's the first time in my life that I have felt such powerlessness. Not only that, but she could also use mental techniques. My mind nearly collapsed because of her. Can you elaborate more on that? What do you mean by untouchable? Patriarch Wu said. That monster is like a ghost. Every single one of my techniques would pass through her body like her body is made of air, and that she's nothing but a mere illusion. I have tried both physical and spiritual techniques, but alas, neither of them worked on her. The room turned silent once again, a ghost-like opponent that cannot be touched, and she can even use mental techniques that all cultivators dread. How are they supposed to fight something as invincible as that? This will be tricky. Everybody there was scratching their heads trying to find a resolution. This entity is not just untouchable, Patriarch Gold suddenly said. Her combat strength is also on a completely different realm. The destruction that you witnessed here today, it was caused with a mere wave of her sleeves. It all happened so fast that by the time I blinked, half of my sect was already gone. His words caused many people there to tremble in fear, and the place returned to being silent once again. The silence continued for many minutes, and since nobody there had a solution for this calamity, they could only sit there with pale faces. Old Zhu, what do you think of this situation? You haven't spoken a word for a while now. Patriarch Wu looked at the Four Seasons Academy's matriarch. What is there to think about this situation? If this entity truly holds as much power as Old Gold here gives her, then there is nothing we can do about it beside praying that it does not come for us. After a quick pause, she continued. Our only hope right now is immortal fairy Suyu, but without even a hint to her location, we might as well just continue living life as normal. Are you telling us to continue living the rest of our lives knowing there's an entity out there that can easily wipe out one of the 3 ancient academies? I'd rather die fighting than to live the rest of my life in fear. Matriarch Zhu shook her head and said, In the first place, we still do not know this entity's objective. If she really wanted to bring destruction to this world, then why hasn't she done so already? There's no way someone with that much power could go unnoticed for this long. And why did she not completely destroy this place despite her ability to? Matriarch Zhu then looked at Patriarch Gold with narrowed eyes and said, The only reason she attacked your sect was because you confronted her. If you had left her alone, this place might still be in one piece right now. Patriarch Gold lowered his head in silence. She was right. If he didn't lose his reasoning to lust that night, then perhaps all of this would have never happened, and that girl would have left later without destroying his place. He truly regretted his decision that night, but alas, there was no pill for regret in this world, and he will have to live the rest of his life regretting that moment. The other people there did not argue with Matriarch Zhu's logic. They still don't know anything about this entity. If they jump to conclusions and recklessly confront her, then won't they just be digging their own graves? Since they can't deal with her, then they might as well just let fate run its course and see what happens. Senior Zhu is right. This is just the ghost girl's first appearance. We can only wait and see what happens from here. Ghost girl, huh? I guess this will be her nickname from now on. Matriarch Zhu suddenly said, Spread the word to your place. If you see someone that you do not recognize snooping around your place, do not approach that individual at all cost, and only watch from a safe distance, especially if that individual is a little girl with silver hair and eyes. As a matter of fact, just run away and avoid contact at all cost. If you do not want your place to suffer the same fate as the Golden Lion Academy, then I suggest you take this advice. As for the restoration of the Golden Lion Academy, I do not have any intentions on lending any assistance and will leave everything to its patriarch. Our gathering today is a special occasion, but at the end of the day, we are all rivals and wish to see the downfall of each other. With that being said, I will be taking my leave now, as I have other businesses to attend. Matriarch Zhu then stood from her seat and walked out of the meeting room without looking back. Nobody there stopped her departure, and they also started leaving after talking for a few more minutes. The last individual to leave was Patriarch Wu, sect master of the Holy Sword Academy. Old Gold, if you think you managed to hide the truth from me or Old Zhu, then you cannot be any more wrong, he said to him after everyone left. What are you talking about? Patriarch Gold tried to act ignorant. Don't think we forgot what happened the first time you met immortal fairy Suyu. If this entity resembled her, then I wouldn't be surprised at all if you tried to do to her what you did to immortal fairy Suyu. Although you got away lightly last time with only a bloody beating, your actions this time has brought a disaster upon your own sect, and there's nobody to blame besides yourself. Use this time to think about what you did and reflect on it, or else you will one day really destroy everything you've built so far. Patriarch Gold turned completely silent. The incident Patriarch Wu spoke of was when Patriarch Gold lost his reasoning after seeing immortal fairy Su Yu for the first time and also tried to assault her. Fortunately for him, the consequences of his actions were getting beaten until he was half dead. Compared to what happened this time, his previous punishment could be considered extremely light, like a slap on the wrist. Just as Patriarch Wu prepared to leave, Patriarch Gold said, "You should know that the golden lion tempering technique I am cultivating turns my instincts into that of beasts. I acted only because of such instincts, and there is nothing I can do about it." Patriarch Wu only shook his head in silence before walking out the door, leaving Patriarch Gold alone. Chapter 159. Even if she offered herself. Upon returning to the Four Seasons Academy, Matriarch Zhu called for Elder Deng's audience. The first thing she asked him when he arrived was the name of their esteemed guests, but alas, Elder Deng only stared at her with a dumbfounded expression. Names, their names. When Elder Deng realized that he didn't even know the names of their own guests, he nearly slammed his head against the floor in shame. Even you don't know their names. Although she was upset, Matriarch Zhu did not blame him, as she also forgot such a simple thing. I will go and find out their names immediately. Wait, there's no need to rush this, as they will be staying here for the next few days and they will only be weirded out by it. Instead, tell me if anything happened yesterday after you left. Yesterday. Elder Deng's eyes suddenly widened with shock. Right. I had planned on relaying this yesterday, but I wasn't able to since you left for the Golden Lion Academy before I could reach you. The matriarch raised her eyebrows with expectation after seeing his flustered state. Tell me about it. Yesterday, right after we left the meeting room, I showed him around the sect, and coincidentally, Elder Lai was already giving a lecture when we arrived at the lecture hall. Elder Lai was concocting an earth-grade pill, the Advanced Spirit Refreshment Pill, in front of the disciples. Though her expectations have been lowered, Matriarch Zhu continued to listen silently. Before Elder Lai had even finished concocting the pill, that young man managed to not only guess the pill Elder Lai was making but also the quality it would come out, and he had managed to get both of them correct. What? How is that even possible? What kind of trick did he use? The matriarch did not believe that someone as young as Su Yang could achieve something that even she, an alchemy master with over 300 years of experience, cannot hope to achieve. The thing is, he used only his sense of smell to achieve all this. There was no trick. What? Impossible! He must have had something up his sleeves. Elder Deng shook his head and said, "That is exactly what I'd thought at first, but alas, what he did afterward could only be considered heaven-defying." "What are you talking about?" Matriarch frowned, feeling an ominous tone in his voice. He had a match with one of our disciples, core disciple King Shan, in pill concocting. Their goal was to concoct an advanced spirit refreshment pill within a time limit of 4 hours, and King Shan miserably lost. King Shan lost to him, and miserably too. The matriarch knew very well of King Shan's ability, an alchemy master with skills beneath only a few individuals in this world, yet she lost to this young man. Her suspicion of Su Yang being immortal fairy Su Yu's son was turning into reality before her very eyes. His Tao of alchemy may be superior to King Shan, but how is that heaven-defying? The advanced spirit refreshment pill he made it was. At this point, Elder Deng's voice was trembling like he can't believe what he's about to say. It was 100% quality, a flawless quality pill, something that exists only in the ancient records left by immortal Hanzin. What? Matriarch Zhu directly stood from her chair and exclaimed in a sharp voice, her heart racing from shock. I know it's hard to believe, but the proof is in core disciple King Shan's possession if you want to confirm it, and even Elder Lai and hundreds of disciples were there to witness it. Huh, why would she have the pill? The young man gave it to her as a gift, I think. A flawless quality pill as a gift. Matriarch Zhu nearly fainted upon hearing such words. What kind of individual would gift away something as legendary as a flawless quality pill? Even if King Shan offered her body in return for the pill, she still wouldn't come close to being worth as much as the flawless quality pill, not in Matriarch Zhu's eyes. Bring King Shan to, no, I will go to her myself. Matriarch Zhu began rushing out the door to look for King Shan. She did not want to find her just to prove Elder Deng's words, but purely because she wanted to see the legendary flawless quality pill. Sometime later, disciples from all over the Four Seasons Academy gasped in shock when they noticed Matriarch Zhu walking through the sect in a pace that was almost running, seemingly in a hurry. They have never seen her act in such a way, not even during emergencies. Elder Deng followed behind her with a bitter expression on his face. He knew that she would be shocked to learn of the flawless quality pill, but he didn't expect her reaction to be this intense. Perhaps the flawless quality pill is much more important than he'd initially thought. Many minutes later, when they arrived at King Shan's living quarters, Matriarch Zhu knocked on the door with heavy banging. "Disciple King Shan, the matriarch is here to see you." Since there were only a few disciples that lived within the area, Elder Deng did not hold back on his voice and shouted loudly. A few moments later, the door opened, and King Shan walked out to greet them. "Disciple King greets the matriarch and sect elder." She spoke in a calm voice, almost like she was expecting their visit. "Forget the formality. Quickly show me the flawless quality pill," Matriarch Zhu said with an excited expression, looking like a child who can't wait to see her new toys. "Why, yes, matriarch." King Shan's eyes widened due to the matriarch acting unnatural, and she reached into her storage ring to retrieve a bottle that was tightly sealed with many layers of complicated techniques. This is the... When Matriarch Zhu saw the pill inside the bottle that was white like milk, her entire body tingled with a delightful sensation. Despite her old age and appearance, just a glance at the flawless quality pill had caused an alchemy enthusiast like her to feel lustful towards it. Chapter 160. Even now I cannot stop thinking about him. "What do you think of the pill, matriarch?" Elder Deng asked her for her opinions. "How does it compare to a high-quality pill?" "This is without a doubt a pill with 100% quality, a flawless quality pill." Matriarch Zhu's arms trembled just from holding the bottle. "As for the pill's strength, unless I try it myself, I will have no way to compare the two. But this pill, even with this many seals on the bottle, I can still smell the fresh aroma coming from it." Elder Deng sighed. "Just who is this young man? He's full of nothing but shocking abilities and secrets that we cannot comprehend." Matriarch Zhu did not reply to him and remained silent. Although she's pretty much recognized Su Yang as immortal fairy Su Yu's son, it was still hard to believe it. Just where is immortal fairy Su Yu now, and why would her son appear out of the blue? Is this related to the ghost girl's appearance? She wondered to herself. King Shan silently stood there, while Matriarch Zhu held the advanced spirit refreshment pill tightly in her grasp, seemingly unwilling to let it go. Although she had prepared for such results beforehand, she was still afraid that the matriarch would try to take this precious pill away from her, and her heart would definitely bleed if that were to happen. Matriarch Zhu noticed the way King Shan was staring at her nervously and smiled. "Relax, King Shan. I will not lie and say I don't want this pill for myself. As a matter of fact, I really do, but I will not stoop as low as to steal it from my own disciple," she said as she handed the bottle back to her. King Shan sighed in relief inwardly after holding the pill in her hands again. Matriarch Zhu then continued, "Although I will not take this pill away from you for nothing, I do not plan on doing nothing either. I have many generous offers in my mind that I would like to trade for this pill, so why don't we sit down and talk about them?" Hearing her words, King Shan showed her an apologetic smile and said, "I'm sorry, matriarch, but I have no intention to give away this pill for anything, no matter what." Matriarch Zhu turned silent, and so did Elder Deng. They understood her feelings perfectly. If they were in her shoes, they would also be saying the same thing no matter who the offer came from. "It is regrettable, but I fully understand." Matriarch Zhu shook her head, feeling dejected. "Be sure to keep that pill safe, even if it costs you your life." "I will." King Shan did not need Matriarch Zhu to tell her such a thing, as she would have done it even without her words. Matriarch Zhu and Elder Deng left a little bit later. "What should we do about him now?" Elder Deng asked her. "You just need to focus on your part. I have my own thoughts." "Yes, matriarch." Elder Deng did not speak anymore. Elder Deng and Matriarch Zhu walked their separate ways a little bit later. Sometime later, after a quick detour around the sect, looking like she was searching for somebody, Matriarch Zhu called for a few core disciples to meet her. Disciple Gu greets the sect master. Disciple Lin greets the matriarch. Disciple Pan greets the sect master. 3 core disciples stood before Matriarch Zhu with their bodies bent and faces full of respect. "Where did she go?" Matriarch Zhu said suddenly. "There is no record of her leaving the sect, yet I don't sense her presence within the sect." The 3 disciples immediately started smiling with bitter expressions. They knew exactly who the matriarch was speaking of despite no names being mentioned. "And don't even try to hide it from me. Even if you are core disciples, I will punish you for lying to my face." The 3 core disciples exchanged defeated glances with each other, before one of them opened their mouth to speak. Although I do not know why, senior apprentice Sister Zhu left to the Holy Sword Academy to meet with their prime disciple after receiving some sort of message from her, and it seemed to be an emergency, seeing how she left with haste. The Holy Sword Academy again? I should have known. Matriarch Zhu nearly face-palmed. "Aya, why does that child keep going there despite my constant warnings? Ever since she befriended that old man's daughter years ago, she has been more and more disobedient," she thought to herself. When Matriarch Zhu sent the core disciples away a little bit later, she retrieved a communication talisman and directed a few simple words towards the direction of the Holy Sword Academy, saying, "Tell my daughter to come back right this moment." Inside the Holy Sword Academy, Wu Jinjing sat before a young lady with a similar age to her and appearances that rivaled her own. The young lady was staring at Wu Jinjing with eyes filled with disbelief, and she spoke. "Sister Jinjing, you must be jesting with me." Wu Jinjing shook her head with a smile on her face, and she said, "I'm telling you the truth. I meet a young man at the 9 Spring Hall, and I will be bearing his child in the future." But you just met him, right? How could you do such a thing when you are practically still strangers?" That's unthinkable for even the weirdest people out there, much less someone like you. "You won't understand it," Wu Jinjing remained calm and said. "He is someone that defies all common sense, and such uniqueness devoured my reasoning. Even now, I cannot stop thinking about him." "What about your dreams to surpass your father and become this world's best swordsman? How will you achieve such a goal now that you will be bearing a child?" "Although bearing this child will definitely slow down my steps, it will not stop me from achieving my goals," Wu Jinjing said while rubbing her stomach with a passionate expression, dumbfounding the young lady who has never seen this side of her. This is crazy?" The young lady became speechless and nearly fainted from shock. Chapter 161. "There's someone I want you to meet." Patriarch Wu looked at the communication talisman in his grasp with an irritated expression. "Again, do I look like a babysitter? This is the last time. The next time you'd better be here yourself to pick her up," he yelled at the talisman before heading to the same place as usual. Inside Wu Jinjing's living quarters, the 2 girls continued to talk about girl things. "It's still a bit early, but what should I name the child? Will it be a girl or a boy? What do you think, Sister Menji?" Wu Jinjing wondered out loud and asked her for advice. Zhu Menji looked at her with an unbelieving expression, and she said in a low voice, "Why are you asking me that? First of all, how are you so sure that you'll be pregnant? Didn't you do it only once?" "I'm not experienced in this field, but I have heard that it's much harder for cultivators to get pregnant than mortals, especially those with a higher cultivation base." "It'll be fine," Wu Jinjing spoke in a confident voice. "It will all work out, I'm sure of it. She's really gone crazy." Zhu Menji was already harboring hate towards this man who had turned her best friend into such a state, wondering if he had brainwashed her or something of sorts. "Sister Menji, have you had any thoughts of finding a partner anytime soon?" Wu Jinjing's question caught her off guard. "Of course not. I have already dedicated my life to the Tao of Alchemy. There's no man out there that could possibly make my determination waver." "That's what I thought at first, but that was before I met him." Wu Jinjing smiled. "One day, just like me, you will meet someone that will turn your entire view of this world upside down, and you will lose your reasoning to his charm. Don't count on it. It may not be anytime soon, but one day for sure. Enough about me. I came here to talk about you. Does your father know any of this? Zhu Menji tried to change the topic and asked. The smile on Wu Jinjing's face turned bitter. I haven't told him yet. Zhu Menji looked at her with a baffled expression. You haven't told him yet? I don't think you should keep such a big secret from him. She shook her head and said, I'm not really trying to keep this a secret. I just haven't had the time to speak with him yet. Have you heard of the ghost girl? The supposedly invincible entity that is currently striking fear into the hearts of everyone. Although he doesn't show it, his complexion has paled since the meeting. He's clearly worried despite telling us to not worry about it. Aren't you worried? Zhu Menji asked her. This ghost girl seems to have unfounded prowess that nobody can defend against. What if it attacks one of our places? I won't say that I'm not worried, but there's really no point in worrying about something like this when even my father is clueless. I guess you are right. Suddenly, a loud voice appeared out of the blue and echoed within Wu Jinjing's room. I know you are in there, prime disciple of the Four Seasons Academy. It was Patriarch Wu's voice that resounded in the room. Wu Jinjing looked at her with a bitter smile and said, This may be the fastest one yet, huh? Why can't my mother just leave me alone? I am already a prime disciple, for heaven's sakes. I'm coming inside. Once Patriarch Wu entered the room, he looked at Zhu Menji and said, I know telling you to stop coming is akin to telling babies to stop peeing themselves, but at least let your mother know before you leave. She sounded fairly angry this time around. I will see you next time, Sister Menji. I will come back as soon as possible. We are not done talking with that topic yet. There's still plenty of questions I have on my mind. Zhu Menji quickly greeted Patriarch Wu, almost like one would when in someone else's house, before returning to the Four Seasons Academy. Once Zhu Menji left, Patriarch Wu continued, You are not completely out of this. She listens to you the most, so you need to stop giving her trouble. Anyway, I have to go back and— Father, wait. Wu Jinjing stopped him from leaving. There is something I want to tell you. What is it? Make it quick. It's very important. Patriarch Wu looked at her serious expression and sighed. He then grabbed a chair and sat before her. Go ahead, I'm all ears. Wu Jinjing took a deep breath before opening her mouth to speak. Once Zhu Menji returned to the Four Seasons Academy, she went directly to the matriarch's living quarters to find Matriarch Zhu. Mother, I'm no longer a child. Why won't you leave me alone? You even said that you will no longer bother me if I become the prime disciple. I was having an important discussion with Sister Jinjing. She complained to her the moment she saw her. Matriarch Zhu looked at her unhappy daughter and spoke in a calm voice. I did indeed say such words, and that's why I overlooked your past few visits to that place. However, today is different. I have important matters to speak to you about. Seeing the serious expression on her face, Zhu Menji no longer felt as displeased and said, Is this about the ghost girl that's been terrorizing the world? No, this is much more important than that. Zhu Menji was surprised to hear such words. Something even more important than the ghost girl. What could possibly be more important than an entity that could potentially destroy the world? There's someone I want you to meet, a young man to be exact. Say that again. What did you just say? Zhu Menji stared at her with wide eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 162, Reward. Did I hear your words correctly? You, someone who has always been telling me to forget about relationships to focus on the Tao of alchemy, want me to meet someone. You are the last person in this world I'd expect such words from. Zhu Menji was dumbfounded, speechless. Because of her monstrous talent in the Tao of alchemy, her mother, Matriarch Zhu, would remind her almost every day to focus on alchemy and nothing else, yet out of the blue, she's being told to meet some young man. I know what I have said over the years, but this is different. You will understand it once you meet him. Ridiculous. I refuse. I will not meet him. How could she meet up with a young man right after she told Wu Jinjing that she will be dedicating her life to the Tao of alchemy? Matriarch Zhu sighed, thinking in her mind. Aya, I knew she would say something like that. Looks like I'll have to use that. If I recall correctly, you really admired immortal fairy Suyu, right? Zhu Menji frowned when she mentioned her. Like many individuals in this world, Ever since she met immortal fairy Suyu, she has been looking up to her as a role model. But why would Matriarch Zhu bring her up in this type of conversation? What does elder sister have to do with this? What if I told you that this young man is closely related to her? What? Zhu Menji's eyes widened. I'm sure you have already heard of this rumor, but... This young man is elder sister's son, Zhu Menji quickly said. She didn't believe the rumors at first, but seeing her own mother also mention him, it must be true. Impossible. I thought for sure that the 9 Spring Hall had spread such rumors just to increase their customers. Well, I can't say with certainty that he is 100% immortal fairy Suyu's son, but there is a high chance of it being true. Zhu Menji clearly expressed her disappointment after hearing that it wasn't confirmed. So it's just you rambling in the end, huh? I should have known better. There's no way someone as elegant as elder sister would have a husband, much less a son. After all, nobody in this world is worthy of her. Forget it, I still won't meet him, not even if he turns out to be her real son. Matriarch Zhu smiled bitterly and said, The real reason why I want you to meet him is not because of his status. Have you ever seen a flawless quality pill? Flawless quality. Isn't that just a legend? Go find core disciple King Shan and you will find out whether or not it's a legend. I have told you this on the day you became the prime disciple of our 4 Seasons Academy, but your Tao of Alchemy has already reached the level where I really have nothing more to teach you. Perhaps, after seeing King Shan, you will learn something new. King Shan. After talking for a few more minutes, Zhu Menji decided to find King Shan to see what this is all about. Senior apprentice sister Zhu, what are you doing here? Although King Shan had expected Matriarch Zhu to appear before her, she did not expect the prime disciple to be there, too. The matriarch told me to come find you about some flawless quality pill. I don't know what she's up to, but I came here anyway. She did not hide her intentions and told King Shan her reason for being there. Ah, so you're also here for that. Here you go. Zhu Menji raised her eyebrows in a surprised manner when King Shan began searching her storage ring. She couldn't possibly have a flawless quality pill, right? She wondered inwardly. A few seconds later, King Shan retrieved the heavily secured pill bottle and showed it to Zhu Menji. Impossible, this is a pill. When Zhu Menji saw the pureness of the pill, her eyes nearly popped out of its sockets from pure shock. How could a pill turn out to be so perfect, so flawless? Where did you get this pill? Zhu Menji asked her while heavily breathing. It was given to me by our esteemed guests. I had lost miserably in a match against him, and he gave me this afterward. Tell me more. Tell me everything. Zhu Menji looked more and more enthusiastic after seeing the flawless quality pill. In her eyes, this pill represented a new world for all the alchemy masters in this world. A new limit for them to try and grasp. King Shan nodded and started recalling to her the events at the lecture hall. Zhu Menji was quiet throughout the entire story, and once King Shan was finished, Zhu Menji returned to Matriarch Zhu's side. This young man, where is he? Matriarch Zhu looked at her with a smug look, and she said, What's this? I thought you had said. I know what I said. But this is different. I want to see it with my very eyes. His Tao of Alchemy? Matriarch Zhu smiled and said, I am not going to tell you to seduce him or anything like that. I only hope that you can learn something from him, as he won't be here long. She then told Zhu Menji the location of Su Yang's living quarters. Inside Su Yang's room, papers with words scattered everywhere. Xiao Rong had been learning the human language earnestly since last night. However, there was a catch to such behavior. Look, I finished this one too. Xiao Rong said as she showed him the results of her learning. Su Yang smiled and said, Let me take a look. After confirming that she'd answered all of the questions on the paper correctly, Su Yang raised his hand and directed some of his profound kai to his fingers. Very good. Here's your reward. Xiao Rong's eyes flickered with excitement at the sight of Su Yang's fingers that was emitting an alluring smell. She then opened her mouth that was already drooling with saliva and started licking his fingers clean, looking like she'd been starving for days. Chapter 163. Do it one more time. Su Yang casually sat on the bed as Xiao Rong aggressively sucked on his finger, looking like she was trying to suck the leftover meat off a chicken bone. Can't you do that more elegantly? He suddenly said to her. Elegantly? What is that? She responded with a puzzled expression. It means to do something in a graceful manner, something that will make others feel pleasing to watch, the opposite of what you are doing. Xiao Rong does not understand, she said as she continued sucking like a barbarian. Su Yang sighed and said, Give me your hand, I will show you. He realized that the fastest way to teach this cat something would be to show it to her directly, so the only way to teach her elegance would be. Xiao Rong did not question his request and placed her small and tender-looking hands on his palm. Watch closely, as this is what it means to be elegant. As he said those words, Su Yang slowly moved his lips towards her hand. He then opened his mouth and licked her finger with grace, treating her fingers as though they were the most delicate treasure in this world. The tingling sensation of Su Yang's tongue caressing her finger made Xiao Rong stop sucking his finger to stare at his expression with a dazed face. She didn't know what this feeling in her heart was, but it was causing the blood in her body to heat up with excitement, making her feel an unnatural urge to pounce on him. However, she resisted this urge and continued to watch him with her nearly dazzling eyes. Do you understand now? Before she was aware, Su Yang has already finished his little demonstration. Xiao Rong still cannot understand. One more time. Do it one more time, she asked him with glowing eyes. I will consider that request if you can finish the next 5 scrolls. Su Yang pointed to the stack of papers beside him. Xiao Rong nodded with enthusiasm and went to grab the papers. Sometime later, right as Xiao Rong finished with the 3rd scroll, the door outside was knocked on. Su Yang stopped whatever he was doing and walked to the door. When he opened the door, he was greeted by a beautiful young lady standing outside that emitted a strong herbal aroma that penetrated his nose. However, this aroma was not unpleasant to the nose. Instead, it made him feel more relaxed than usual. Who might you be? Su Yang asked her. Zhu Menji looked at Su Yang with a slightly dazed expression. Although she had heard from King Shan that he was a handsome young man, she did not expect him to be this attractive, and it actually startled her a bit. Hello, I am the P-Prime disciple here, Zhu Menji. She introduced herself in a nervous manner, nearly biting her own tongue. Su Yang remained nonchalant despite learning of her status, and he said, And how may I help you, Prime Disciple? I heard about the match between you and King Shan, so I decided to come here to see what kind of individual you were. Is that so? Seeing how Su Yang was already losing interest in her, Zhu Menji hastily said, There's also another reason why I am here. My mother, the matriarch of this sect, sent me here to learn a thing or two about alchemy from you. Ho, you are the matriarch's daughter, Zhu Menji quickly nodded. And she wants me to teach you alchemy, she nodded again. I understand the situation, but why should I be wasting my time teaching you? Zhu Menji looked at him with wide eyes. But my mother told me to come see you. Su Yang raised an eyebrow and continued. I don't know what she told you, but I did not agree on such a thing, nor was it part of our agreement. You didn't? Zhu Menji was baffled. If what he said was true, then why did her mother send her here in the first place? Just so she can make a fool out of herself and lose face. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the situation, she said, I'm sorry. I thought this was something my mother had arranged beforehand, so I came here without thinking about it. Su Yang looked at her silently, and after a moment, right as she prepared to leave, he said, Though I said that it'll only be wasting my time, I have plenty of time to waste for the next few days. Huh, really? Zhu Menji looked at him with hopeful eyes. Su Yang nodded. Besides lecturing Xiao Rong and cultivating by himself, he did not have anything else planned, so he might as well make the next few days pass faster by helping her. Come back with a cauldron and enough ingredients for an earth advancement pill, he said. Zhu Menji's eyes widened with shock upon hearing his words. Did he pick the earth advancement pill by chance, or did he choose it because he somehow knew that she was having problems with this pill? I already have a cauldron on me. The ingredients, too, she said. How convenient. Su Yang smiled, and he continued. Wait here for a bit. He then closed the door and went back to his own room. Xiao Rong, we will stop here today with the lessons. Xiao Rong expressed discontent as she placed the fifth scroll down. But I am almost finished. Su Yang smiled and said, You can continue on your own, but I have someone else to lecture today. I will reward you once I am finished. Really? Okay. Xiao Rong no longer looked like she was going to throw a tantrum and went back to studying. And don't leave this room until I come back, he added. Okay. Once he convinced her to stay in the room, Su Yang went back outside to meet Zhu Menji. Can we use the cauldron room in this house? She asked him. Su Yang nodded and allowed her into the house. Chapter 164, Azure Flames. A cauldron room is a place made specifically for alchemy masters to use, without having to worry about being distracted or distracting others, while they concoct pills in their living quarters. It is a convenient place that allows alchemy masters to concoct pills whenever they want. And as a sect that specializes in alchemy, every house had at least one cauldron room. Cauldron rooms are also enforced with special formations, so the disciples won't have to worry about destroying the entire house if they accidentally caused their cauldron to explode, which happens more often than not, especially in the outer courts. Inside the dimly lit cauldron room within Su Yang's living quarters, Zhu Menji sat in the middle of a large, empty room with a beautiful cauldron in front of her. With complex designs around the entire thing, the cauldron gave off the impression that it belonged to an expert and have existed since ancient times. The size of the cauldron was nearly as tall as Zhu Menji herself sitting down, and it was large enough to fit an adult inside without any problems. Compared to the simple cauldrons used at the lecture hall, her cauldron could be considered a luxury. Su Yang stood a few meters away from her, and he said to her once she retrieved her cauldron, Go ahead and concoct an earth advancement pill for me right now. I want to gauge the level of your Tao of alchemy before anything. I understand. Zhu Menji retrieved the ingredients for the earth advancement pill from her storage ring, taking out a grand total of 108 different herbs. Taking a deep breath, her expression suddenly turned serious, and her hands moved swiftly as she began inspecting the herbs at a pace that was many times faster than King Shan's match with Su Yang. Mere minutes later, Zhu Menji started the grinding process, and within half an hour, every single one of the 108 herbs was grounded perfectly. Her movements were smooth and accurate, and she did not once stop moving during the entire process, completing the preparations at a rate that would leave any alchemy master in this world shocked speechless. Even Su Yang could not help but feel impressed by her speed. While her speed, in reality, is nothing special in his eyes, he did not compare her with the alchemy masters of his world, and as someone of this inferior world, her feats were indeed quite astonishing. So her title as the prime disciple is not just because her mother is the matriarch, After she was done with the preparations, Zhu Menji proceeded to heat the cauldron with flames created from her profound Kai and technique. Oh! Su Yang raised an eyebrow after seeing the color of her flames. They were not the usual orange, yellow, or red. Instead, it was a bright blue color, resembling a clear sky or a clean sea. Azure flames. She actually managed to cultivate azure flames. Interesting, he thought to himself. Generally, cultivators are not born with the ability to create alchemy flames that are used specifically for alchemy, and must rely on unique techniques to create alchemy flames. As for those that are born with the ability to create alchemy flames without special techniques, they have a chance to be born with unique alchemy flames, such as the azure flame currently used by Zhu Menji. It should also be noted that alchemy flame cannot be compared to normal fire techniques used by cultivators, as such flames are too chaotic in nature, and do not have the ability to burn away the impurities within pills without burning the pill itself. However, not all alchemy masters view these unique flames as a good thing, as they are generally extremely hard to control, much less master. As a matter of fact, some alchemy master even view such flames as a curse, and would abandon their career as an alchemy master as soon as they learn that they have such flames. As for Zhu Menji, she did not give up hope, and with the help of one of if not the best alchemy masters in the world, Matriarch Zhu, completely mastered the azure flames unique to her. She controlled the flame with ease, the temperature of the cauldron flawlessly. Within minutes, the cauldron was ready to be used for pill concoction. Once the cauldron was at the perfect temperature, Zhu Menji tossed 2 ingredients into the cauldron at a time, something that even the most confident experts do not dare to attempt for medium-grade pills, much less the Earth Advancement pill, one of the very few heaven-grade pills available in this world. However, this was the end of her fast pace and the beginning of a long and boring trail for Su Yang. For the next 5 hours, Su Yang sat there staring at Zhu Menji and the pill that was barely progressing in the cauldron. He had gotten so bored that he stopped paying attention and went to sleep. 3 hours later, the room suddenly shook, and a loud explosion occurred within the cauldron room. Boom. Su Yang instantly snapped his eyes open and waved his sleeves, creating a barrier around himself to protect his body against the flying shards that were resulted from the cauldron exploding. Asterisk cough, asterisk, asterisk, cough, asterisk. Are you okay? Zhu Menji called out to him while coughing from the black smoke that filled the room, her voice filled with worry. A few seconds after the explosion, the room activated one of its few convenient mechanisms and began clearing the smoke from the room. Once the smoke was gone, Zhu Menji was finally able to see Su Yang's figure clearly. She was relieved to see him unharmed and released a deep sigh. However, her complexion paled upon seeing the frown on Su Yang's handsome face. She could see in his eyes that all of the good impression she had accumulated on him had disappeared along with her precious cauldron. I'm sorry. You can leave for today, Su Yang suddenly said, causing Zhu Menji's heart to drop. However, his next words overturned her sadness and surprised her. Come back tomorrow with another cauldron and more ingredients. Why, yes, she quickly replied before leaving to prepare for tomorrow, Chapter 165, an even better reward. Normally, when a cauldron explodes, it would send out a shockwave of profound Kai that dazes anyone within a certain distance, rendering them unable to react and vulnerable for a split second, and under rare circumstances, even knock people unconscious. If inexperienced, the alchemy master behind the cauldron may react a millisecond too late and receive grave injuries, sometimes even a nail in their coffin. Su Yang looked at the scattered pieces from the cauldron on the floor with a smile on his face. After spending enough time with his friend, who would occasionally break cauldrons despite her profound mastery in alchemy, he eventually became immune to the shock waves it causes and learned how to react to them purely from his instincts. Su Yang waved his sleeves, and the scattered pieces on the floor suddenly swept itself into a corner, leaving them for Zhu Menji to clean up tomorrow. Zhu Menji went straight to meet with Matriarch Zhu after departing from Su Yang's place to share her experience today, and to complain. You didn't tell me that he never agreed to teach me. I nearly made a fool out of myself today, she said in an irritated tone. But you still managed to get him to teach you in the end, right? Matriarch Zhu nearly burst out laughing. That's not the issue here. Don't ponder about the small issues. At least he is willing to teach you. HMPH, Zhu Menji coldly snorted. Anyway, how was it? Did you learn anything? All I did today was attempt to concoct an Earth Advancement pill. Earth Advancement pill, did you choose this pill or? He picked it for me, and it was his first choice, not to mention that he did not even hesitate, almost like he knew that I needed help with that pill the most. Interesting, Matriarch Zhu pondered to herself quietly. What were the results? Did it at least come out properly? It blew. Huh. Matriarch Zhu's eyes widened at her words, her heart feeling ominous. I made a mistake and the cauldron exploded. You! Matriarch Zhu stood up from shock after learning about the accident. I swear to heaven if he is, he's fine. Forget about being wounded, there wasn't even a scratch on his robes. Is that so? Matriarch Zhu sighed in relief after hearing that Su Yang wasn't harmed and sat back down. It would be quite disastrous for not only her, but the entire sect if he was harmed because of one of their disciples, their prime disciple, no less. Anyway, he told me to go back tomorrow, and I am here because I need a new cauldron since my old one exploded to pieces. This is the 8th cauldron that you have broken this year already. Do you think I have an unlimited supply of cauldrons at that quality? You are not only talented in alchemy, but also in destroying cauldrons. Mistakes happen, she casually said. Veins appeared on Matriarch Zhu's forehead after hearing her tone that sounded like she couldn't care less. However, regardless of her exasperation, Matriarch Zhu still retrieved a new cauldron for her. Don't misunderstand. If not for our guest, I wouldn't be doing this. Zhu Menji happily accepted her new cauldron. I will update you again tomorrow, she said to her before leaving. Don't bother coming back if you are looking for a new cauldron, because this will be your last one. Matriarch Zhu's voice loudly resounded from her back as she left the place. When Su Yang returned to his own room after leaving the cauldron room, he was greatly surprised by the scene inside his room. Master, I am done with all of the scrolls. Reward me now. Xiao Rong jumped in joy from his return. Su Yang was certain that he had at least 100 scrolls prepared before leaving her alone, enough materials to last for an entire day, yet in 8 short hours, she managed to finish all of them. After confirming that she indeed finished all 100 scrolls, Su Yang said, All right, I will give you your reward now. However, when Xiao Rong saw that he was only letting her suck on his finger, she shook her head and raised her own hand and said, I want this reward. With a defeated smile, Su Yang sighed, Right, I did say that I will consider that as your reward. Su Yang then approached her and grabbed her small hand. Since you went above and beyond with your studying, I will give you an even better reward than just licking your finger. Right as he finished saying those words, he opened his mouth and touched Xiao Rong's palm with the tip of his tongue, where he was focusing his profound Kai. Then, using barely any strength, he gently moved his tongue across her arm, caressing his tongue on her smooth skin until he reached her neck. Xiao Rong's body trembled at the new experience, and she could feel a tingling sensation all over her body, especially the area around her legs. Although she didn't understand the feeling of arousal, she understood that it was a pleasant feeling and that she wanted to experience more of this feeling. Meow! Xiao Rong released a joyful cry in the midst of all this. If she was in her cat form, then all of her furs would be standing tall right now, like spikes on a porcupine. However, Su Yang did not stop when his tongue reached her neck and proceed to approach her ear. The instant Xiao Rong felt Su Yang nibble on her ears, a pair of silver cat ears appeared on her head, and even her cat tail popped out at the location right above her butt crack. Her immature mind was experiencing too many things at once for her to maintain her human form properly, and after another moment, Xiao Rong transformed back into a cat. Su Yang looked at the silver cat on his lap with a smile and wondered if he went too far teasing her. Meow! Xiao Rong released another cry of delight before falling asleep on Su Yang's lap from feeling too relaxed, and on her face was a peaceful smile. Chapter 166. Is there something wrong with my name? Zhu Menji left her living quarters early in the morning with an eager expression on her face. She then navigated her way through the central court, where all the core disciples lived, and went straight to Su Yang's living quarter that was near the central court, but still within the inner court. At his living quarters, Su Yang looked at her and the sun that was barely peeking in the horizon. Just how much did this girl want to learn from him? Hello, I am here, Zhu Menji said when Su Yang did not speak even after many seconds. I can see that. Su Yang shook his head and he continued, Go to the cauldron room and clean up the mess you made yesterday. I will be there soon. Zhu Menji did not know how to react to such words. This is her first time being told to clean up the cauldron room. Because she has her own servants to clean the cauldron room for her whenever she's done with it, she's never really cleaned anything besides her own body. However, she was not in the position to decline, as she was the one who made the mess in the first place. Once she entered the cauldron room, Zhu Menji used her profound Kai to move the scattered pieces that were neatly shoved to the corner of the room into one of her storage rings. She didn't expect to use her precious storage ring for such a purpose, but alas, this would be the most convenient for her. A few minutes later, after he washed his face, Su Yang entered the cauldron room where Zhu Menji was already seated with the new cauldron before her. First things first, Show me your alchemy flames. Zhu Menji nodded and raised her palm, creating a ball of azure flame the size of a watermelon. Su Yang approached her and stared intensely at the azure flame. A few moments later, he said, "Your control over the alchemy flame is pretty good for someone at your level. However, despite that, you still managed to blow up the cauldron yesterday. Why do you think that happened?" After thinking for a moment, she responded, "Because I did not understand the pill enough." She spoke in a voice that lacked confidence. "You are not wrong, but there's another reason as to why you have been unsuccessful with the Earth Advancement pill for so long." "I knew it. So you didn't pick the Earth Advancement pill by chance. How can you tell that I have been struggling with this pill in particular?" "Just a hunch," he said with a mysterious smile. "Anyway, the real reason why you cannot concoct the Earth Advancement pill despite countless efforts, it's simply because you cultivated the wrong technique." "Say what?" Zhu Menji exclaimed with shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. He's saying that she had studied the wrong technique. Impossible. Her mother, Matriarch Zhu, also cultivated the same technique as her, but she does not have her problem. Let me finish. Su Yang continued, "There's nothing wrong with the technique you cultivated, but it does not suit your unique alchemy flames. If anything, it's actually holding you back from your full potential." Zhu Menji was completely speechless by now. If what he said was true, then she's actually being held back by one of the best alchemy techniques available at the Four Seasons Academy. If what you say is true, then how am I supposed to find this technique? One that matches my alchemy flames, much less cultivate from the beginning. It will take years to return to the current state of my flame control. Close your eyes and lean your head towards me, Su Yang suddenly said. Taken aback by his sudden request, Zhu Menji blushed. "Hey, what are you going to do?" she asked. "Do you want to learn or not?" Su Yang sighed. "I'll do it." Zhu Menji no longer questioned him and closed her eyes, even slowly leaning her head towards him. Is this it? Is this how I will lose my status as a maiden? She wondered inwardly. A moment later, she could feel something warm press against her forehead, causing her to instinctively open her eyes. When she saw Su Yang's face almost pressing against her own, her heart started beating many times faster than normal, and her face flushed red. However, before she could even think any more of the situation, Su Yang started transferring information of a certain technique into her mind, taking her by surprise. This is... Zhu Menji no longer pondered about anything else besides the information that was being fed into her head and began absorbing everything. A few minutes later, once he passed everything to her, Su Yang removed his forehead from her head and leaned back. He then sat there in silence, patiently waiting for her to finish taking in all the information. Exactly 2 hours later, Zhu Menji opened her eyes that shone with profound light. Controlling heaven and earth. She mumbled the name of the technique. A few moments later, when she finally snaps out of her daze, she looked at Su Yang with a worried expression. Seeing her expression, Su Yang smiled and said in a calm voice, "You don't have to worry. I do not intend on asking for any compensation for that technique. Since I have agreed to teach you, I might as well do it properly." Really. But this technique, I cannot accept something this precious for free. Anything you want, if I have the power, then I will help you. If you really want to pay me back, then why don't you start by concocting an Earth Advancement pill without blowing up the cauldron? Okay. Zhu Menji could tell that Su Yang really had no intention to ask for compensation for his technique, but she still couldn't accept it. There must be something I can do to pay him back, she pondered. Suddenly she realized something. This is a bit awkward, but I don't think I have gotten your name yet, she said with a weird smile on her face. Su Yang, he casually responded. Huh. Zhu Menji's eyes widened exponentially upon hearing his name, large enough to fit an egg, and her mind nearly exploded from shock. Seeing her baffled expression, Su Yang couldn't help but ask, "What? Is there something wrong with my name?" After all, she's not the first one to have such an exaggerated reaction after hearing his name. Chapter 167. Go on, tell me more about her. Although Su Yang already noticed something weird when the servant at the 9 Spring Hall reacted to his surname, he didn't really pay much attention to it. as he was not the only person in this world with the surname Su. However, when Zhu Menji also reacted strangely to his name, even expressing such shock, Su Yang knew that there was something he was missing. Zhu Menji continued to stare at Su Yang with a shocked expression. She couldn't believe it. He is that Su Yang, immortal fairy Su Yu's so-called husband. Didn't the matriarch say that he was her son? Could it be? Zhu Menji made up her own logical reasons. Perhaps Su Yang is immortal fairy Su Yu's son all along, but she disguised him as her husband for whatever reason, she wondered. There's only one way to confirm it. Are you, by any chance, immortal fairy Su Yu's son? She asked him with an expectant expression, looking like she wanted to be surprised. Immortal fairy Su Yu? Su Yang raised an eyebrow at the name. He's never heard of such a person in his entire life, yet he still somehow managed to become this person's son. Seeing Su Yang's puzzled expression, the smile on Zhu Menji's face slowly disappeared. You're not, she mumbled in a low-spirited voice. Unfortunately, Su Yang shook his head. Impossible. If he's not her son, then how do we explain his otherworldly techniques and unknown background? Zhu Menji wasn't able to wrap this around her head. Then, another thought appeared in her head. What if he's actually her son but doesn't want to admit it? Immortal fairy Su Yu is extremely popular after all. It wouldn't be weird if he's only trying to avoid the spotlight. This immortal fairy Su Yu, can you tell me more about her? Su Yang suddenly asked her with a mysterious feeling to his voice. Sure. Thus, Zhu Menji began rambling to Su Yang the legends of this immortal fairy Su Yu without holding back, even praising her at every sentence. The first time I truly met her was during her stay at the Four Seasons Academy. Her appearance was beyond beautiful, and her unique hair color and crystal eyes gave off an otherworldly feeling, almost like she was born with the stars and moon. During her few days at this place, I managed to get her approval to call her sister, and it is still one of my biggest achievements to date. Zhu Menji bragged about such things with her head pointing the ceiling. A mysterious immortal that appeared one day out of the blue, unparalleled beauty. She has silver hair and silver eyes, incomprehensible cultivation, unknown background, looks like someone who was born on the moon. Su Yang nearly burst out laughing when Zhu Menji described Kiayu to the teeth. So this is what she's capable of doing without any supervision, huh? Interesting. He thought to himself, interesting indeed. Go on, tell me more about her. Su Yang smiled. How can I deny such a request when you seem so eager to hear more, of course? Zhu Menji was so absorbed by her own storytelling that she'd forgotten about Su Yang's nearly confirmed identity as immortal fairy Su Yu's son, and continued to ramble about everything the public knows about her. She obviously admired immortal fairy Su Yu very much. But alas, little did she know that she was screwing over that very individual she admired by telling Su Yang these stories. Half an hour later, when Zhu Menji exhausted just about all of her stories, she said, "She is basically a real goddess in the eyes of many, you know. However, she's been missing for some time now. This girl trying to hide all of this from me? Ha-ha-ha-ha." Su Yang could no longer hold his laughter and burst out laughing. Is there something wrong?" Surprised by his sudden laughter, Zhu Menji asked him. "No, there's nothing wrong." Su Yang wiped a teardrop from his eyes and said, "Anyway, let's continue with the lecture. Now that you have the proper technique, I will have you master the Earth Advancement Pill by the end of this week." The end of this week. But that's in 3 days, she exclaimed. There's no way for her to cultivate this profound technique and perfect the Earth Advancement Pill at the same time even if she's given 10 years, much less in 3 days. That's why you should stop wasting time already, he continued. Fix your position and start cultivating the technique I just gave you. But this time, I will also be assisting you. Zhu Menji nodded and sat down in the lotus position and closed her eyes to cultivate. Su Yang walked in front of her and also sat down. He then began reciting the technique, even explaining every little information about the technique to her as they progressed. Because Su Yang made it extremely easy for her to understand despite the technique itself requiring profound understanding. Zhu Menji was able to comprehend the technique at a rate that could be considered heaven-defying. The two sat there, face to face, for the entire day without moving a single inch, almost like they'd turned into stone statues. By the end of the day, Zhu Menji was almost able to grasp the entire technique, something she didn't think was possible even with Su Yong's help. She looked at him with a flabbergasted expression, wondering to herself what would become of their sect if he were to stay here as a teacher. She could tell from the way he lectured her that he certainly has experience as a teacher. Yet he is clearly very young, perhaps even younger than her. It was almost like he had disciples of his own at one point, and she couldn't help but wonder what they would look like if that were true. And if he would agree to become a teacher of the Four Seasons Academy, would all of their disciples become experts in the Tao of alchemy overnight? What would the world look like if that were to really happen? Let's continue after a small break, Su Yang suddenly said to her. Go do whatever you want for the next 2 hours. We will resume our sessions at that time. Yes, Zhu Menji said, her eyes brimming with the eagerness to learn. Chapter 168. Shocking Progression. After Zhu Menji left to do whatever for her break, Su Yang went to Qiayu's room with the intention to tease her with his newfound information. However, when he realized that she was cultivating, he decided to leave her alone for now, prolonging her inevitable doom just a little bit longer. And since he didn't have anything to do, he decided to just relax in the cauldron room with some wine beside him while he waits for Zhu Menji, silently reminiscing about the time he spent at the Sacred Moon Temple. He recalls that even during her childhood days, Qiayu would always follow him around like a duckling chasing after whoever it deems as its parent. Perhaps he'd spoiled her a little bit too much when she was a child, causing her to feel such attachment towards him. Su Yu-ha. He mumbled with a smile. Meanwhile, in her room, Qiayu suddenly felt a chilling sensation crept up her spine, forcing her to stop cultivating for a moment. What is this ominous feeling? She thought to herself before quickly returning to cultivate. Time flew by in a flash, and after only an hour into the 2-hour break, Zhu Menji was already back in the cauldron room with an eager face to learn. I am back. Zhu Menji immediately retrieved her cauldron and sat before it. I want to try concocting an earth advancement pill now. She suddenly said, and continued, I feel like I have a good enough understanding towards the technique now to create the pill, and I have a good feeling that it will have good results. Su Yang did not say anything else besides telling her good luck. Thus, Zhu Menji began another long session in hopes to finally concoct the earth advancement pill. At first glance, nothing about her has seemed to change, as the speed at which she inspects the ingredients and her pace grinding them remained the same. However, when she activated her azure flames for the first time after cultivating the controlling heaven and earth technique, it was obvious just how much she's progressed. Unlike her previous calm and gentle flames, her azure flame resembled how Su Yang concocted the advanced spirit refreshment pill, with flames that engulfed half of the cauldron, while Su Yang's flames covered the entire cauldron, leaving nothing bare. If Matriarch Zhu or any other alchemy masters could be here right now to witness this, her eyes would definitely fall out of its sockets from shock. At first glance, it would seem that Zhu Menji's azure flames were too strong and panicked, but if they take a closer look, they would find out that not only is the azure flames controlled to perfection, but it is also extremely pure. Su Yang watched Zhu Menji's new technique from the wall and nodded with approval. If she was born within the 4 divine heavens and not this undeveloped world, then there's no doubt that she would be a renowned alchemy master by now, he thought to himself. A few minutes later, in less than half the time it would normally take her, Zhu Menji managed to heat the cauldron, and she stared at the cauldron with dazed eyes after she was done, seeming in disbelief by her own ability. There is still a lot for me to understand about this new technique, and it's only been a day since I learned this technique, yet my speed is already doubled that of my previous record, something that took me years to achieve. Zhu Menji forcefully swallowed her saliva and thought. This is the power of a divine grade technique, something that surpasses even immortal grade. I cannot even imagine what I will be able to achieve once I perfect this technique. Zhu Menji trembled with delight, and had high expectations for her future with this new profound technique. However, all this wouldn't be possible if it were not for him. She looked at Su Yang with a compelling gaze, seemingly engrossed by his presence. At this moment, she suddenly recalled what Wu Jinjing had said to her some time ago. One day, just like me, you will meet someone that will turn your entire view of this world upside down, and you will lose your reasoning to his charm. Someone who will turn my view of this world upside down, huh? She didn't think she was fated to meet such a person in her life, nor did she believe that she would ever find someone who would make her lose her reasoning. But alas, it seems like fate has played a cruel but funny joke on her. So this is what Sister Jinjing felt like when she met her fated one, huh? What do you want from me, staring at me in silence like that? Hurry up and concoct your pill. Su Yang's voice suddenly snapped her out of her daze. All right, she said with a blushing face. She was so deep into her thoughts that she didn't even realize that she'd been staring at him the whole time. Once she changed her focus back to the cauldron, Zhu Menji stared at the ingredients with a serious look and thought to herself, "This time I will definitely succeed." Thus, she began concocting the pill with nothing but the thought of success in her mind. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Hours passed but felt as though they were mere minutes for Zhu Menji, who would not tolerate another explosion. Su Yang, who had been watching the entire time and could already guess the outcome, smiled and left the room without alerting Zhu Menji. After leaving the cauldron room, Su Yang went back to his own room, where Xiao Rong laid on his bed naked with another scroll in her hands. "Master, who is that human?" she suddenly asked him. "Just a little girl who is eager to learn, just like you, Xiao Rong," he responded with a smile. "Anyway, let's see your progress." Xiao Rong nodded and handed him the scroll. While Su Yang read the contents of the scroll, Xiao Rong stared at him with an expectant expression, clearly waiting for her reward. Chapter 169. Strict Discipline. After checking through all of the scrolls Xiao Rong had completed, Su Yang nodded to himself. Although she still thinks like a child, her knowledge on the human language would not lose to an average human adult. Su Yang was pleased by the results of her progress in just a few days' time. At least she won't have trouble speaking to anyone that is not him for now. As for her state of mind that still resembles a child, there's nothing he can do besides allow her to grow naturally. However, since Xiao Rong is also a phantom cat and a beast in general, her growth in that aspect should be overwhelmingly quick. But because she's spent her entire life isolated in the desolate immortal treasury that lacked everything required for a living being to grow, her state of mind was frozen without any chance to grow. This is also one reason why Su Yang encourages Xiao Rong to go play. He's only trying to allow her to grow in the wild, where all beast normally grows. Good, you are more than proficient enough in the human language to stop studying it. As a reward, you can go play outside for the next few days, he said to her. However, Xiao Rong did not react as Su Yang expected. Usually she would jump in joy and leave to play without wasting even a second. Now, however, she only stood there staring at him with a frown, seemingly unhappy about the situation. "What's wrong?" he asked her. "I don't want to play outside." She looked at him with dissatisfaction. "I want to study more and get rewarded even more." After all, if there's nothing else for her to learn, her reward would also disappear. Su Yang smiled with a bitter face. She obviously studied only for the reward and nothing else. "I will give you something to study later." "As for now, just go and have fun," he said after a moment. Yes. Although she accepted the outcome, she was clearly reluctant to accept that fact that there won't be any more rewards for some time. "Take this appearance-reforming pill before you leave." Su Yang handed her a pill. "And don't forget to put your clothes back on." Xiao Rong tossed the pill in her mouth and dressed herself with a dejected expression. Once Xiao Rong left the room to play, Su Yang returned to the cauldron room, where Zhu Menji was so focused on the cauldron that she didn't even notice him leave. After another hour of waiting, the cauldron began trembling, almost like there was an earthquake. Su Yang was not bothered by the sudden movement, not even worried that it might explode, and continued to sit there and watch. A few more moments later, Zhu Menji snapped her eyes open and slapped the cauldron. sending the lip flying to the side of the room. Gray smoke immediately emitting from the cauldron. Zhu Menji watched the gray smoke coming out of the cauldron with a wide smile brimming with a sense of achievement, her entire body drenched in sweat. "I did it. I have successfully created the Earth Advancement Pill," she said, sounding exhausted. Su Yang did not say anything and approached the cauldron, reaching his hand inside to grab the pill. Once he lifted the Earth Advancement Pill out of the cauldron, Zhu Menji could see a small pill with many dark spots scattered around the pill. Although the Earth Advancement Pill came out as low quality, the smile on Zhu Menji's face remained. All that mattered to her was that the pill has been completed without destroying the cauldron. However, the smile on Zhu Menji's face instantly came off after Su Yang opened his mouth to speak. "What is this rubbish? You can't consider something like this a pill. Do it again." Zhu Menji's jaw dropped to the floor upon hearing his harsh words, and the sense of achievement in her heart instantly disappeared. Su Yang continued. "With your current understanding for the controlling heaven and earth technique, you should be able to concoct at least a medium-quality pill of this grade." Zhu Menji, after hearing such words, forgot about being tired and ignored the disappointment in her heart and started on the second Earth Advancement Pill. "I can tell that you rushed the outcome of the pill towards the end, hence this garbage pill. Take your time and do it right this time." Indeed, Zhu Menji had been too arrogant after seeing how smooth it went in the beginning, rushing the pill. "I am sorry, I will do it right this time," she said with a sigh, regretting the fact that she had rushed it and lost the chance to impress him, even getting a scolding from him. Sometime later, Zhu Menji finished the preparations and began concocting the pill once again. This time, however, she took her time and did not rush anything. A few hours later, the cauldron before Zhu Menji began trembling again. Zhu Menji quickly removed the cover from the cauldron and waited for the smoke to come out. This time, the smoke was near black, meaning that she'd managed to purify more impurities than the previous pill. Once the pill was taken out of the cauldron, Zhu Menji's smile returned to her face. "A medium-quality pill?" She looked at the pill as though it was her baby. Although it took 2 hours longer than the previous attempt, she managed to turn the low-quality pill into a medium-quality pill. Su Yang nodded and said, "You will continue to concoct the same pill for the next 2 days, until there's not even a speck of impurities in the pill. If you cannot accomplish this by then, you can forget about coming back." Zhu Menji looked at him with a scared look and said, "You want me to concoct a flawless quality pill in 2 days? That's unreasonable. You think it's impossible?" Su Yang coldly snorted. "Then you might as well leave now and don't come back." Zhu Menji bit her lip and said with a resolved face, looking like she had accepted his challenge, "I have run out of ingredients, will be right back with even more." Su Yang smiled and said, "That's more like it." Chapter 170, Futile Efforts. After stuffing her storage ring with enough ingredients to concoct enough Earth Advancement pills for the next few days, Zhu Menji proceeded to clean herself before returning to Su Yang's living quarters. Once she entered the cauldron room, Zhu Menji did not waste any time and immediately began concocting the pills. Time swiftly passed, and in what feels like the blink of her eyes, an entire day went by. On the first day, Zhu Menji had managed to concoct 4 Earth Advancement pill without any failures, but they all came out as medium quality, with the last one being low quality due to the fatigue from concocting too many heaven-grade pills. Once the first day ended, Zhu Menji did not leave the place, and instead decided to sleep in the cauldron room, even treating Su Yang's house as though it's her own. Of course, she's still unaware of the 2 other occupants in this house besides Su Yang, and has a misconception that the 2 of them are living together in the same living quarters. He. Is this what it would feel like if we were together as husband and wife? Zhu Menji daydreamed in the bathroom as she washed herself. Meanwhile, in the room beside Su Yang's room, Qiayu opened her eyes after she completed her cultivation session. "Ha!" Qiayu sighed to herself the moment she finishes cultivating, seemingly disheartened by the results. "No matter how much I try to encourage myself, It won't change the fact that it's pointless for someone at my cultivation level to cultivate in this world. The profound Kai in this world just won't cut it. Even with my superior cultivating technique, the quality is just too bad to be of any use to me. Even after dozens of back-to-back hours of cultivation, her cultivation barely improved, if any at all. At this rate, even if she cultivates for 100 years without any rest, she still wouldn't have enough profound Kai to support her breakthrough to the next level, much less next realm. Although she still has a bunch of resources she could absorb for profound Kai, such methods would only last shortly before she runs out of them. In other words, no matter how much she cultivated or struggled, all of her efforts would be futile. Why must the heavens be so cruel? Did I do something to offend them in my past life? She sighed again before getting off the bed and leaving the room to get a breath of fresh air. However, the moment she stepped out of her room, Kiayu's eyebrows lifted in puzzlement. There was something strange about this place. There was a presence that she did not recognize in the bathroom, and using her spirit sense, Kiayu peeked into the bathroom. The matriarch's daughter, what is she doing in this place? Even taking a bath like this is her own house. Kiayu quickly recognized Zhu Menji to be matriarch Zhu's daughter. After all, she's been here before and even spoke with her for some time in the past. Suddenly, she sensed another presence. Kiayu turned around to see Su Yong standing in the distance staring at her with narrowed eyes and a mysterious smile, looking quite eerie in her eyes. What is it? She asked him with an ominous looming in her heart. Nothing. Su Yong casually said, not letting her know the fact that he knows her secret. In fact, he wanted to see how long and hard she will be willing to go to keep this secret from him. I do not believe you, Kiayu said with narrowed eyes. Suddenly, she thought of Zhu Menji and realized the only reason why she'd be here. I shouldn't have asked. Kiayu shook her head and said, So that girl from the Holy Sword Academy was not enough for you, huh? I feel bad for both of them. What? Su Yong's expression changed quickly. I did not touch her, nor do I plan to. Don't worry, it won't faze me even if you do, not at this point. Su Yong was speechless. Then Kiayu continued, Hey, I want to improve my cultivation base, but because of obvious reasons, it won't budge even an inch. What should I do? You were an immortal in your previous life, right? She decided to ask him, an immortal, for advice. Hearing her question, Su Yong chuckled and responded with a smile. Indeed, I was an immortal. However, I rarely cultivated normally, if you know what I mean. Kiayu became speechless. However, that being said, there are similarities between your cultivation method and mine. Just like how you cannot improve with enough profound Kai in the air, I cannot increase my cultivation base if all of my partners have low cultivation bases. If we remain in this world for longer than expected, then my cultivation base will eventually reach the point where I won't improve even if I cultivate with all of the maidens in this world. And that is a problem that even I cannot fix. However, I am trying to prevent that, so for now, just be patient until we return to the four divine heavens. After listening to his words, Kiayu sighed inwardly. If she's being honest, she couldn't care less about her cultivation base. The only reason she's even trying to improve her cultivation base is so that she could cultivate with him. To be this desperate to sleep with him, I must also be some kind of pervert, she thought to herself. I am going out for a bit for some fresh air, she suddenly said to him. Sometime later, Zhu Menji emerged from the bathroom with a refreshed expression and a clean body that emitted a sweet aroma. Let's do this, she encouraged herself as she returned to the cauldron room. Today is the last day for her to concoct a flawless quality pill, or else she won't be able to come back anymore, something she must avoid at all costs. The second she entered the cauldron room, Zhu Menji began concocting the Earth Advancement Pill with the intention to create a flawless quality pill by today. Chapter 171. Prolonging his stay. It's been 12 hours since Zhu Menji started her second day of trying to achieve a flawless quality pill, and she just finished her third Earth Advancement Pill for the day. Barely a high-quality pill, huh? Zhu Menji looked at the pill in her hands with a dejected look. There was only half a day left for her to create a flawless quality pill. But alas, at this rate, due to her fatigue, she wouldn't be able to create another high-quality pill, much less a flawless. Zhu Menji sat there for the next few minutes staring at the cauldron with a dazed look, almost like she'd given up. This is hopeless. Tears began forming in her eyes. She felt frustrated, dispirited, and most of all, disappointed in herself for not being able to uphold Su Yang's expectations. You must be done, since you have the time to sit there and cry. Su Yang's voice suddenly resounded behind her. Zhu Menji turned around to see him, who'd appeared out of the blue, and quickly wiped her eyes dry. I'm sorry, but I can't do it. I know you expected me to concoct a flawless quality pill, but I have betrayed your expectations, she said in a mumbling and a sobbing voice, one filled with sadness. Ha ha ha! Su Yang suddenly burst out laughing, dumbfounding her. He then wiped the tears in his eyes and said to her, Who expected you to concoct a flawless quality pill? I said that only as a means to make you more serious. WWA? Zhu Menji looked at him with a baffled expression, stunned speechless by his words. Do you think you are concocting an elementary-grade pill or something? Forget about a heaven-grade pill such as the Earth Advancement pill. You won't be able to concoct even an Earth-grade flawlessly. Forget about this world. Even in the 4 divine heavens, there are only a few individuals who could concoct a flawless grade pill, with the majority of the alchemy masters being able to manage 95% to 99% pure. As for Su Yang, it had taken him dozens of years of training for him to be able to concoct flawless quality pills. And he even had one of the best alchemy masters in the universe, the one and only god of alchemy, as his teacher. If Zhu Menji actually managed to concoct a flawless quality pill within 2 mere days after learning a new technique, then she might as well be the next god of alchemy. That being said, Su Yang is by no means talented in the Tao of alchemy and only achieved what he currently has because of the god of alchemy. Does this mean that you won't be kicking me out? She asked him the core of her worries. I won't be here forever, but until then, I will try to guide you to the best of my abilities, he said, relieving her of her worries. Zhu Menji should be happy after hearing such words, but instead of smiling, her eyes showed sadness. Right, he won't be here forever, she sighed inwardly. That being said, stop wasting time and get back to concocting. Su Yang's voice awoke her from her thoughts. All right. Zhu Menji quickly went back to concocting pills, and under Su Yang's guidance, increasing became more understanding and proficient towards her new technique. Time passed, and within the blink of an eye, another 3 days went by their heads. It's been almost a week since Su Yang arrived at the 4 Seasons Academy, and with his help, Zhu Menji could finally concoct high-quality pills at a decently consistent rate. How's your progress? Matriarch Zhu asked Zhu Menji when she returned. Look at this and you will understand, she responded with her nose pointed at the sky, her face screaming pride, and retrieved many pill bottles from her storage ring. When Matriarch Zhu first saw the pill bottles, her eyes widened with surprise. So many Earth Advancement pills. However, once she noticed their qualities, her jaw dropped to the ground from shock, and they are all high-quality pills. Did you make all of these? Impossible? I sure did, Zhu Menji said, her head held as high as ever. Matriarch Zhu looked at her with a serious expression, and thought to herself, in a mere week, not only did she manage to overcome her troubles with the Earth Advancement pill, but also grow so much that she could concoct them at high quality. Matriarch Zhu recognized Su Yang to be someone profound and mysterious and held him at a high standard, but alas, she didn't think that she was actually still underestimating his abilities. Good girl. She couldn't help but praise her. At this rate, you'll even surpass me within a few more weeks. However, Zhu Menji did not express joy after hearing her compliments. Unfortunately, he will be leaving soon. Forget about a few weeks. I will be overjoyed if he stays for even a few more days. You. Matriarch Zhu looked at her in the eyes and noticed something different about her, besides her new profound strength in concocting pills. This girl is not saying that because she wants to improve her techniques, but because she wants to stay with that young man. Although she was not too shocked that someone like Zhu Menji found love in someone with such profound skills in the Tao of alchemy, she still found her maiden attitude towards such feelings quite baffling. While I cannot do anything about that, I can at least prolong his departure for just a few more days, Matriarch Zhu suddenly said. Really? The sadness in Zhu Menji's eyes instantly disappeared. Matriarch Zhu nodded, keeping the fact that she'd already been delaying Su Yang's departure by slowing down the speed. They collected the ingredients for the soul divination pill a secret from her. His departure may be inevitable, but you can still use whatever time you have left to spend it with him, she continued. Then I will do that right away. Thank you, Mother. After saying that, Zhu Menji left the place with swiftness. Chapter 172, Pill of Seduction. On her way back to Su Yang's living quarters, Zhu Menji pondered to herself what she should do for the next few days. Her mastery with the controlling heaven and earth is already at the level where she will grow even without Su Yang's help as long as she continues to cultivate it. And as for her experience with the Earth Advancement Pill, she could easily concoct one in under 4 hours. A speed which will shock the alchemy masters of this world if known. Suddenly, in the midst of her thoughts, the image of Wu Jinjing rubbing her stomach affectionately entered her head. Although she won't be together with her fated person, she still managed to show such happiness and satisfaction. She then thought of Su Yang and his handsome face. The last few days she'd spent with him was truly wonderful. It feels like a dream even now. A child, huh? She mumbled. Truth to be told, she wouldn't mind bearing Su Yang's child, as his talent with alchemy was through the roof and higher than heaven itself. And he was incredibly handsome, a man no woman in this 4 Seasons academy with a working brain would reject. However, Zhu Menji does not have the boldness Wu Jinjing possess. She simply doesn't have what it takes to go up to another individual and ask to bear their child. Not to mention Su Yang didn't seem the least interested in her despite spending so much time with her for the past few days. At least that was what Zhu Menji noticed after paying so much attention to him. Am I not attractive enough? Zhu Menji, however, was pretty confident of her own appearance, as she could be considered the top beauty within the entire sect and rival even Wu Jinjing. Zhu Menji tilted down to look at her own chest, which was the only lacking component to her otherwise perfect body when compared to Wu Jinjing's large peaks. Suddenly, she thought of an idea. As long as I make myself more attractive, he will surely approach me on his own accord. With that seemingly innocent thought in mind, Zhu Menji took a detour and went to her own cauldron room before going to meet Su Yang. Once she was inside the cauldron room, Zhu Menji immediately began to work with the cauldron. Half an hour later, Zhu Menji removed the lid off the cauldron and retrieved a pink pill from the cauldron. She stared at the pill with the urge to laugh, her face showing a large smile. Once I consume this high-quality pill of seduction, even females will want to kiss me, much less a man. Although she did feel somewhat guilty for using such underhanded tactics, this was the only method she could think of that will make Su Yang to finally notice her charm. Zhu Menji immediately consumed the pill and began heading towards Su Yang's living quarters. On her way there, countless disciples stared at her with wide eyes filled with awe. For some reason, their already attractive senior apprentice sister Zhu had turned even more charming, looking like she'd turned into a goddess that descended from the heavens. The female disciples would blush when they noticed Zhu Menji, and the males would begin to pant on sight when they saw her beautiful face and mysterious aura. My God, is it just me, or does senior apprentice sister Zhu look absolutely more stunning today than usual? You are right. Although I cannot tell exactly what changed about her, she looks entirely different than before. I envy whoever will the husband of such a gorgeous lady. Aya, you must not know senior apprentice sister Zhu that well. She's already dedicated her body and soul to the Tao of alchemy. There's no room for any man in her heart, much less her life. What a waste. When Zhu Menji noticed all the people staring at her with dazed gazes, she couldn't help but secretly chuckle to herself. This meant that her pill of seduction was working as intended, and she increased the pace of her steps in anticipation of seeing Su Yang's charmed expression. Once she reached Su Yang's living quarters, Zhu Menji's heart throbbed profusely, feeling like it will burst at any second. She forcefully swallowed her nervousness and opened the door. Because she's been coming here every day for the last few days, Su Yang gave her a spare key to the house, as he was tired of opening the door for her. After entering the house, Zhu Menji went directly into the cauldron room and began waiting for Su Yang to find her and hopefully push her down with the intent to make babies. Time slowly passed for Zhu Menji at this moment. Seconds feel like minutes and minutes felt like an eternity, and her confidence in the outcome eventually decreased. Suddenly, she remembered Su Yang's heaven-defying sense of smell. What if he realizes what I am trying to do and comes to hate me for it? Zhu Menji began sweating after she realizes just how bad her plan actually turned out to be. After pondering for a few more moments, the possibility of him finding out her plan became more and more realistic in her mind. This isn't good. I have to leave before he sees me. Zhu Menji instantly left her seat and made her way towards the exit with hurried steps, even putting in the effort to conceal her presence just in case. However, just as she made it to the door, a voice resounded behind her, nearly causing her heart to stop. "Where are you going?" Zhu Menji slowly turned around to face the voice, and Su Yang's handsome face appeared in her view the next moment. I. Stricken by panic, Zhu Menji forgot how to speak or think at this moment. Su Yang noticed her odd behavior but remained silent about it. "Why are you standing there at the door? Hurry up and head to the cauldron room if you are already here," Su Yang said a moment later, ignoring her strange actions. "Oh, okay." Zhu Menji could only give up at this point and accept the fact that if he comes to hate her after today, there will be nobody but herself to blame. Su Yang silently watched her walk into the cauldron room with a nonchalant expression. "Pill of seduction, huh?" He shook his head inwardly. A slight smile appeared on his face as he followed her into the enclosed room. Chapter 173, Confession. Inside the cauldron room, Zhu Menji sat behind her cauldron with a stiff expression. Although she tried to remain as nonchalant and calm as possible, her hands were slightly trembling when handling the ingredients before her. She simply couldn't help but worry that Su Yang might have already noticed the abnormally enchanting smell that surrounded her body. However, it's been many minutes since they entered the cauldron room, and Su Yang hasn't said a single word to her, much less mention about the pill of seduction. As time passed, Zhu Menji began calming down and no longer felt as nervous. "Hey." But alas, as soon as Su Yang opened his mouth to speak, Zhu Menji's body tightened up instantly. "Why, yes," she cried by accident, almost like she just saw a ghost, her anxious voice as clear as day. "Your movements are extremely slow and rigid right now when compared to yesterday. It feels like you never concocted a pill before," he said with a frown. "Are you even taking this seriously, or are you getting sloppy due to arrogance?" "And no, it's nothing of that sorts," Zhu Menji quickly said, and she continued. "It's just that I have something on my mind." "Something on your mind, huh? Do you want to share it?" Zhu Menji instantly became speechless upon hearing his question. How was she supposed to answer that question? Tell him that she wanted his child, even going as far as to consume a pill of seduction just to get him to pay more attention to her, and now she's worried about it. What if he's asking that because he already knows and he's just testing me? She thought to herself. If he truly already knows about her consuming a pill of seduction, then she might as well let it all out and tell him the truth. However, if by the sliver chance that he's actually unaware, then she'd just be digging her own grave by telling him. Zhu Menji was truly lost right now. She couldn't decide what she wanted to do. However, in the midst of her contemplations, Su Yang suddenly said, "Forget it. I doubt it's anything important anyway." And almost as if she was triggered by his words, Zhu Menji quickly responded with a loud and clear voice. "It is very important." "Ho?" Su Yang raised an eyebrow, looking as though he was surprised. After a moment of silence, Zhu Menji suddenly asked him in a low voice, "Hey, Su Yang, do you have anyone you fancy?" "Of course," he quickly replied without any hesitation. Zhu Menji's eyes widened with surprise. She didn't expect him to answer so honestly and quickly. "Oh, of course you would," she said with a bitter smile a little later. Su Yang looked at her with a calm expression, and he asked her, "Why do you ask? Is there someone out there who had managed to get your attention?" Although she didn't want to say anything, Zhu Menji nodded in response. "And you are worried about this?" "Why?" After a moment of silence, Zhu Menji said, "Because he already has someone he fancies. And you are giving up because of something so trivial. Then you are obviously not as interested in him as you think." Su Yang shook his head. "That's not true," Zhu Menji immediately refuted. "And what do you mean a trivial? What will you do if you were in my shoes, huh? What will I do?" Su Yang smiled and continued. "I will go after that individual until she is mine, even if there's already someone else in her heart." Zhu Menji frowned at such a half-assed and unrealistic response. "That's easier said than done. And I doubt you will actually do something as shameless as that." "Oh, you'd be surprised," Su Yang said with a smile. If Zhu Menji had even the slightest clue of Su Yang's real background within the four divine heavens and the things he'd done there, she wouldn't be saying such words with so much confidence. "Anyway, you wouldn't know how it will turn out unless you ask him, right? Unless he's into men, I don't think he will reject a beauty such as yourself," Su Yang added. "BB beauty." Zhu Menji blushed after learning that she was a beauty in his eyes, something a beauty like her shouldn't be shocked about, especially when basically everyone with working eyes would praise her for her superior appearance whenever they see her. Are you sure?" she asked him with her hopes slightly raised due to his last words. Su Yang did not say anything and only smiled. Zhu Menji sighed inwardly. Indeed, she wouldn't know the outcome unless she asks him, and nothing will happen if she doesn't. That was definite. If it's like that, then she might as well go for it and ask him, as he only has a few more days left here at the Four Seasons Academy. Zhu Menji took a deep breath and prepared to reveal to Su Yang her feelings. But just as she opened her mouth, Su Yang pointed to the cauldron and said, "Before anything, why don't you take a look at your pill first? Are you sure you want to leave it like that?" Zhu Menji turned to look at the cauldron that had black smoke emitting, and her eyes widened. "Ah, I forgot about it." She was so absorbed in the conversation that she'd forgotten about the pill that was cooking in the cauldron, causing the pill to burn from negligence. Sometime later, after she promptly fixed her mess with the cauldron, Zhu Menji returned to looking at Su Yang. Although the atmosphere had lightened up because of her mistake, her heart was beating as fast as ever. "Su Yang, I know this might be a surprise to you, even shocking, but for the past few days I have grown to fancy you," Zhu Menji said in an almost shouting voice with her eyes closed, almost as if she didn't want to see his face after saying such embarrassing words. However, if she could see Su Yang's calm expression, she would definitely feel even more awkward. What's more, she was not done speaking and continued, and I want to have your baby." After muttering such words, Zhu Menji felt such embarrassment that she could die right now. "You want my child?" Su Yang raised an eyebrow, as he most certainly did not expect the last part. What's with people wanting babies in this place? First that sword girl and now her? Could this be a trait of women in this continent? He wondered to himself. Chapter 174. Inside the enclosed cauldron room 1. I know my request is absurd and unreasonable, but I am serious about this," Zhu Menji said after seeing Su Yang's expression. "Although I have already decided to dedicate my life to the Tao of alchemy and vowed to myself that I will never be in a relationship, after spending the last few days for you, I have finally realized what my heart truly wants." Su Yang remained silent even after hearing such words, as he's heard similar things from many other women in his past life. However, unlike Wu Jinjing and Zhu Menji, they did not outright ask to bear his child, something that rarely happened even with the amount of relationship he's had in his past life. Additionally, in his past life, Su Yang would normally refuse the idea of his partners bearing his child, as he believes that it would only give him more trouble with no real benefit. Perhaps the reason I did not refuse that sword girl is because I am taking this world too lightly, as I don't have to look over my shoulder every minute to see if I am being targeted by jealous men like I did in the four divine heavens. Su Yang thought to himself. In the four divine heavens, plenty of vengeful men that had their women taken from them by Su Yang would always be searching for methods to take revenge on him. So Su Yang would only be digging his own grave if he brought his own children to the world. hence why he does not have any children in the four divine heavens, despite the overwhelming number of female he had cultivated with, unless the female decided on such a thing without him knowing. However, in this world where nobody really holds any grudge against him, he could finally spread his lineage without worrying that someone might take advantage of the situation. After all, it's only natural for a human like Su Yang, a man no less, to want to spread his legacy. Maybe this is a really good chance for me to do something that I couldn't in my past life, Su Yang thought to himself. Not to mention Zhu Menji could be considered as one of the best candidates in this world, because of her status and overwhelming talent that stood above everybody else in this world, just like Wu Jinjing. Even if somebody wanted to harm her, would the Four Seasons Academy allow such a thing to happen? This also applies to Wu Jinjing, who was the daughter of the Holy Sword Academy's sect master. Is this a no? Zhu Menji mumbled after a few moments later, taking Su Yang's silence as a rejection. The lights in her eyes were dim, almost like she was in a hopeless situation. You say that you want my child, but what if I cannot be by your side and that you will have to take care of the child by yourself? Su Yang suddenly said, causing the light in Zhu Menji's eyes to return. Zhu Menji turned silent, and she thought of Wu Jinjing's satisfied expression. Wu Jinjing had told her that she will be taking care of the child alone, and that the man who impregnated her won't be around for an unknown amount of time. But despite all that, there was not even the slightest sign of sadness in her eyes, even looking forward to the future. If Sister Jinjing can endure it, then there's no reason why I cannot do the same, she thought to herself, and she opened her mouth to speak. Even if you will not be here, my feelings for you will not change. And since you will be leaving anyway, I'd rather have something to remember you for when you are gone than having nothing at all. As a matter of fact, there are countless cultivators out there that are taking care of their children by themselves, as deaths are extremely common in the cultivation world due to its dangerous nature in general. Su Yang smiled after hearing such words from Zhu Menji. Very well. He spoke in a calm voice along with a smile on his face. I will accept your feelings. Really? Zhu Menji didn't think he would accept so easily. But what about that person you fancy? Although she wanted to bear his child, she still couldn't help but ask him something that could potentially ruin her chance. What does that have anything to do with this? Su Yang replied with an eyebrow raised. What I fancy are beautiful women, and you are certainly one. Zhu Menji was speechless with her jaw nearly touching the ground after learning such a fact. That's what he meant. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but she definitely felt some relief in her heart. You have anything else to say? Su Yang then asked her. After thinking for a second, Zhu Menji shook her head and said, no. Then let's start. Su Yang immediately approached her. Start what? Despite already knowing what's about to happen, Zhu Menji couldn't help but ask him, making babies, of course. Su Yang laughed, causing Zhu Menji's face to flush with redness and her ears to release steam, looking like her head had turned into a cauldron. I have never done anything like this before, so, she said while fidgeting her body. Don't worry, it will be like when I gave you the technique. He replied, just relax your body and let me do all the work. Zhu Menji nodded and tried to relax her body, but alas, it was easier said than done when she's feeling this nervous. Close your eyes. Su Yang whispered by her ears with a tender voice, and almost as if his words were magic, instantly helped her loosen the muscle in her body. Once she closed her eyes, Su Yang hugged her body close to his own and leaned on the warm cauldron. He then sneaked his other free arm into her robes and navigated it towards the bottom of her body, almost like a snake. Zhu Menji's body trembled when she felt Su Yang's slender fingers invade her privacy, but she resisted opening her eyes. Before we start, just like alchemy, allow me to prepare your body first. Su Yang's gentle voice resounded again, but Zhu Menji was too focused on the hand that was slowly approaching her treasured cave to hear him. Chapter 175. Inside the enclosed cauldron room 2. Su Yang approached Zhu Menji's nether region with his snake-like arm. Zhu Menji expressed surprise when something warm suddenly touched her pink pill, feeling an otherworldly sensation quickly spread across her body. Relax your body, especially the lower part. Su Yang whispered in her ears as he began massaging the bottom lip underneath her robes. Zhu Menji forcefully swallowed the saliva stuck in her throat and began breathing heavily. Ha, ha. She could feel all the strength in her body disperse, almost like she just concocted 100 pills without rest. A few moments later, Su Yang used his other hand to start massaging her small breasts, which caused Zhu Menji to finally open her eyes to look at him with a concerned gaze, clearly insecure by her own size. "Are you disappointed?" She couldn't help but mumble, but I didn't say anything. Su Yang continued to massage her with a smile. Zhu Menji no longer said anything else, and even began spreading her legs a little wider for him. After massaging her cave for a few more moments, Su Yang retrieved his hand from her robes that was dripping wet with her heavenly water. Zhu Menji's face flushed when she saw that, but a second later when Su Yang licked his fingers in a seductive manner, Zhu Menji's heart nearly stopped from shock. "You know," Su Yang suddenly opened his mouth to speak, "you seem more attractive today, and the aroma on your body is very sweet and enticing." Really?" Zhu Menji had already forgotten about the pill of seduction and began sweating profusely after being reminded. "I wonder why, ha." She was so nervous that she began laughing awkwardly. Su Yang smiled and suddenly switched position with her, making Zhu Menji sit on the cauldron instead. He then loosened her robes, revealing her jade-like skin and drooling little sister. Zhu Menji instinctively closed her legs and covered her steamed buns in embarrassment, her face as red as a heated cauldron. However, when Su Yang caressed her bare legs with his hand, Zhu Menji trembled in excitement and began spreading her legs again. He then closed their distance and kissed her on the lips, greatly surprising the unprepared Zhu Menji. When Su Yang removed his lips sometime later, he could see a hint of remorse and uncertainty in her gaze, almost as if she was uncertain about something. "Do not worry, I am not doing this because you consumed the pill of seduction." Su Yang finally revealed to her that he'd been aware this entire time. "Why, you knew?" Zhu Menji exclaimed. Su Yang nodded and continued, "But that does not mean I endorse such behavior." "I am sorry," Zhu Menji said with her head hung low in shame. "If you want something, it's best to be straightforward instead of doing something this sneaky," he said with a smile. "If you had drugged me, however, then we would be in an entirely different situation right now." "I wouldn't even imagine doing something like that," Zhu Menji quickly said. "I know," Su Yang said as he began loosening his own robes. A moment later, when the sight of Su Yang's awakened dragon enters Zhu Menji's view for the first time, her jaws dropped from astonishment. "This is a man's." She covered her mouth when she realized that this long and thick rod would be entering her body in a moment, and through such a small hole at that. Flabbergasted by the thought and scared by her own imaginations, her complexion paled, and her body began shaking in fear. "Do you want to stop here?" Su Yang suddenly asked her. "No," she quickly responded, even vigorously shaking her head. However, despite her words, she couldn't help but take another look at his thick rod, forcefully swallowing the nervousness away. Su Yang closed their distance even more until his rod was in front of her cave, looking ready to explore it at any moment now. "Are you ready?" he asked her. "Oh, of course," she replied in a shaky voice, not even bothering to hide the nervousness in her voice. Su Yang smiled and moved his hips, sending his rod straight into Zhu Menji's body. Zhu Menji gasped with her head tilted backward and her mouth wide open like she wanted to scream, but no sound came out, as she was so shocked by the sudden invasion that she'd lost her voice. However, a moment later, when she realized that the feeling of pain was absent despite being penetrated for the first time, she looked at her little sister just to make sure Su Yang had penetrated her. But when she looked, Su Yang's thick rod was indeed penetrating her whole, and there was even blood, her virgin essence. However, she clearly didn't feel any pain and still couldn't even at this moment, an experience completely different from what she was told. It's not painful at all." She couldn't help but mumble out loud her surprise, unaware that this had been all Su Yong's doing. But then again, there are also people who say they didn't feel any pain for their first time, she thought to herself. Su Yong remained nonchalant after hearing her murmur. Because she was so terrified of the pain that her body was trembling, Su Yong decided to use a unique technique to get rid of the pain before she could even feel it. Leaving only the feeling of pleasure alone, so Zhu Menji would be able to indulge herself in pleasure without having to worry about the pain. "I'm going to start moving now," he said to her, who seemed to be dazed by the phenomenon. "Go ahead." Zhu Menji nodded. Now that the part she thought was terrifying has passed without any problems, she felt confident that everything else would be smooth sailing. But little did she know that the most horrifying part would not be the pain, but the pleasure that would soon consume both her body and soul. Chapter 176. Inside the enclosed cauldron, room 3. So good. What is this feeling?" Zhu Menji moaned in pleasure as Su Yong pounded her little garden with his stiff rod, almost like how alchemy masters pound ingredients. But he was pounding flowers instead of herbs, stirring the slimy substances inside her belly. Not even a minute had passed since Su Yong started moving his hips, and she was already on the verge of spraying, and her hands were tightly holding onto the handles on the cauldron below her, as she was afraid of falling off from the intense pounding. Stir my insides even more. An indescribable feeling of pleasure assaulted her body when Su Yong's rod touched the tip of her flower bud, sending a wave of intense thrill through her tender body, making her tremble slightly. Yes, harder. Zhu Menji almost couldn't believe the vulgar words that were coming out of her own mouth. It was as if she was possessed by the lust that has been hiding deep within her body. Su Yong had his large hands occupied with Zhu Menji's beautifully shaped hips while he continuously thrust his rod into her, making loud, slurping noises echo within the small cauldron room. And with every stroke, Zhu Menji felt the petals of her rose spreading open little by little. "I'm coming." Zhu Menji suddenly moaned loudly. A few seconds later, her body trembled violently, and water sprayed out of her lower body, watering her already soaked rose. Ha ha ha. Zhu Menji began panting heavily after the shocking experience, even nearly choking on her own saliva from the initial shock. The upper part of her body was limping off the cauldron, looking like she was ready to pass out at any moment. "Are you finished already?" "I haven't even fertilized the pill in your body," Su Yong said with a smile. Alchemy masters normally have more stamina than normal cultivators, because of how much energy it takes to concoct pills. But Zhu Menji did not seem to have any energy left in her body, despite being one of the top alchemy masters in the world. Being exhausted after just a few minutes of dual cultivation, this could possibly be one of the shortest dual cultivations Su Yong have had in a long time. I'm sorry. Give me a few moments," Zhu Menji mumbled. Su Yong did not say anything and lifted her off the cauldron and allowed her to rest properly on the floor. "You lack stamina despite being an alchemy master," he said a little later. I can't help it. This is different from concocting a pill," she refuted in her defense. Su Yong shook his head and turned to face the cauldron. What are you planning?" Zhu Menji asked him after seeing him open the cauldron. "Just a little something," he vaguely responded. Su Yong then retrieved a few herbs in his storage ring and tossed them into the cauldron. "What?" Zhu Menji watched from the floor with wide eyes. Despite spending so many hours with him, this is actually her first time seeing him concoct a pill before her. Su Yong closed the lid once the ingredients were inside the cauldron and waved his hand, causing a large ball of alchemy flames to appear in the room. Although his alchemy flames seemed normal at first glance and had the same color as any common alchemy flame, it was definitely much stronger than Zhu Menji's unique azure flames. When Zhu Menji saw the pure flames, she was instantly mesmerized by its beauty. Within seconds, the alchemy flames consumed the entire cauldron, covering even the handles. However, the blazing alchemy flames subdued after only appearing for a few seconds, and Su Yong removed the lid from the cauldron immediately. Once he removed the lid, black smoke filled the room. And when the formation within the cauldron room sensed the smoke, the formation activated and began absorbing all of the black smoke. What kind of pill is that? Zhu Menji asked after seeing the pink pill on Su Yang's palm. It resembled the pill of seduction that she made, but had a different aroma to it. What's more, the instant her nose picked up on the scent, she could feel the exhausted energy in her body return at a noticeable rate. Pill of stamina, it works wonders for people like you, he said with a grin. Just one of these, and you'll have enough energy to do anything for the next few days. The next few days? Zhu Menji's jaw dropped upon hearing such words. Even if her stamina will be fine, she will definitely go crazy if she were to experience this much stimulation and pleasure for just a few hours, much less a few days. Don't worry, you don't have to eat the whole thing. Just lick it a few times and the effect will last at most a few hours. Zhu Menji accepted the pill with flickering eyes and did not hesitate to lick the pill. A few licks later, Zhu Menji instantly felt the effects of the pill, as her body gushed with energy, feeling almost like she'd been reborn. However, it seems like the pill of stamina affected not just her energy but also her behavior, turning her even more wild during cultivation. Su Yang laid on the ground with a relaxed expression, almost like he was bathing in the sun, while Zhu Menji rode his thick rod like some kind of animal, and her scrumptious butt would continuously slap against Su Yang's thighs, filling the room with clapping sounds. Yes, 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 this is it. With every stroke hitting her flower bud, a burst of intense thrill would shock her tender body, making her tremble non-stop. Love continuously leaked from Zhu Menji's flower, and after a few hours of cultivation without stop, a small puddle had formed underneath them. And since Zhu Menji seemed to be enjoying herself very much with his little brother, Su Yang had decided to hold his Yang Kai for until she was satisfied. However, Zhu Menji did not seem to want to stop even after many hours of cultivation, making Su Yang wonder if the flawless quality pill of stamina had been too effective on her. Chapter 177, A Small Taste of His True Powers. Like a wild beast, Zhu Menji moved her hips without restraints. Her lower body was already feeling sore from the constant workout, but she didn't seem to want to stop moving. Her motives seemed to have also changed from wanting a baby to just wanting to cultivate with Su Yang. Although Su Yang sort of regret giving her the pill of stamina, he was not the type of man to stop a woman from wanting to enjoy herself, especially if he's the one who made her into such a state. A couple more minutes later, when Zhu Menji began feeling tired again, she turned to look at the pill of stamina by her side with a resolved gaze, looking like she wanted to consume the entire pill. However, before she could reach for the pill, Su Yang got off the floor and lifted her entire body into the air. He then held onto her hips and began thrusting his rod deep into her flower at a weird pace, and even the way he moved his hips became unique, looking almost like he was doing some sort of dance whilst in rhythm. This is. Zhu Menji suddenly felt the pleasure in her body increase by at least 2 folds, and every corner of her body screamed in delight, causing her flower to overflow with purified water. It was such a profound feeling that even the profound Kai in her body became aroused with joy, causing her entire body, in and out, to burn with passion. Although she didn't know what Su Yang did to her body, she loved it, so much so that hearts began appearing in her eyes. I am going to release my Yang Kai now, Su Yang suddenly said. After a few more rounds of thrusting, Su Yang finally released his profound Yang Kai into Zhu Menji's belly. An otherworldly sensation assaulted Zhu Menji's body when the hot Yang Kai rushed into her body, feeling like her body had suddenly turned into a cauldron, and the pill in her body was near completion. After shooting his Yang Kai into Zhu Menji, Su Yang laid her on the floor to allow her to rest. He then went to pick up the pill of stamina and placed it into a pill bottle. Your body would not have been able to withstand the entire pill of stamina, he said to her. Zhu Menji did not even have the strength to speak after the cultivation and only nodded her head slightly. And although she did not speak, she looked at him with an apologetic look. Just like the pill of seduction, she had acted without thinking of the consequences. Su Yang went on to fix his robes before helping Zhu Menji. He then sat beside her and said, "You must be wondering what I did near the end, right?" He spoke with a smile. Zhu Menji nodded slightly in response. "It's only a technique used specifically for dual cultivation," he said and continued. "It's nothing special, really." Although he said that, the truth was that Zhu Menji had managed to become the first woman in this world to have experienced his dual cultivation techniques. Indeed, every partner he's had since his reincarnation had yet to experience even Su Yang's true power. However, there's a good reason as to why Su Yang only cultivated with them normally, as their cultivation base and mental experience would not be able to handle the sheer intensity of even the tip of Su Yang's true power in bed, and it would without a doubt break their mind. In other words, Su Yang has no choice but to cripple himself and cultivate with them normally. But even with his true prowess in bed sealed, every girl he's cultivated with thus far are more than satisfied with the experience, and one can only imagine what it would feel like to experience all of Su Yang's technique. As for Zhu Menji, because she was under the influence of the pill of stamina that affected not only her body but her mind as well, she was able to handle one of Su Yang's simplest dual cultivation techniques. However, even then, she was only able to withstand a few seconds of his techniques. D-dual cultivation? Zhu Menji wondered why someone like Su Yang would know of such a technique. Unless he was someone who does this kind of thing often, why would he want to learn such a technique? "You can come back to this room for as long as I remain here," Su Yang suddenly said with a smile. Zhu Menji's eyes widened at his words. Does this mean? She couldn't help but think about the implications of such words. "You can rest here until you can move," Su Yang said before leaving the cauldron room to wash the sweat and other substances off his body. Once Su Yang left, Zhu Menji continued to rest inside the cauldron room. When she finally regained enough energy to move, the first thing she did was rub her own belly. "Sister Jinjing, you were right. Not only did I find my partner, but I will also be bearing his baby, just like you are bearing your partner's baby." Zhu Menji couldn't wait to see Wu Jinjing's face when she reveals to her the truth. However, despite wanting to travel to the Holy Sword Academy right now to speak with Wu Jinjing, Zhu Menji had more important matters in her mind. "I will take advantage of this opportunity and cultivate with him as much as my body and mind can handle before he leaves," Zhu Menji vowed to herself. An hour later, when Zhu Menji had the strength to walk, she went to prepare her body for the next cultivation session. After a few more hours of resting, mainly because her lower body was still sore from before, Zhu Menji returned to Su Yang and requested for his time in the cauldron room. Su Yang obviously agreed and followed Zhu Menji back into the cauldron room. Additionally, Zhu Menji was prepared and brought along with her something comfortable to cultivate on. Chapter 178. Who Dares to Spread Such Nonsense? After spending a couple of hours in the cauldron room, Su Yang left to clean himself whilst Zhu Menji rested inside, only to see Zhu Menji standing before him again just a few hours later to repeat the same thing. And this scene would continue for the next few days. Meanwhile, above the Golden Lion Academy, Qiayu analyzed the destruction made to the sect from beyond the clouds. Although she was initially shocked by the scene, when she noticed the lingering profound Kai of an ancient realm expert, she realized what had actually happened here and face-palmed. That stupid cat. She couldn't help but shake her head. However, she did not really feel anything towards the Golden Lion Academy despite their disastrous situation that was caused by someone from her group. Not even pity. Because, although she dislikes Xiao Rong, Qiayu could tell that she is not someone who would do something like this without being provoked, not to mention her own feeling of contempt towards the sect master of this place. She's just a beast at the end of the day, Qiayu sighed. I should let him know about this. Qiayu then flew back to the Four Seasons Academy. However, she took a detour before returning to her living quarters. Inside the Four Seasons Academy sect master's living quarters, Matriarch Zhu sat quietly before a storage ring with a pondering expression. The storage ring contained all of the ingredients required to create the soul divination pill, something she had planned on giving to Su Yang many days ago. But because of selfish reasons, she has been keeping it hidden even up to this point. I have been holding this for far longer than what I initially had in mind, any longer, and he will definitely question me. Matriarch Zhu sighed deeply. The only reason she's been delaying their agreement was so her daughter could spend some time with him and maybe learn a thing or two about alchemy from him. But alas, she hasn't heard from her for the last few days now, almost as if she disappeared. What is that girl doing? What part of report to me every day doesn't she understand? Matriarch Zhu sighs again, feeling stuck in a predicament. She wondered if she should wait for a few more days or go ahead and give Su Yang the ingredients so he can finally leave. However, just as Matriarch Zhu stores the storage ring away, a figure invaded the room through the window, quickly alerting Matriarch Zhu. Who dares? Just as Matriarch Zhu activated her profound Kai and prepared to confront the intruder, an exceedingly beautiful face that resembled a goddess appeared before her, forcing Matriarch Zhu to halt her movements in shock. I am mortal fairy Su Yu. Matriarch Zhu immediately greeted her with a respectful bow. Indeed, Qiayu had reverted back to her original appearance and showed up before Matriarch Zhu, greatly baffling her. What brings immortal fairy Su Yu to this place? Matriarch Zhu did not ask her where she's been, and instead wanted to know why she would show up at her place after disappearing without a trace, as it must be fairly important for her to make such an appearance. I am here for two things. Qiayu raised two fingers and spoke in a cold voice. One, you will not, under any circumstances, mention or even utter my name before that young guest. As a matter of fact, don't even hint my existence before him, or I will make you regret it. Excuse me? Matriarch Zhu was greatly taken aback by her sudden demands and cold attitude, even shocked. Be by young guest, do you mean the handsome young man currently? 2. However, Qiayu did not allow her to speak and continued in a cold voice. I am aware that you have been delaying your arrangement so he can stay longer. Although I do not know your motives for doing such a thing, allow me to warn you right now that if you even dare to think of hurting him then, I will make sure the Four Seasons Academy will follow the Golden Lion Academy's footsteps. Matriarch Zhu fell to the floor upon hearing such words and immediately began kowtowing to her. I do not have such intentions, nor do I dare imagine hurting him. I was only hoping that my daughter would learn alchemy from him and selfishly decided to delay the arrangement. Please have mercy, immortal fairy Su Yu, Matriarch Zhu begged with a pale expression. Qiayu turned silent and finally understood the reason for Zhu Menji's appearance in her home from those words. Ha! Qiayu sighed and returned to speaking in her normal voice. Don't take offense of my approach just now, as I was only trying to scare you a little bit for the truth. Matriarch Zhu looked at her with a dumbfounded gaze, and she sighed in relief a moment later. Don't scare me like that, immortal fairy Su Yu. It's bad for the heart. Qiayu only shrugged at her words, saying that it's not her problem. Now that Qiayu has returned to how Matriarch Zhu remembers her, she regained some confidence and asked her, if you don't mind me asking, what is your relationship with that young man? Is the rumor being spread around really true? That he's your son? What did you just say? Qiayu suddenly frowned while emitting a dangerous aura, one that nearly froze the atmosphere in the room. Huh? Matriarch Zhu began sweating buckets when she realized that she'd just stepped into a trap and triggered something she wasn't supposed to. Who are you calling my son? Qiayu approached her with narrowed eyes and an overwhelming pressure surrounding her, making it hard for Matriarch Zhu to even breathe. There's a rumor going around saying that the young guest currently in our sect is your son. Who dares to spread such nonsense? To turn the man she sees as her father and adore as a man into her son, even if it's just a rumor, really angered Qiayu, who is already not in the best of moods right now. The rumor began at the 9 Spring Hall. Matriarch Zhu did not hesitate to throw them under the bus for Qiayu. 9 Spring Hall, huh? Qiayu really wanted to go there right now, but after thinking about it for a moment, she'd only be spreading her name even more by showing up in public after disappearing for so long. I have to keep my identity as immortal fairy Su Yu as far away from him as possible, at least until we leave this place. She thought to herself, completely unaware that her secret had been discovered by Su Yang days ago because of Zhu Menji's innocent rambling. Chapter 179, Womanizing God. Anyway, since you are already finished with the arrangements, you should know the next steps, right? Qiayu changed the topic. I will give it to him right away. Matriarch Zhu said. Qiayu nodded and no longer had any reasons to stay, but before she left, she said to Matriarch Zhu, "This may be the last time you will ever see me." What do you mean by that? Matriarch Zhu began shaking at the countless meanings behind her words. I will be going back to my homeland soon, she said in a low voice that did not sound confident at all. And before Matriarch Zhu could say anything else, Qiayu disappeared from the windows. Matriarch Zhu stood there in silence, seemingly in disbelief. Immortal fairy Su Yu will no longer appear before us. Qiayu's disappearance signifies many things, but the most important one was that the world's power balance will greatly change without her supervision. And once the news of Qiayu disappearing for good spreads, everybody with power will try to regain the strength that had been suppressed by Qiayu's overwhelming presence. And with the Golden Lion Academy's destruction, it leaves only the Holy Sword Academy and the Four Seasons Academy to deal with balancing out the entire continent. Will they have what it takes to control half of the continent, or will they be overthrown by the countless powerful families that have ulterior motives out there? Matriarch Zhu looked at the storage ring in her hands and no longer thought about the future. Her only worry right now should be her arrangements with Su Yang. However, right before Matriarch Zhu could even leave the building, Sect Elder Deng came knocking on her door with urgency. What is it? Matriarch Zhu asked Elder Deng. Matriarch, I remembered. Elder Deng spoke with a pale expression. Slow down. What do you remember? That young man's name. I remember his name. What? I thought you had said that you never asked him for his name. Matriarch Zhu frowned. Indeed, I didn't ask him, though I had totally forgotten that he'd told me his name during our initial meeting, mainly because I didn't take him seriously and paid little attention to him, hence my failure. So, what is his name? That is. Elder Deng began sweating. Hurry up and spit it out. Matriarch Zhu raised her voice. His name is Su Yang. What did you just say? Su Yang. When Matriarch Zhu finally learned of his name, she stood up with a shocked face. Is that the reason why immortal fairy Su Yu looked so angry when I called him her son? He was actually her husband. But his age and low cultivation base, it doesn't make any sense. However, at the same time, that would explain Su Yang's mysterious background and heaven-defying abilities. Additionally, if Su Yang really happened to be Qiayu's husband, and his age and cultivation base happens to be fake, then it wouldn't be too shocking for his disguise to fool even someone like Matriarch Zhu. What a shocking reveal. To think that he'd been immortal fairy Su Yu's husband this entire time. Matriarch Zhu immediately started running outside. Where are you going, Matriarch? Elder Deng asked her with a surprised expression. To do what I should have done days ago, she said before disappearing from his sight. What? Elder Deng stood there with a dumbfounded expression. Inside his living quarters, Su Yang left the cauldron room for the 9th time ever since Zhu Menji confessed her love to him. Within these past few days, Su Yang had spent almost all of his time with Zhu Menji inside the cauldron room to cultivate. And after spending all this time cultivating with Zhu Menji, Su Yang has accumulated enough yin kai from her to reach the peak of the earth spirit realm as a kai refiner, and the peak of the true spirit realm as a body refiner. Although his progress as a body refiner had been stagnated at the profound spirit realm, and have been unable to break through to the true spirit realm for some time due to the lack of yin kai. Ever since he cultivated with Wu Jinjing, a heavenly spirit realm expert, his bottleneck no longer became an issue for him, allowing him to burst straight into the true spirit realm. If Su Yang were to fight someone with only his body and without any profound kai, he would still be able to defeat even a kai refiner at the earth spirit realm with ease. If he were to fight with his tempered body, supported by his profound kai at the earth spirit realm, then even those at the heavenly spirit realm will be no match for him. In other words, unless he has to fight against someone at the sovereign spirit realm, then Su Yang could be considered invincible. However, that is not to say he is hopeless against sovereigns, as he has plenty of tricks hidden in his sleeve. And since there are only a few individuals in this world that have attained the sovereign spirit realm, Su Yang could be considered as one of the strongest individuals in this world right now. Su Yang suddenly stopped walking to look at the figure that has been staring at him ever since he left the cauldron room. That person was obviously Kiayu, who'd returned just recently. HMP8. Kiayu immediately snorted upon seeing him, and she continued, as expected from the god of womanizer. But you don't have to worry, as I totally did not think for even a moment that you will not touch her. Su Yang looked at her and the cauldron room with a bitter smile. Although I won't say that I didn't expect this, I definitely didn't plan for this to happen. Whatever. Kiayu took the situation better than Su Yang had expected. Anyway, there is something you should be more concerned about, Kiayu continued a moment later. What is it? Su Yang's expression instantly straightened. That stupid cat. I don't know what happened out there, but she sort of made the 3 ancient academies into the 2 ancient academies. I figured you should know since she is your spirit beast and all. Is that so? Su Yang's expression did not change much even after learning such news. In fact, he looked calmer than before hearing her words, almost as if he didn't care much about Xiao Rong's actions. Chapter 180. Inevitable Departure. You don't seem to be concerned, or more like you don't care at all, said Kiayu after seeing his nonchalant expression. Su Yang smiled and said, Xiao Rong is a part of the ghost cat's bloodline. She isn't the type to attack others without being provoked by them first, especially humans, so they probably deserved it. What's more, there's nothing I can do now that it's already happened. That being said, I will still speak with her when she returns. Su Yang had a feeling that Xiao Rong may have caused trouble when she first returned with her disguise reverted and profound Kai lingering around her body, so he wasn't too shocked to hear about it actually happening. After their short conversation, somebody started knocking on the doors. Su Yang went to the door to see Matriarch Zhu standing outside with barely any breath left in her. Esteemed guest, Matriarch Zhu began speaking once she calmed down a little. The arrangements are ready. Here are all of the herbs that are required for the soul divination pill. She retrieved the storage ring with the ingredients in it and handed it to Su Yang without wasting any time. Su Yang accepted the storage ring with a smile, and he spoke a moment later after confirming the contents. I was beginning to wonder if you'd forgotten about me, or if you were delaying it on purpose. Matriarch Zhu began sweating and lowered her head to apologize. Please forgive me. I didn't plan on. Su Yang raised his hand and interrupted. There's no need to apologize. If anything, I should be thankful for the delay. Huh. Matriarch Zhu lifted her head with a dumbfounded expression. He was thankful. Why would he thank her for delaying the arrangement? However, Su Yang did not explain anything and continued. Now that our arrangement has been fulfilled, it is time for me to leave. Matriarch Zhu looked at him with wide eyes. He's going to leave just like this? What about concocting the soul divination pill? She'd even anticipated that he would concoct the pill in their place. If you don't mind, you can use the cauldrons here to concoct the pill. I don't mean to be boastful, but the cauldrons in this place are the best you can find in this continent, and you are already here anyway. Matriarch Zhu wanted to see him concoct the soul divination pill, even if she had to lower herself. After all, even if she has the recipe for the soul divination pill, if she doesn't know the process to create the pill, it will still take decades of trial and error before she could concoct the soul divination pill. Thank you for the offer, but I do not intend to concoct the soul divination pill. Su Yang said, leaving Matriarch Zhu puzzled. You don't plan on concocting the pill? Then why would you? That's not something you should be worried about, Matriarch. Su Yang spoke in a nonchalant voice, and he continued, Anyway, we will be leaving as soon as we finish our preparations. But what about my daughter, Zhu Menji? I haven't spoken to her for days. Do you have any idea where she might be? Matriarch Zhu asked. Su Yang glanced at the cauldron room with the corner of his eye and responded, You don't have to worry. Your daughter is currently resting in the cauldron room over there. Let me go speak with her. Matriarch Zhu approached the cauldron room but was instantly blocked by Su Yang. What's the matter? I think you should leave her alone for now, as she's currently in the state of enlightenment. Enlightenment? Her? Matriarch Zhu gasped in shock. Enlightenment is something that rarely occurs in the world of cultivation, and more often than not, after one finishes their enlightenment, they will have a whole new and profound understanding for whatever caused the enlightenment. However, Zhu Menji gaining enlightenment is only an excuse created by Su Yang to keep Matriarch Zhu away from Zhu Menji before she recovers from her cultivation. If Matriarch Zhu were to enter the cauldron room right now, she would definitely be terrified for the rest of her life to see her own daughter in her current appearance. I understand. Matriarch Zhu immediately tossed aside the thought of seeing Zhu Menji after hearing Su Yang's words. Matriarch Zhu left a little bit later with a bitter taste in her mouth. Although she deeply regrets not being able to witness the soul divination pill being concocted before her eyes, there was nothing she could do about it. At least that girl managed to achieve enlightenment. She sighed to herself as she returned to her own living quarters. Once Matriarch Zhu disappeared, Su Yang said to Qiayu, "Prepare to return to the Profound Blossom sect once Xiao Rong returns." Qiayu nodded, and she looked at the cauldron room. Enlightenment, huh? A few hours later, Xiao Rong returned to Su Yang's side, and coincidentally, Zhu Menji also recovered enough energy to walk at that time. When Zhu Menji saw that Su Yang was finally leaving, tears flowed down her face uncontrollably. Although she'd been preparing herself mentally for his inevitable departure for the last few days, she still couldn't help but become emotional when the time for him to leave finally arrived. "Do you really have to go?" Zhu Menji asked him with red eyes. Su Yang nodded. "Will you return someday?" "I will try." "How long will that take?" "I don't know." "What should the name of our child be?" Zhu Menji grew more emotional the longer she spoke with Su Yang, looking like a crybaby after being separated from her parents. "As long as I am alive, I will surely return one day, I promise." Su Yang used his hand to wipe the tears off Zhu Menji's beautiful face. "I will miss you." Su Yang suddenly embraced Zhu Menji and passionately kissed her, which only made it harder for Zhu Menji to let him go. Zhu Menji closed her eyes and returned the embrace and kiss. A few moments later, Su Yang released his arms first because Zhu Menji was reluctant to let go. In the end, this is a fate that all those who had foolishly fallen in love with Su Yang has to share, hence why many despise Su Yang in the four divine heavens. And while many of his partners were able to accept such an outcome and let him go after some time, some people would try anything to stay with him, even if it's only for a little bit longer. Chapter 181. On the count of 3. After spending some time convincing Zhu Menji to let him go, Su Yang boarded Qiayu's flying ship and left the Holy Central Continent shortly after. After Su Yang's departure, Zhu Menji went to meet with Matriarch Zhu for the first time in many days. "Why are you crying?" Matriarch Zhu watched Zhu Menji enter the room with a teary face and almost couldn't believe her eyes. The last time Zhu Menji cried like this was during her father's funeral. However, Zhu Menji continued to cry without responding to her. "Come over here." Matriarch Zhu embraced her and began pampering her. After many minutes of crying, Zhu Menji finally calmed down and explained the situation to Matriarch Zhu. However, upon hearing the story, Matriarch Zhu looked at Zhu Menji with a terrified expression, almost like she'd just witnessed the downfall of heaven. "WWW, what did you just say?" Why you will be pregnant with Su Yang's CC child." Matriarch Zhu nearly fainted on the spot when she learned that her daughter will be carrying immortal fairy Su Yu's husband's child. How will she explain this to immortal fairy Su Yu if she decides to visit her one more time? However, even more questionable is why Su Yang agreed to sow his seed in Zhu Menji when he already has someone like immortal fairy Su Yu. Could it be that he wasn't her husband after all? But even if that was true, it still raises countless other questions. Matriarch Zhu received a huge headache from all of this thinking and needed some time to calm down. I understand the situation for the most part, but are you fine with all of this? Matriarch Zhu asked Zhu Menji. Who knows when he'll return? I have accepted this outcome before I'd even confronted him. Although I won't say that I am completely okay with it, I will definitely be fine. Zhu Menji showed a positive smile that almost blinded Matriarch Zhu. Matriarch Zhu smiled inwardly, thinking to herself how Zhu Menji has matured during these last few days. Anyway, this is all I have to report. I am going to the Holy Sword Academy now to see Sister Jinjing. Again, Matriarch Zhu sighed. Although she disliked Zhu Menji being so familiar with the Holy Sword Academy, she did not stop her from going regardless. Don't stay for too long, or Patriarch Wu will start complaining again. Matriarch Zhu warned her before she left. At the Holy Sword Academy, Patriarch Wu sat inside his room with his eyes staring at the wall with a dazed expression. That girl, to think she'd make such a big decision without even coming to me first. He sighed heavily. When Wu Jinjing first revealed to him the situation of how she will be bearing a child in the near future, Patriarch Wu collapsed from shock on the spot. However, what shocked him the most was the name of the man who impregnated her daughter, Su Yang. If he's not going crazy, then immortal fairy Su Yu's husband should also be named Su Yang. Is it all just a big coincidence, or, in addition to the incoming child, Patriarch Wu had another problem in his hands, and that was the future of Wu Jinjing as a swordmaster. If she's truly resolved to have this child, then her training will most definitely come to a halt for at least a few years. Patriarch Wu suddenly started scratching his head while screaming in frustration. Ah, what a waste of time and talent. And although he wanted to try and convince Wu Jinjing to abandon the thought of having the child, he knew very well that she will not listen to him and might even leave the sect if pressured. The only thing he could do right now is to accept the fact that he will soon become a grandfather. Patriarch Wu stared into the sky and mumbled, "Dear, are you watching this? If you were still alive, how will you be handling all of this? Will you encourage her or will you stop her?" After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Maybe I should just accept all of this and prepare myself to become a grandparent, he said to himself. Standing outside of Wu Jinjing's living quarters, Zhu Menji greeted her best friend with a big smile. I have returned, Sister Jinjing. Menji, you have returned earlier than I'd anticipated. Are you really that interested in the topic? What will you do if Matriarch Zhu comes here and drags you back herself this time? Zhu Menji waved her arms and said in a casual tone, That won't happen because I got her approval before coming here. How rare, Wu Jinjing mumbled. Anyway, come inside. Once they were inside and settled in Wu Jinjing's own room, Zhu Menji began to speak with an excited expression. Listen to this, Sister Jinjing. You will not believe what I am about to tell you. Allow me to take a guess. Wu Jinjing looked up and down Zhu Menji's body and said a moment later, Did you finally find your fated person? Zhu Menji gasped in shock and said, How can you tell? I can sense something different about your aura. It feels more mature than before, Wu Jinjing said with a smile. I can tell because I also went through the same change very recently. As expected from your sharp senses, it's like there's nothing I can hide from you. Well, who's this lucky man that managed to lay his hands on such a talented and beautiful girl? Wu Jinjing teased. Stop teasing me, Zhu Menji blushed. And compared to him, my talent is worth only as much as an empty fart. Wu Jinjing covered her mouth in surprise. For someone as talented and accomplished as you in the Tao of alchemy to say such a thing, but I know how that feels, as I have also experienced a similar feeling when meeting my man. Anyway, stop avoiding the question and answer me already. Who is this lucky man? Wu Jinjing urged. I will tell you if you tell me first. Zhu Menji did not budge for her at all. Fine, then how about this? We will both say the name of our partner at the same time, Wu Jinjing suddenly suggested. I accept. Good, then on the count of 3, 1, 2. Both Wu Jinjing and Zhu Menji simultaneously opened their mouth on the third count. His name is Su Yang. Su Yang is his name? Eh? What? Their expressions instantly froze, and they stared at each other with a dazed face, their eyes and mouth wide open from shock. Chapter 182, More Than Just Friends. After a long moment of awkward silence, Zhu Menji spoke in a stiff voice. So your partner is also named Su Yang. What a coincidence. Zhu Menji was clearly in denial and did not want to believe that she had cultivated with the same man that impregnated Wu Jinjing, her best friend. However, Wu Jinjing shook her head and said, "Don't be silly. I can tell that even you don't believe in those words." Although Wu Jinjing also did not want to admit that she had cultivated with the same man that cultivated with Zhu Menji, there are things in this world that are better off acknowledged than ignored. What should we do now? Zhu Menji asked in a worried tone. We will be bearing a child from the same man, you know. What she worried the most right now is how their relationship will end up after this incident. What should we do now, huh? Wu Jinjing pondered. Normally, when two women unknowingly bear the child from the same man, the man will pick one as his official wife while the other will become his concubine. However, in this situation, where the man is not present, we will have to decide for ourselves what we want to do. Wu Jinjing looked at Zhu Menji with a serious face and asked, "What do you want to happen, Menji?" After a moment of pondering, Zhu Menji spoke. I want us to remain the way we have always been, best friends. What about you, Sister Jinjing?" Wu Jinjing shook her head and replied, "That's impossible. I don't think I can see you the same way as before anymore." What? Zhu Menji's eyes widened with shock upon hearing her words. Wu Jinjing continued before tears began to fall for Zhu Menji. "We both love the same man and have also given our innocence to him, and we will even bear a child from that very man in the future. If you ask me, we are already past the point of being just friends." "You don't mean?" Zhu Menji remained shocked, but for a different reason. "That's right. The two of us are now a family, real sisters. Sister Jinjing?" Zhu Menji began crying regardless and went to embrace Wu Jinjing. "Ha!" Wu Jinjing sighed a moment later as Zhu Menji hugged her tightly. "I knew that he was someone that I could not keep to myself, but to think that even my best friend would have a taste of him, how unfortunate." What do you mean by that?" Zhu Menji stopped hugging her and looked at her with wide eyes. Wu Jinjing chuckled and said, "It means I can no longer brag to you about the otherworldly experience I had with him since you also had a taste of it." Zhu Menji began blushing when she brought up such a topic, and she definitely had more than just a taste. "How did it go with you? Did you also feel like you were possessed by some sex demon during your cultivation with him?" Wu Jinjing began teasing her. Zhu Menji tried to cover the shame on her face when she recalled the time she'd spent with him inside the cauldron room. Thinking back to that time, she was definitely more than just possessed. If anything, she had turned into a wild beast. "Stop teasing me, Sister Jinjing," Zhu Menji pouted. "Ha ha ha. Knowing you, Menji, you probably didn't even last for a few minutes." Wu Jinjing burst out laughing. However, the next words that came out of Zhu Menji choked Wu Jinjing out of her laughing. HMPH. "Although I wasn't used to the feeling at first, after spending many days with him, I can say with confidence that I can last half a day without rest." Trying to sound tough, Zhu Menji kept the part about the pill of stamina out on purpose. Wu Jinjing stared at her with wide eyes and a loose jaw. "Why you what? You spent a few days with him." Zhu Menji nodded and explained to her how Su Yang had lived in the Four Seasons Academy for a few days due to some business he had there. How much time did you get to cultivate with him?" Wu Jinjing asked, her head lowered and a trembling voice. Zhu Menji shrugged her shoulders and said, "I was too engrossed to keep track of the time, but if I have to make a guess, at least 24 hours, I think." "Ha, I wished it had lasted longer," she sighed a moment later. Hearing that Zhu Menji managed to have Su Yang all to herself for over 24 hours while she had a measly hour or so, Wu Jinjing grabbed Zhu Menji by the arms and stared at her with jealousy in her gaze. Sister Jinjing?" Zhu Menji became fearful of her intensive stares. "You stinky little girl. I only cultivated with him for a little bit over an hour before he had to leave." The mature feeling Wu Jinjing emitted could not be felt at this moment, as she was feeling too much envy towards Zhu Menji. Zhu Menji was dumbfounded by her words. "Do you realize how lucky you were to have spent so much time with him? And for you to complain about that, I should be the one complaining right now. Is that so? Zhu Menji no longer felt so bad about the time she spent with him and even pitied Wu Jinjing. After all, how could anyone be satisfied after only an hour? Sometime later, Zhu Menji suddenly asked Wu Jinjing, "Sister Jinjing, although this may sound weird now with Su Yang gone, how should I go about satisfying myself? I cannot imagine going to another man besides Su Yang, but without him, this desire for pleasure he awakened inside me will only grow stronger." Wu Jinjing pondered her question for a moment, as she has been trying to figure out the same question for the last few days. I have heard that in households where there are too many concubines and the man cannot keep up with all of them, the concubines will normally use each other to satisfy their own desires. Wu Jinjing spoke in a weird voice. "Why, you don't mean?" Zhu Menji stared at her with wide eyes filled with shock. Wu Jinjing looked at her and blushed. If you don't mind, we can give it a try." Zhu Menji's jaw dropped to the ground from the unexpected answer to her problem. Chapter 183, Licking Each Other. Sister Jinjing, are you serious? Zhu Menji wanted to confirm whether she was actually serious or just teasing her like always. I won't joke about something like this." Wu Jinjing quickly responded with her face flushed red. The room quickly turned silent after that. A few moments later, Zhu Menji spoke in a bashful voice. Then, if Sister Jinjing doesn't mind doing it with someone like me, I guess I can give it a try." Although it's not rare to the point of being unheard of, women satisfying their own desire with another woman is definitely something of an uncommon practice. And while the entire world does not scorn those who wish to indulge in their sexual fantasies with the same gender, there are definitely people out there who dislike such practices, as they believe that by doing so the individuals are committing blasphemy towards heaven. But lucky for both Zhu Menji and Wu Jinjing, neither of them happen to be one of these people that reject this uncommon idea. If anything, after meeting Su Yang, they have become more open-minded to many things, especially when it comes to cultivation. Are you sure? You don't have to agree to my weird ideas if you don't really want to. Don't worry, Sister Jinjing. If you think your idea is weird, then you should see what I had in mind when I was trying to get Su Yang's attention. Is that so? Wu Jinjing couldn't help but smile at her words. Then do you want to try it now? She then asked. And now, like right now? Zhu Menji looked stumped as she didn't expect it to happen so soon. Wu Jinjing nodded and continued, My body has been in constant frustration lately, and I would really appreciate it if you could help me right now. She spoke in a bashful tone. After staring at her in silence for a few moments, Zhu Menji nodded her head slightly, agreeing to her request. A few minutes later, once they prepared themselves, Zhu Menji and Wu Jinjing undressed in front of each other and sat on the bed. Because they were both females, neither of them felt as embarrassed as when they showed their body to Su Yang. Though the nervousness in their hearts seemed to be higher than when they were with Su Yang, as they are only moments away from embracing each other in a way neither of them could have imagined. Zhu Menji became speechless when she saw Wu Jinjing's overly stuffed, steamed buns for the first time, realizing that the disparity between their sex appeal as a woman was actually greater than she'd initially thought. And when Wu Jinjing noticed her envious stares, she chuckled and said in a teasing voice, Are you jealous? Who's feeling jealous? Zhu Menji suddenly grabbed Wu Jinjing's steamed buns and said, causing them to jiggle. Wu Jinjing did not expect Zhu Menji to make the first move and accidentally released a surprised moan. Oh, sorry, did it hurt? Zhu Menji quickly released her hands. Wu Jinjing shook her head and said, Don't worry, I was only surprised by it. She then laid on the bed and continued. Go on. Continue what you were doing. Zhu Menji did a swallowing motion and reached for Wu Jinjing's steamed buns again. This time she did not use as much strength and slowly massaged them with her fingers, almost like she was kneading dough. She tried to imitate Su Yang's hand movements from when he massaged her, but alas, she quickly realized how futile her efforts were and returned to massaging Wu Jinjing normally. Wu Jinjing was easily aroused and began moaning while breathing softly. A few moments later, When the pleasure in Wu Jinjing's body reached a certain point, she started reaching for her wet flowers with her own hands. Zhu Menji almost couldn't believe her eyes when Wu Jinjing began masturbating while she massaged her breasts. And when she saw Wu Jinjing's erotic expression, her body also became aroused, and with her other hand, she also started masturbating. And thus, two heavenly beauties began pleasuring themselves beside each other in the same room. A few minutes later, when Wu Jinjing could no longer feel satisfaction from masturbating, she said to Zhu Menji, "Something isn't right here. This isn't any different from cultivating alone." "Then what are we supposed to do?" After some thinking, Wu Jinjing said while pointing at the bed, "Come lie down here." Zhu Menji did not ask any questions and followed her instructions. Once Zhu Menji had her back on the bed, Wu Jinjing gently laid herself on top of Zhu Menji with her head facing Zhu Menji's lower entrance so that they were facing each other's nether region. What are you planning to do in this position?" Zhu Menji asked with Wu Jinjing's pink flower in the open right above her face. "You will know in a moment." As she said those words, Wu Jinjing lowered her head until she was right between Zhu Menji's thighs and almost touching her wet flower with her lips. Zhu Menji realized what she was about to do and cried loudly. Don't tell me you are." "Ah." Wu Jinjing ignored her and started caressing her flower petals with her own tongue. Sister Jinjing?" Zhu Menji nearly sprayed from the sudden contact. What a cute reaction. Wu Jinjing thought to herself and continued licking, causing Zhu Menji's tender body to tremble. Yes. Ah." Zhu Menji quickly engrossed herself with the pleasure and began moving her hips, treating Wu Jinjing's tongue as though it was Su Yang's rod, even imaging it inside her head. A few minutes later, Wu Jinjing stopped licking and said, "Menji, it isn't fair that only you are enjoying yourself here. Hurry up and do the same to me." "Ah, I am sorry." After apologizing to her, Zhu Menji pulled Wu Jinjing's flower towards her face and also started licking her. NNG. Wu Jinjing's body twitched from feeling Zhu Menji's tongue, and the sexual frustration in her body started to disappear slowly. Chapter 184. Leaving the Holy Central Continent. End of Vol. 4. While Wu Jinjing and Zhu Menji were busy with each other, the Golden Lion Academy had just begun rebuilding their place after Xiao Rong nearly destroyed their 1,000 years of history. However, the damage done to their sect turned out to be much more devastating than Patriarch Gold had anticipated, as the sect's treasury was burned to the ground alongside the majority of the sect's resources that was inside the building. And without the majority of their resources, the Golden Lion Academy is not capable of recovery by themselves, pushing Patriarch Gold into a corner. Fuck. Inside his own room, Patriarch Gold released his fury on the surrounding furniture, throwing them around the room. "This is all that silver-haired girl's fault. If she didn't snoop around suspiciously in my sect, none of this would have happened." Patriarch Gold placed all of the blame on Xiao Rong, ignoring his own actions. After destroying a few more furniture, Patriarch Gold finally stopped his rampage and turned to look at the veiled figure that has been silently standing at the corner of the room. The veiled figure, upon seeing Patriarch Gold finally pay attention to him, spoke in a muffled voice. "If Senior Gold is in need of resources, we, the Moonlight Blades, can assist you in your problem." Hearing the veiled figure's words, Patriarch Gold coldly snorted. "How many more times do I have to kill you people before you finally understand my answer? I refuse whatever you have to offer." However, the veiled figure remained in the room and continued to speak. "If you help us in destroying the Zai family, we will leave for you all of their wealth that is guaranteed to be enough to restore this sect and more. What's more, you can even take their position and rule over the entire eastern continent." Patriarch Gold did not immediately respond and held a pondering expression on his face. These people that called themselves Moonlight Blades appeared out of the blue one day before him 2 months ago, and have been requesting for his help to destroy this Zai family since then. At first, Patriarch Gold would ignore them and even kill every messenger sent by them. But as time passed, his interest in their goal grew stronger. And now that his sect is at the brink of destruction, their offer suddenly became extremely pleasing to his eyes. However, he did not instantly agree to help them, as he did not want them to see him as some pushover. After a moment of silence, the veiled figure continued to speak. Our moonlight blades only want the princess of the Zai family. As for everything else, Senior Gold can decide what to do with them. What is it about this princess that is so important to you guys? My answer will depend on your response, said Patriarch Gold a moment later. The leader wishes to obtain her heavenly constitution, the 100 Poisons body. The veiled figure did not try to hide that fact from him, because the leader himself ordered him to do so, as the moonlight blades greatly require his help to achieve their goal. A heavenly constitution, huh? Patriarch Gold licked his lips inwardly. Heavenly constitutions are extremely rare even within the Holy Continent, so even powerful individuals like Patriarch Gold greatly desire them. If I recall correctly, you guys can completely bypass the Jade Sea and come to the Holy Central Continent because of some spiritual treasure, but it only works one way. Is that correct? That is correct, the veiled figure confirmed. But in order for us to cross the Jade Sea and arrive there, it will take at least half a year. We will wait for Senior Gold's arrival as long as you agree to help us, said the figure. Patriarch Gold turned silent again. After thinking for a few more minutes, Patriarch Gold grinned and said, "Tell your leader that I will be seeing him as soon as possible." The veiled figure nodded and quickly disappeared into the shadow, leaving Patriarch Gold by himself. "Ha ha ha, you foolish people," Patriarch Gold laughed inwardly. "Did you guys even think any of this through? Why should I listen to some nobody from a place as inferior as the Eastern Continent, much less share my resources?" He silently looked forward to obtaining the 100 Poison body for himself, feeling so confident in his own abilities that he could only imagine a smooth sailing to occur when he arrives. Somewhere above the Jade Sea, Kiayu looked at the Holy Central Continent behind her with a relieved smile. I managed to keep my secret safe from him, she cheered inwardly. Now she no longer has to worry about him finding out her identity as immortal fairy Su Yu and possibly dying from embarrassment. "You seem joyful today," Su Yang suddenly said to her with a mysterious smile on his face. "Did something positive happen recently? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows?" Kiayu responded in a cheeky tone. Su Yang continued to smile mysteriously. "You know, I learned a few things during my short stay at that place, and that made this entire trip more than worth it." "Ho, you actually learned something from that place? What did you learn?" Kiayu noticed that he was acting slightly odd, but she was in too good of a mood to care about something so insignificant and dusted it off her shoulders. "It's nothing of significance, as it's only some slightly interesting stories." "Really? Why don't you share them with me?" Kiayu spoke without thinking. "Are you sure you might not find any entertainment in these stories?" Su Yang casually warned her. "It's just some stories, right? What's there to be sure about?" At this point, the cheeky expression on Kiayu's face turned into one that was filled with doubt, as she was beginning to feel uncomfortable in her heart from the mysterious aura that surrounded Su Yang. As for Su Yang, the mysterious smile on his face only grew bigger and bigger. He simply couldn't wait to see the expressions Kiayu will be making once he starts talking about some girl named Su Yu. Chapter 185. So you knew all along. Stop dawdling around and tell me already. Kiayu said with a frown after Su Yang kept staring at her with a mysterious smile on his face. Although she couldn't guess what he had in mind, her heart was filled with an ominous feeling, and her hands were squeezed into fists. Once upon a time, a young female cultivator fell in love with an older cultivator. Su Yang began telling her a story, and Kiayu became silent. The female cultivator followed him as a traveling companion in order to seduce him, following him from city to city, continent to continent, even from stars to stars. This female cultivator had followed the man for dozens of years. However, despite spending so long with him, she never managed to seduce him. Why do you think such a thing happened? Su Yang looked at Kiayu and asked. How should I know? Maybe she just sucks at it, or she has a really unattractive appearance. Kiayu admired this female cultivator's determination inwardly despite her rude words. Su Yang smiled and said, "The female cultivator was no doubt a beauty, even a top beauty." He then continued, "It's simple, really." The female cultivator believed that because of her beautiful appearance, all she needed was to stay beside the man to seduce him. And because of her mindset, she never shared with the man her feelings for him. Kiayu was speechless. That was it. However, after thinking about the story for a few more moments, Kiayu came to a realization that her previous situation was near identical to the female cultivator's situation in the story. Because she was confident in her peerless appearance, it was one of the reasons why Kiayu didn't bother to share with Su Yang her feelings and only silently followed him around, hoping that he'd eventually fall for her. Kiayu began sweating underneath her robes. Is Su Yang trying to tell her something with this story? If she didn't express her feelings to him at the Four Seasons Academy, would she have also ended up like that female cultivator in the story? Traveling with Su Yang for hundreds of years without having her feelings realized because of her own arrogance, Kiayu shuddered at the thought. However, Su Yang continued, "Here's another story." A renowned couple traveled together, husband and wife. They went around the world in search of something. One day, however, someone asked the husband what he really thought of his wife, and when the husband heard the question, he only expressed confusion and bewilderment. He then replied with a question of his own. "Wife? What are you talking about?" "I don't have a wife." When Kiayu first listened to this story, she didn't think much of it because the first story had lowered her guard. Why do you think the husband said that he had no wife when the entire world recognized the two as husband and wife? Su Yang then asked her. "Because he has amnesia and forgot that he had a wife." Kiayu casually responded with a doubting tone. Su Yang could tell that Kiayu wasn't aware of his intentions and chuckled. "That's a reasonable guess, but that isn't correct. Go ahead, give it another guess." Kiayu frowned and began pondering, but she wasn't pondering about the story. Instead, she was trying to figure out why Su Yang found these stories to be even slightly interesting, as she couldn't see him as someone to find joy in these stories that are seemingly meant for children. "Wait a second." Kiayu's eyes suddenly widened, almost like she'd just received enlightenment, and her body began to tremble. If the first story resembled her situation before, then this second story could possibly also be meant for her. Kiayu forcefully swallowed and spoke in a shaky voice. Because their relationship as husband and wife was all made up by the W wife. By this point, the smile on Su Yang's smile turned into a large grin, and he spoke in a mysterious voice. "Oh, that's quite an interesting reasoning. Why do you think the wife did such a thing?" Seeing his expression, Kiayu realized that he was testing her and did not immediately reply. She remained silent with her head slightly lowered. Su Yang did not rush her and patiently waited for her. However, the silence only made Kiayu feel even worse. After a few more moments of silence, Kiayu slowly opened her mouth. Because the wife was lonely and really wanted her dreams to become a reality. Although Kiayu's head was lowered, Su Yang could tell that she had an expression that wanted to cry. He sighed inwardly, wondering if his teasing had gone too far. "Why are you crying? It's just a story," Su Yang casually said, sounding innocent. "Huh." Kiayu looked up to stare at him with a dumbfounded gaze. He doesn't know," she wondered inwardly. Kiayu was sure that Su Yang had somehow found out her secret identity as Su Yu, hence why he was telling her such a story, but it seems like she was just too paranoid. However, just as Su Yang was prepared to tell Kiayu the truth, Xiao Rong, who had been silently following them from behind, opened her mouth and said, "Master, who is this Su Yu you keep thinking about?" Both Kiayu and Su Yang looked at her with wide eyes. What are you talking about?" Su Yang asked her. But before Xiao Rong could even answer him, Su Yang remembered that Xiao Rong, as his spiritual beast, could hear his thoughts if he's not careful, as that's how many people communicate their thoughts with their spiritual beasts. And Xiao Rong, being at the ancient realm and also a beast that specializes in mental abilities, her capability to read his mind is far stronger than any average beast. Hearing his question, Xiao Rong looked at him with a puzzled expression. She obviously heard it from him, or to be precise, inside his head. Su Yang slowly turned his head to look at Kiayu, and sure enough, she was staring at him with puffed cheeks and a frustrated expression, her face flushed red, and there were even tears in her eyes. "So you knew all along." She cried out loud. Chapter 186, Aliases. How long have you known about it for?" Kiayu asked him with a trembling voice, her face flushed red from embarrassment. She couldn't imagine how Su Yang could have learned about her secret. They were together basically the entire time, so how did he manage to find out without her being aware? Then she remembered Zhu Menji and how she'd left Su Yang alone with her for a few days, and she immediately pointed to her as the culprit. It must have been her. She began cursing Zhu Menji inwardly. "Just a few days ago," Su Yang said with a smile. Although he didn't plan to expose her in such a fashion, he still achieved what he had wanted. "Su Yu, huh? It has a nice ring to it, don't you think so too?" Su Yang laughed out loud, causing Kiayu to cover her face with both of her hands to hide her embarrassment. "Shut up. I was very young and foolish back then, and you were supposed to be dead. It is only something akin to a memorial, okay?" Kiayu began flustering with excuses coming out of her mouth non-stop. Xiao Rong watched their conversation with a confused expression. Although she's learned how to speak and read, her comprehension when it comes to human interaction is still somewhat lacking. What is there to be embarrassed about? "It's just an alias." Su Yang shook his head, feeling that Kiayu was worrying about it too much. And he continued, "I happen to have a few aliases in the four divine heavens, too. What's more, even someone as isolated as you should have heard of at least one of them before." Upon hearing his words, Kiayu no longer covered her face and instead looked at him with her interest piqued. She wondered what kind of alias someone like Su Yang would possibly have. "Tell me," she suddenly said. "Huh, tell me one of your aliases and I'll consider this as fair trade." She then said. Su Yang shook his head again and said, "Since when are we trading aliases? It's not my fault that you didn't do a good job hiding your own alias." Kiayu was quite displeased that she wouldn't be able to learn even a single of his alias, but she also couldn't refute his words. After all, it was entirely her fault that she created such an alias in the first place without a care in the world. If anything, she should be happy that Su Yang didn't use her alias, Su Yu, as leverage to tease her until she really died from embarrassment and only teased a few tears out of her. Anyway, when did that stupid cat learn to speak so clearly? Kiayu looked at Xiao Rong with a frown on her face, her attitude towards her seemingly worse than before. Xiao Rong also frowned upon being called stupid. Although she didn't really understand her before, after learning the human language, Xiao Rong finally understood that Kiayu had been cursing her this entire time. "Who are you calling a stupid cat, you ugly girl?" Xiao Rong unexpectedly clapped back at Kiayu, who was shocked by her sudden cursing. "You ugly?" Kiayu almost couldn't believe her ears. This is the first time she's ever heard someone dared to call her ugly before. "Why, you are just a cat. Shut up and act like one. HMP8. Xiao Rong snorted and waved her arms, causing the flying boat to shake viciously, almost like they were suddenly in the middle of the ocean and riding powerful currents. What are you doing? Are you trying to destroy my flying treasure?" Kiayu exclaimed loudly, her voice filled with panic. Because Xiao Rong's cultivation base far exceeded her own, Kiayu's control over the flying treasure became unstable. Su Yang sighed at these two girls. They make him think of fire and water, two different existences that will never cooperate with each other unless some sort of miracle happens. "Xiao Rong, stop shaking the boat. It's also making me feel uncomfortable," he said to her. Although reluctant, Xiao Rong stopped messing with Kiayu and returned to minding her own business. Kiayu glared at Xiao Rong with a displeased expression. No matter how much she wanted to ignore Xiao Rong, there's just something about Xiao Rong that made her feel unpleasant. Perhaps it was because of Xiao Rong's overwhelming cultivation base that made her feel uneasy. Or maybe she's just unfamiliar with exotic beasts, such as Xiao Rong. Hell, she could simply be jealous of her relationship as Su Yang's spiritual beast, since most spiritual beasts stay with their masters until either one of them perishes. Either way, she simply can't help but dislike her. You are not entirely innocent either, Kiayu. Su Yang switched his attention to her. HMPH, it's that cat's fault for calling me ugly, she coldly snorted. What are you, a child? Su Yang shook his head inwardly. It seems like no matter how much she's matured, there would always be a part of her that will remain childish. After her little quarrel with Xiao Rong, Kiayu no longer felt as embarrassed from having her alias revealed to Su Yang. At the end of the day, it was only an alias and nothing more. However, Su Yang suddenly said to Kiayu, about your alias, if you really want to, you can continue using it even in the future. His words caught her off guard, and Kiayu stared at him with wide eyes that were filled with shock and bewilderment. What did you just say? Say it one more time for me, please. She asked him, just in case it was just her imagination. However, Su Yang did not listen to her request and remained silent with a smile on his face. He's still teasing me, Kiayu cried inwardly. And for the remainder of their travel before returning to the Profound Blossom sect, Kiayu would try to make Su Yang repeat his words. But alas, Su Yang had closed his eyes and pretended that he couldn't hear her until they finally reached their destination. Chapter 187. Regional Tournament. Su Yang and his group finally returned to the Profound Blossom sect after spending a little over an hour above the Jade Sea. However, before Su Yang could even enter his living quarter that is located in the outer court despite being an inner court disciple, he could see a figure standing in front of his door, looking like she had been standing there for many days. Matriarch, Su Yang called out to her. Liu Lanjai, the sect master of the Profound Blossom sect, immediately turned to look at the approaching Su Yang. Her face expressed anger upon seeing Su Yang, but there was also a hint of relief within her gaze, seemingly happy to see him alive. Su Yang, where did you go for the past 2 weeks? She immediately questioned him. However, Su Yang acted like he was confused and said, Where? I thought that I had signed out with the sect elder before leaving, even mentioning that I will be on a mission. Liu Lanjai frowned and said loudly, Mission my ass. Don't think that you can hide your little adventure to the northern region from me just because you said otherwise. Su Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise. How did she find out? He was unaware that the Su family had contacted her and complained about letting him return to the northern region despite their agreement. So you found out, huh? Su Yang remained calm and said, But it's just the northern region, yet you make it sound as if going there is prohibited. Why is that? Liu Lanjai did not expect him to question her and became speechless for a moment. Because of her agreement with the Su family, she cannot, under any circumstances, tell him the truth, hence why his question had easily stumped her. What's more, because the Su family purposefully left out some information when complaining to her, Liu Lanjai is still unaware that Su Yang had already returned to the Su family, only aware that he'd returned to the northern region for whatever reason. The disciples of the Profound Blossom sect are required to get approval from the sect master before they are allowed to travel over a certain distance limit. And you not only surpassed that limit, but you also went to a different region entirely. Even if you are an inner court disciple, you will be punished for breaking the sect rules. Liu Lanjai finally found an excuse to tell him. Is that so? I understand. Su Yang casually accepted his fate. I will accept whatever punishment you have in mind for me, but until then I will be resting. Wait, I'm not finished with you. Liu Lanjai stopped him before he could enter his living quarters. What is it this time? Su Yang sighed. Perhaps because somewhere in her heart she respects Su Yang deeply for his divine techniques. Or maybe it's simply because she got used to it. But despite Su Yang's nonchalant attitude towards her, the sect master, Liu Lanjai does not show any reaction, much less express anger. The regional tournament. There's only half a year before our Profound Blossom sect participates in this event, and I am here to tell you that you will be participating in this event alongside a few others. Liu Lanjai mentioned the regional tournament that was at the horizon. Why did you choose someone like me? And why should I do something that bothersome? Su Yang said to her despite already having an interest in the event ever since Elder Wu told him about it, especially when that girl with the 100 poisons body will be present. You will participate because it's your responsibility as a disciple of this sect to represent the sect when needed, and because I, the sect master, is ordering you to participate. Is this a good enough reason?" Liu Lanjai spoke with a serious face, telling him that she is taking this seriously. "As for why I decided to choose someone like you, it's simply because I think that you have what it takes to become a core disciple. And one of the requirements before becoming a core disciple is to partake in the regional tournament. I will tell you the truth. Even if you lose badly during the tournament, I want you to become a core disciple afterward, as just your techniques alone qualify you to become one. After all, the Profound Blossom sect is a unique place that is unlike any other sect, valuing one's sensual techniques much more than one's cultivation base." Su Yang smiled inwardly after hearing her reason for choosing him to partake in this regional tournament. Core disciple. If he really wanted to, he could easily become the patriarch of this place with his peak Earth Spirit Realm cultivation base, much less a mere core disciple. However, because his current cultivation base vastly surpasses even that of Liu Lanjai's cultivation, she remains oblivious to his real strength even now. "Half a year, huh?" Su Yang smiled and continued. "You can expect to see me there, but if you are expecting me to lose, then you are in for a shocking experience." Liu Lanjai did not bother him anymore after hearing that he would participate in the regional tournament. However, there was one more thing she needed to talk about before letting him go. "Who are these two ladies with you?" She pointed to the disguised Qiayu and Xiao Rong that had been following behind him like they were his servants with a weird expression on her face. "They are my servants," Su Yang casually made up an excuse. "What, don't tell me that I am not allowed to have servants too?" "And no, you are allowed to have up to 3 servants as an inner court disciple. Just make sure that you register their names at the administration so the sect knows of their existence and to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings." Liu Lanjai said to him before finally allowing him to go. "They are his servants, huh? How envious." Liu Lanjai thought to herself as she watched Qiayu and Xiao Rong follow Su Yang into the house, completely misunderstanding their situation. But such a misunderstanding is not uncommon in a place like the Profound Blossom sect, as there are plenty of disciples in this place that uses servants as training partners for dual cultivation. Chapter 188. To see an old friend. Once he returned to his room, Su Yang said to the 2 girls, "I will be leaving for a bit to deal with some business. You can wait here in the meantime." "You are leaving already. What happened to resting?" Qiayu asked. "I have rested enough during my stay at the 4 Seasons Academy," he said. "Where are you going?" "To see an old friend." He responded with a smile. "A friend?" Qiayu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Since when did Su Yang become the type to have friends? Then she came to the realization that the only people Su Yang would consider as his friends are all females. "Is that so? Then I hope you have fun with your friend," she said with a sarcastic voice. Su Yang smiled bitterly and said, "You are clearly misunderstanding something here." However, seeing Qiayu close her eyes to ignore him, Su Yang did not try to convince her and turned to look at Xiao Rong instead. "Xiao Rong, you can do whatever you want until I return," he said to her. Xiao Rong nodded and immediately disappeared from the room. "Oh, right. Qiayu, let me borrow your flying treasure. Just the wooden boat is good enough," he said to her. Qiayu did not even bother to open her eyes and threw her storage ring at Su Yang, telling him to find it himself. Su Yang did not mind her behavior and retrieved the wooden boat before tossing the ring back to her. "I shouldn't be gone for long," he said before leaving. The first thing he did after he left was to register Qiayu and Xiao Rong as his servants to the administrations. This way, they won't be considered as suspicious individuals by the sect when he is not around. After registering their names, Su Yang went to accept another mission. However, since he only accepted the last mission as an excuse to leave the sect, Su Yang must forfeit that mission and consider it as a failed mission. And because the mission happened to be extremely easy, the sect elder looked at Su Yang with an odd expression on his face after learning that he'd failed such an easy mission. "Why you failed this mission?" "Although it takes some time to complete, this mission is by no means difficult. and you are even an inner court disciple." Su Yang merely shrugged his shoulders and said, "Things happen." The sect elder shook his head inwardly and accepted his other mission. Once that was all done, Su Yang left the Profound Blossom sect and used the flying boat he got from Kiayu to soar in the sky. Inside her own room, Liu Lanjai pondered about how to punish Su Yang for breaking the sect rules. That being said, the real reason she wanted to punish Su Yang was so she could get back at him because she was yelled at by the Su family for her negligence. That damn Su family. In the first place, how am I supposed to do my duties as the sect master if I have to keep watch over that little brat at every second? That's unreasonable. Just because you supply my sect with some resources doesn't mean you can push me around. If the Su family wasn't one of the 4 great families with prowess far greater than her Profound Blossom sect, she wouldn't be this frustrated. That being said, why did Su Yang even go to the northern region in the first place? She pondered. And even though I said that I will punish him, what would be an appropriate punishment for someone like him? Because inner court disciples' punishment differed from outer court disciples when they break the sect rules, and Su Yang is an inner court disciple. She must spend some time to really think about it. Normally, when a disciple of the Profound Blossom sect break a sect rule, they will be prohibited from dual cultivation for a certain time, and such punishment could last from days to even months. However, since Su Yang is somewhat of a special existence in Liu Lanjai's heart, she couldn't treat him like any other disciple. After many minutes of thinking, Liu Lanjai finally had an idea for what would be Su Yang's punishment. That's right, I can always make him do that. Liu Lanjai immediately returned to Su Yang's living quarters to give him his punishment. Once she arrived at his living quarters, Liu Lanjai had expected Su Yang to come out when she called for him from outside. But alas, it was Kiayu who appeared before her. He left. Liu Lanjai stared at her with a dumbfounded expression after learning that Su Yang had already left. What happened to resting? It hasn't even been an hour since I left him alone, she thought to herself. Do you know where he went? She asked Kiayu. Kiayu shook her head. Is that so? Since Su Yang is not here, her punishment for him will have to wait until he returns. However, Liu Lanjai did not leave immediately and instead began speaking to Kiayu. You are his servant, right? How does he treat you girls? Did you come from the northern region? She asked her with an inquiring face, seemingly interested in their relationship with him, especially when they appeared out of the blue. Kiayu looked at Liu Lanjai with an annoyed expression. She had no intentions to play along with her and decided to put an end to this conversation. Kiayu suddenly waved her sleeve before Liu Lanjai's face, and a few seconds later, Liu Lanjai fell to the ground with a peaceful expression, seemingly deep asleep. And with another wave of her sleeve, Kiayu moved the sleeping Liu Lanjai away from the house until she was somewhere far away before she returned to her own room. On that day, many Profound Blossom sect disciples and sect elders alike were shocked and bewildered to find Liu Lanjai, their sect master, sleeping in the middle of the outer court like some drunkard after a long night of partying. Chapter 189. Lotus City. Sect Master. Wake up, Sect Master. Many sect elders tried to wake Liu Lanjai from her slumber, but alas, no matter how much they shook her body, she remained deep asleep. This caused the sect elders to be fearful. What happened to her? Will she ever wake up? And since they didn't want her to continue sleeping in the opening, they brought her back to her own room and began searching for doctors in hopes to figure out the situation. Meanwhile, after traveling for a few minutes, Su Yang returned to the city where he obtained his first storage ring. Indeed, this old friend he wanted to meet was Wang Shuren, an alchemist apprentice of the Burning Lotus sect. However, once he reached the Burning Lotus auction house, he realized that the entire place was closed. Young man, the Burning Lotus auction house opens only once a year, and this year's auction had already taken place. A kind pedestrian reminded him when he saw him standing before the auction house with a puzzled expression. You know where I can find the people that run this place? Su Yang asked the pedestrian. If you mean the disciples of the Burning Lotus sect, then you can find them at the Lotus City near the southern borders. the pedestrian said while pointing to the south. Su Yang nodded. Thank you for the information. He then retrieved 5 spirit stones from his storage ring and tossed it to the pedestrian before leaving the city. Good heavens! When the pedestrian realized what Su Yang had tossed at him, he nearly died from shock. After all, 1 spirit stone could be sold for many gold coins, which is more than enough to support a normal family for many years, much less 5 spirit stones. Fearful that someone might see the spirit stones and rob him, the pedestrian immediately hid the spirit stones in his pocket and began running back home to share the news with his family. A few minutes after he left the burning Lotus auction house, Su Yang flew directly to the Lotus City. Do you know where I can find the burning Lotus sect? Su Yang asked one of the guards standing duty outside the Lotus City. The burning Lotus sect. Who are you, and why are you seeking them? The guard immediately questioned him. I am a disciple of the Profound Blossom sect, and I am here to see an old friend, said Su Yang with a friendly smile. The Profound Blossom sect. The guard now realized why Su Yang's clothing seemed so familiar. Do you have your identity slip? The guard confirmed his identity and said, This Lotus City is the Burning Lotus sect, and unless you are with a disciple of the Burning Lotus sect, you are required to pay 10 copper coins before I can allow you in trance, even if you are visiting a disciple. This entire city is the Burning Lotus sect? Su Yang was slightly surprised. These types of sects are rare even within the 4 divine heavens. Well, to be precise, a city was built around the Burning Lotus sect. It operates just like any other city, but with much more focus on business than any other things, and it's controlled by the Burning Lotus sect. Is that so? Because Su Yang didn't have any change on him, he handed the guard an entire spirit stone. The guard looked at him with wide eyes and a dumbfounded expression. The entrance fee is 10 coppers? I don't have any change. Please wait for a moment while I get you some change. There's no need. Su Yang couldn't be bothered by a mere spirit stone. The guard's eyes widened even more upon hearing such words. To pay an entrance fee of 10 coppers with a freaking spirit stone, just how rich is this guy? He couldn't help but envy his wealth and aloof behavior. Then here's a special entry pass for you. As long as you have this, you can freely enter the Lotus City without paying in the future, said the guard as he handed Su Yang a golden medallion. Su Yang casually accepted the medallion and entered the Lotus City for the first time. You can find the Burning Lotus sect if you continue to walk down this path, the guard said to him once he entered the city. Su Yang nodded and began walking the path. And after mere minutes of walking, Su Yang understood what the guard meant when he said the Lotus City heavily focuses on business, as the only thing in his sight were either shops or restaurants. And one can easily understand why the Burning Lotus sect is so rich upon entering this city that is decorated with expensive objects and shops. Somewhere in the Lotus City, a group of young ladies and young men could be seen chatting happily in a restaurant. These individuals were all wearing the exact same clothes, red robes with a yellow lotus pattern perfectly sewed on their chest, signifying their identity as disciples of the Burning Lotus sect. Junior apprentice disciple Zhang, don't be stingy and tell us, did you have a fortunate encounter with some type of treasure? One of the disciples there asked the beautiful young lady at the end of the table. You were only at the 7th level of the elementary spirit realm not long ago, yet you somehow managed to reach the profound spirit realm in just a few weeks, becoming an inner court disciple. I don't believe that you could have achieved such a feat without a fortunate encounter. Once one of them started the topic, the other disciples also began giving their own opinions, slightly pressuring the disciple with the surname Zhang to tell them. Well, although I didn't find any treasures, I did have a fortunate encounter with a certain individual. The young disciple surnamed Zhang vaguely explained. This individual, is it a male or female? The females became even more intrigued. It's a young man. The young lady blushed. Ooh, tell us more about him. How did he affect your cultivation? While the female disciples found the topic to be extremely entertaining, it was the opposite for the males there that fancied this young lady. Well, However, just as the young lady was prepared to talk about a certain guest she had met at the Burning Lotus auction house, her eyes noticed a certain handsome young man walking in the streets. SSS Su Yang. The young lady immediately stood from her seat and ran out of the restaurant to chase after him, dumbfounding everybody there. Chapter 190. Meeting Zhang Ziying again. Su Yang, Su Yang. Zhang Ziying called for him as she chased after his disappearing figure. Su Yang halted his steps after hearing a familiar sweet voice call his name. When he turned around, he could see a beautiful young lady wearing red robes approaching him with an excited expression on her face. Oh, you are. Su Yang immediately recognized her pretty face, especially her slim and seductive figure. She was Zhang Ziying, a disciple from the Burning Lotus sect, and she had given Su Yang her pure yin essence at the Burning Lotus auction house. Do you remember me, Su Yang? I am Zhang Ziying, right? Su Yang said with a gentle smile on his face. All right. Zhang Ziying was afraid that he'd had forgotten about her at first, but not only did he remember her, but she is also slightly surprised by the warm atmosphere around Su Yang. He seemed more approachable and handsome than before, even a little bit friendly. What are you doing here in the Lotus City? She asked him. If you are looking for a certain place, I can guide you there. Su Yang nodded and said, I actually have some business with the Burning Lotus sect, so if you don't mind guiding me there. I will gladly. Zhang Ziying had already forgotten about her fellow disciples at this point and agreed to take him to the Burning Lotus sect. Junior apprentice sister Zhang, where are you going? However, before she could leave, her fellow disciples had caught up to her. Is he an acquaintance for yours? One of the disciples asked her. That's right, and I'm sorry for suddenly leaving, but I have something else to do now. When Zhang Ziying said those words, the disciples there all turned to look at Su Yang with examining eyes. The female disciples were dazed by Su Yang's handsome and graceful appearance, and some of them even uncontrollably blushed. But as for the male disciples within that group, they were all looking at Su Yang with unfriendly and envious eyes, especially those that fancied Zhang Ziying, their gaze filled with hatred. You are from the Profound Blossom sect? One of the male disciples recognized Su Yang's robes. What? That disgusting place filled with whores and horny bastards. Hey, watch your mouth. Zhang Ziying expressed anger when the male disciples looked down on Su Yang. However, Zhang Ziying protecting Su Yang only made the disciples even angrier and heated from jealousy. Junior apprentice sister Zhang, why would you bother with someone from the Profound Blossom sect? Aren't you aware of how awful their image is within the eyes of the public? People from that place are a bunch of shameless, sex-craved individuals that are no different than horny beasts. How dare you? Just as Zhang Ziying was about to have an outburst, Su Yang casually wrapped his arms around her neck in an intimate manner, causing Zhang Ziying's body to stiffen from shock. Su Yang? She looked at him with a dazed expression. What do you think you are doing to one of our disciples? Get your dirty hands off of her. Su Yang's actions immediately angered the male disciples, something he was anticipating. It's been some time since we last spoke with each other, so why don't we take this somewhere much more quiet and private, preferably a place like your room? Su Yang spoke in such a soothing voice that even the female disciples standing away from him felt like leading him into their room. Zhang Ziying recalled the time she spent with him in the Burning Lotus auction house and slowly nodded with a bashful expression, her face flushed red. Be bastard, how shameless! Don't listen to him, junior apprentice sister Zhang. He's only using you. Their commotion had long attracted the attention of everybody there, but they didn't seem to mind the attraction. Let's go, said Su Yang as he pulled Zhang Ziying away, ignoring these Burning Lotus sect disciples since the beginning. Hold it right there. Suddenly, a powerful pressure that belonged to a peak true spirit realm expert assaulted Su Yang. However, because Su Yang was at the peak of the earth spirit realm, he barely noticed the pressure. Senior apprentice brother Cao. The disciples of the Burning Lotus sect immediately noticed his incoming figure, who wore red clothes with a black lotus on his chest. something that signified a core disciple from the Burning Lotus sect. When this senior apprentice brother Cao appeared, he stood before Su Yang and spoke with an overbearing expression on his face. I don't care where you came from, but when you are in our territory, I will not tolerate any lack of respect for my Burning Lotus sect disciples, especially if they are inner court disciples. Su Yang stopped only for a second to glance at this core disciple with a nonchalant expression before walking around him, completely ignoring his existence. The core disciple trembled in anger when Su Yang ignored him. How fucking dare you? However, before the core disciple could even turn his head, a large palm appeared before his face. Pa Su Yang had sent the core disciple flying across the street with a single slap, shocking everybody there. As senior apprentice brother Cao. The other disciples showed a terrified expression after seeing Su Yang take care of their core disciple with seemingly zero effort. After dealing with the core disciple, Su Yang glanced at the other disciples with the corner of his eye, making them tremble in fear. He pointed to them and made a beckoning gesture to the disciples that were spewing trash just moments ago. If you don't come over here, I will go over there, and it will only be twice as painful. Su Yang said to them with a calm expression after they remained standing there, clearly frozen from fear. As since we are at this point, we might as well fight him together, one of the disciples suggested. Thus, powered by their profound spirit realm cultivation base, the disciples began charging at Su Yang, who was at the peak of the earth spirit realm. A few seconds later, 3 loud slaps resounded within the Lotus City, and 3 more figures could be seen flying across the street. A bunch of clowns, Su Yang shook his head. He then said to the dazed Zhang Ziying, now that the annoyance is gone, let's hurry to the Burning Lotus sect. Oh, okay, she replied with a slow nod. Chapter 191, Burning Lotus sect. Are you going to be okay? Zhang Ziying asked Su Yang with a worried expression on her face after walking for a few minutes. With what? Su Yang casually replied. With what, you say? Zhang Ziying was dumbfounded by his aloof behavior, despite just beating a few disciples from the Burning Lotus sect while in their territory. Why you just trashed not only 3 inner court disciples, but also a core disciple from the Burning Lotus sect whilst in their territory. Yet you still have the guts to walk around the streets in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid that the Burning Lotus sect will go after you? Su Yang shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent expression and said, I will be fine. He was confident that he will be fine even if the entire Burning Lotus sect were to attack him at once. After a few moments of silence, Zhang Ziying asked him, What brings you to the Burning Lotus sect? I have some business with one of your sect elders. Could that sect elder be Elder Wang? Zhang Ziying had a good feeling that he was looking for her, especially after what happened at the Burning Lotus auction house. Su Yang nodded and said, That's right. How has she been faring? Elder Wang, she's... Zhang Ziying looked a bit hesitant at this moment, causing Su Yang to raise an eyebrow. Did something happen to her? He asked. No, nothing happened to Elder Wang. It's just that, compared to the Elder Wang during the auction a few weeks ago, she's almost like a completely different person. Oh, why don't you elaborate more on it for me? Elder Wang had a breakthrough in her Tao of alchemy some time ago, causing her status within the sect to skyrocket, like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. Right now, she stands above every other alchemy master within the Burning Lotus sect, and even the sect master holds her in extremely high regard, so you might find some difficulty in reaching her. Is that so? Su Yang was inwardly glad that Wang Shuren had cultivated the immortal-grade technique he gave her, or else his trip here would have been for naught. His purpose for visiting the Burning Lotus sect today is simply because he wanted Wang Shuren to concoct the soul divination pill. Indeed, Su Yang had planned to have Wang Shuren concoct the soul divination pill way before his encounter with Qiayu. His initial plan was to have Wang Shuren concoct the pill since his cultivation base was lacking at that time, even giving her an immortal-grade technique. However, his encounter with Qiayu had completely changed this plan. Because of Qiayu, his cultivation base growth far exceeded his expectations. If he hadn't met Kiayu, he would have never gotten the chance to cultivate with two heavenly spirit realm experts to reach the peak of the earth spirit realm, and would most likely still be lingering in the true spirit realm by now. Of course, he had thoughts to concoct the soul divination pill at the Four Seasons Academy, and even have Matriarch Zhu concoct the pill. But alas, because Matriarch Zhu purposefully delayed their arrangement, he decided to return to the eastern region to have Wang Shuren concoct the pill instead. After all, it would be a waste of his efforts if he didn't use Wang Shuren when he'd already prepared for everything. Speaking of Wang Shuren, Su Yang suddenly looked at her and asked, "How have things been faring on your end? Is that Wang dog still bothering you?" When Su Yang mentioned Wang Ming, Wang Shuren's cousin, Zhang Ziu Ying's expression turned bitter. Although he has stopped asking me to visit his living quarters after Elder Wang spoke with him, I have a feeling that he's planning something. The cold glares he gives me whenever we pass each other in the inner court always sends chills down my back. It scares me. The conversation between them stopped for a moment before Su Yang opened his mouth to speak. "Do you want me to take care of him once and for all?" Zhang Ziu Ying looked at him with wide eyes. Although she really wanted to accept his offer, she didn't want to bother him anymore, especially after everything he's already done for her. "I appreciate your thoughts, but I cannot accept that offer." She reluctantly shook her head, refusing his offer. "You decided to help me despite my forceful actions, and I have already received enough kindness from you. I don't dare to ask for any more, as it will only make me feel more guilty like I am taking advantage of you." Su Yang laughed after hearing her words. "If I really wanted to reject you at that time, I could have easily flung you away, so don't think of it as forcing yourself upon me. In my eyes, you are only a slightly aggressive and bold girl, and if I am being honest, I like people with such attitudes." Because his first lover was also the bold and aggressive type, Su Yang has come to especially like those that share similar features. "Ah, really?" Zhang Ziu Ying immediately blushed upon hearing his words. "But I still can't forgive myself," she sighed a little later. Although Su Yang did not acknowledge her actions as forceful but bold, it didn't change the fact that she was desperate at that moment and forced her own desires upon him, a total stranger at that time. And Zhang Ziu Ying still couldn't forgive herself for her actions that day no matter what he says. Su Yang did not say anything else and left it at that, and the two continued to walk through the Lotus City. After half an hour of walking, they finally reached the Burning Lotus Sect. "Senior Apprentice Sister." "Greetings, Senior Apprentice Sister." The outer court disciples acting as guards at the Burning Lotus Sect greeted Zhang Ziu Ying when they got close enough. "I have a guest with me, if you don't mind." As long as Senior Apprentice Sisters speak with a sect elder at the administration building, there will be no problems. "Okay." Thus, Su Yang managed to enter the Burning Lotus Sect without any hiccups, sort of. Chapter 192, "If you take another step, I will cripple your legs." Once they entered the Burning Lotus Sect, Zhang Ziu Ying brought Su Yang to register his name in the logbooks as a guest. "There's a lot of people here today." Zhang Ziu Ying was surprised after seeing a larger volume of guests here today than what they would normally get. When the sect elder saw Su Yang's clothing, his face made an awkward expression, almost as if he didn't know how to think of this situation. Then he looked at Zhang Ziu Ying and shook his head inwardly. To think one of their own inner court disciples would be shameless enough to bring someone from the Profound Blossom sect to their sect. The sect elder was greatly upset, because in his eyes, Zhang Ziu Ying's action was no different than bringing a hooker to their home. "No visitors are allowed in the Burning Lotus Sect after midnight, so you must leave no later than that," said the sect elder as he handed Su Yang a guest identification slip with a slightly disgusted face. "Thank you, elder," Zhang Ziu Ying said, completely unaware that she'd just been classified as a slut by the sect elder. "Let's go, Su Yang. I will bring you to see Elder Wang," she said to him once they left the administration building. Su Yang nodded and began following her through the sect. During their short walk, there were many disciples who looked at Su Yang with narrowed eyes, their expressions filled with disgust. It was as if they were looking at a degenerate beast. The Profound Blossom sect is widely known in the eastern region for their eccentric methods of cultivation. And in the eyes of many normal cultivators, they are no different than sluts using cultivation as an excuse to indulge themselves in sexual activities. However, Su Yang was used to having people look at him with unpleasant expressions, so he was able to ignore them easily, like blowing some dust off his shoulders. "I am sorry." Zhang Ziying apologized to Su Yang after realizing the surrounding situation. She felt that she needed to apologize to him because she was also a disciple of the Burning Lotus sect. "Why are you the one apologizing? There's no need to pay any heed to them. Just treat them as though they are ants," Su Yang said with a calm face. "Okay," she nodded. A few minutes later, when they could see Elder Wang's living quarters at the horizon, Zhang Ziying nearly cried on the scene when she saw just how many people were gathered in front of Elder Wang's house. What's more, most of these people were not disciples of the Burning Lotus sect and wore clothing that represented other sects and families. There was a long line from where they stood all the way to Wang Xuren's house, making the place look like a busy market area. There wasn't this many people when I left just a few hours ago. What happened while I was away?" Zhang Ziying exclaimed when she counted at least 200 people in line with her spiritual sense. "You didn't hear. Senior Wang just announced that she will be selling Burning Lotus pills with 100% efficiency for a few hours with limited supply, so a lot of people have rushed here to grab their share." The individual last in line explained to her after hearing her shocked cries. "There are even more people flocking here as we speak. One of the reasons that caused Wang Xuren's status to skyrocket was because of her ability to concoct Burning Lotus pills with 100% efficiency, something that shook the entire pill market when she first announced it." "What should we do, Su Yang?" Zhang Ziying asked him. "I don't think we will be able to see Elder Wang for today. Even if they manage to see her by today, Wang Xuren might not even have time to listen to them." That was what Zhang Ziying thought. "Why should we stand in line? I'm not here to buy Burning Lotus pills." Su Yang said, "But how else are we going to see her? We can't just skip everyone in the line and—" "You should stay here for a bit," Su Yang interrupted and began walking away. Zhang Ziying stared at Su Yang with wide eyes as he calmly ignored the long line and approached Wang Xuren's living quarters. The people in line also ignored him at first, but once they realized that he wasn't simply passing by, they immediately began cursing at him. "Hey, where do you think you are going? The line is back there." When one person shouted like a ripple effect, many others began opening their mouth, turning the place chaotic very quickly. "Young man, do you know how many people you are offending by skipping the line? I doubt your Profound Blossom sect will be pleased when they find many different powers knocking at their front door later today. That's right. Your sect will have to bear the consequences of your actions." Despite all these threats being thrown at him, Su Yang continued to walk with a nonchalant expression on his face, almost like he couldn't hear them at all. That was until a middle-aged man decided to step out of the line to stand before him, blocking his path. "That's Senior Gao from the Jade Pill Pavilion." People were quick to recognize this middle-aged man. He was a highly respected alchemy master within the eastern region. "How may I help you?" Su Yang asked him with a friendly smile, still acting stupid. "I don't care if you are an inner court disciple of the Profound Blossom sect. If you take another step, I will cripple your legs." "Third-level true spirit realm, huh? Go ahead, try to cripple my legs. I won't move," said Su Yang with narrowed eyes, dumbfounding everybody there. Senior Gao's eyes widened with surprise when Su Yang casually mentioned his cultivation base, when he couldn't sense any cultivation from Su Yang. What a dangerous fellow. Senior Gao began sweating under his robes when his eyes met with Su Yang's sharp gaze that was emitting an invisible yet overbearing pressure. Chapter 193. You have forced my hands, Junior. Senior Gao had an ominous feeling in his heart that was telling him that he should ignore the Profound Blossom sect's disciple before him, but his pride as a senior was telling him otherwise. After all, what face would he have left if he were to walk away after Su Yang's provocative words like some huge coward? And there are even so many people with powerful and respectful background watching him right now. He'd be a laughing stock if he were to turn away now. You are a bold one, but as your senior, I will give you one last chance to turn around, said Senior Gao. Su Yang did not say anything and began turning his body. Seeing him turn his body, Senior Gao was relieved. However, when Su Yang did not fully turn around and instead walked around him, Senior Gao's face flushed red in anger, feeling like he'd just been slapped in the face not just once but 2 times consecutively. You have forced my hands, Junior. Senior Gao immediately turned around and did a sweeping motion with his legs at Su Yang's legs with the full strength of a true spirit realm expert in his kick. And before his kick even landed on Su Yang, Senior Gao could already vision Su Yang's legs brutally snapping in half. However, what happened next shocked not only Senior Gao but every witness there. When Senior Gao kicked Su Yang's legs, a loud bone-snapping noise resounded clearly, but it was not Su Yang who had his legs crippled. In fact, he was still standing there with a calm expression, looking as if nothing happened. Ah, my leg. Senior Gao could no longer stand and fell on the ground while clutching his right leg that was bent in a weird angle. He had crippled his own leg trying to cripple Su Yang. My lord, what are his legs made of? The people gasped in shock when Su Yang didn't even flinch after being kicked by Senior Gao. In their eyes, it looked as though Senior Gao had kicked a pole made of diamonds instead of some human legs. Su Yang slowly turned around and acted as though he didn't know what just happened. What happened to your leg? I think it's bending the wrong way, he asked him in a casual-sounding voice. Senior Gao instantly coughed up a mouthful of blood upon hearing Su Yang's humiliating words, even falling unconscious after a few more seconds of squirming on the floor like some worm. Su Yang shook his head and began walking again. Nobody dared to call him out for skipping the line this time, much less block his path, especially not when they can't comprehend Su Yang's existence. He was only a mere disciple from the Profound Blossom sect, yet nobody there was able to see his cultivation base, and there are plenty of true spirit realm experts within that line. Once Su Yang reached the front of the line, the first person in line took a step back, allowing him to knock on Wang Xuren's door. How many burning lotus pill do you wish to buy? The limit one person can buy is 3, said a voice behind the door after hearing Su Yang's knock. The voice did not belong to Wang Xuren and was most likely one of her helpers. I am not here to buy your burning lotus pill. I am here to speak with Wang Xuren. Get her for me, Su Yang said out loud. The voice did not respond to Su Yang even after many minutes, almost as if the person was purposefully ignoring him. How many burning lotus pill do you wish to buy? The limit one person can buy is 3. The voice repeated the same line. I want to buy 3. Su Yang decided to play along. A few moments later, the door opened, and a female disciple appeared to hand him the burning lotus pills. 3 burning lotus pill will be 100 spirit stones. Su Yang ignored the expensive cost and handed the disciple 100 spirit stones. Once the disciple confirmed that it was the right amount, she handed him 3 pill bottles before closing the door again. Su Yang looked at the 3 pills in his grasp with raised eyebrows. The burning lotus pill's true identity was actually profound advancement pills, the recipe he had given Wang Xuren alongside the immortal grade technique. However, that was something he had already expected. What made him raise his eyebrows were the low quality of these profound advancement pills. While profound advancement pills are 100% effective no matter what quality it comes out in, higher quality pills give cultivators fewer impurities than low-quality pills. Excuse me, if you already have your burning lotus pills, can you leave now? The person behind him asked him with a humble voice. He obviously did not want to offend Su Yang with his tone. However, Su Yang did not even look back, his eyes remaining on the pill bottles in his hand. This is the best she can manage to make despite having an immortal-grade technique. What rubbish. Su Yang sighed inwardly, wondering if he had made a mistake by choosing her. If Wang Xuren can't even concoct profound advancement pills by now, he had no faith that she'd be able to successfully concoct a soul divination pill. Once he was done with the profound advancement pills, Su Yang tossed the pill bottles on the ground as if they were trash, bewildering everybody there. The people couldn't believe their eyes. Did he just spend 100 spirit stones just to throw the pills on the floor? If this is not a slap directly to Wang Xuren's face, then they don't know what is. He's crazy to show such disrespect while standing right before her living quarters. Senior Wang will never sell another pill to him or his sect. What do you think you are doing? The female disciple that just handed him the pills stormed out of the house with an angry expression. She had very clearly witnessed Su Yang's actions just now, something she saw as a clear disrespect to not just Wang Xuren but the entire Burning Lotus sect itself. Chapter 194, Entering with Force. How dare you treat my master's Burning Lotus pills like that? Explain yourself. The female disciple was extremely angry at how Su Yang treated the pills that her master, Wang Xuren, had concocted. Even though she was instructed to ignore people that try to cause trouble there, she simply couldn't ignore Su Yang's actions. The pills are trash, so I no longer want it. Su Yang gave her a brief explanation, but that only fumed her anger even further. TT trash. You dare call the only 100% effective Burning Lotus pills in the world trash? Do you even know anything about pills? Su Yang shrugged in a nonchalant manner. I didn't come here for your pills anyway. Go call Wang Xuren for me. I need to speak with her. Tell her that Su Yang is here to see her. I don't care if you are Su Yang or Su Yin. You will not speak with my master. Especially not after what you've done. If you don't leave now, I will call for my sect elders to assist you. In her mind, for Su Yang to be so disrespectful towards the pills created by Wang Xuren, he's clearly didn't come here as a friend. There happens to be a sect elder in this building, so why don't you go ahead and call for her? I'm sure that she'll gladly assist me. Su Yang pointed to Wang Xuren's building with a smile. The disciple began trembling from anger. She's never met someone as ridiculous as Su Yang before. His graceful appearances are only a disguise for the devil dwelling in his body. Where are you, Xiao Yan? The next batch of pills is ready. Wang Xuren's voice suddenly resounded from inside the building. I am coming. After hearing Wang Xuren's voice, her disciple, Xiao Yan, no longer cared about Su Yang and went back inside the house. However, she had to stop at the door when she noticed that Su Yang was also trying to enter from behind her. Why you? You must really be wishing to die today, huh? She pointed at him. Su Yang showed a slight smile before taking a step inside the house despite Xiao Yan standing right before him. Where do you think you are going? When Xiao Yan tried to stop Su Yang from going inside the house, she was shocked to find out that she wasn't able to push him back even a centimeter with her peak profound spirit realm cultivation base, feeling like she was trying to move a mountain with her bare hands instead. Are you finished yet? Su Yang chuckled as he watched her struggle trying to push him out of the door, burning lotus palm. Xiao Yan suddenly raised her palms to strike Su Yang in the chest with the burning lotus palm, one of their sect's signature techniques. What? Impossible. Xiao Yan was greatly shocked when Su Yang didn't flinch even after taking her burning lotus palm to the chest. What are you made of, diamonds? She exclaimed while hugging the hand she used to strike Su Yang. Just like Senior Gao outside, she'd actually injured herself instead of hurting him. After realizing that she wouldn't be able to stop Su Yang, Xiao Yan began screaming loudly. Master, be careful. There's an intruder trying to harm you. Intruder, huh? Well, you're not entirely wrong. Su Yang did not stop and continued approaching Wang Xuren's room. Someone is trying to harm me. Ha ha ha, let's see which ignorant. Wang Xuren suddenly came out of her room laughing. It's been a while, Wang Xuren. Su Yang greeted her with a smile on his face. Ha ha ha, ha ha, ha eh. Wang Xuren's laughing slowly came to a stop when she saw Su Yang's handsome face. Why you are? Although she didn't immediately recognize him, once she finally recalled his face, Wang Xuren began trembling from excitement. Master. Wang Xuren did not care that her own disciple was standing only a few feet away from her and immediately dropped on her knees to kowtow to Su Yang. I don't recall accepting you as my disciple, Su Yang said to her. Don't be like that, Su Yang. Wang Shuren said with a bitter smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan stared at her master and Su Yang with bewildered eyes, seemingly in disbelief. She couldn't believe that they actually knew each other, not to mention how close their relationship looked. Anyway, what are you doing here? Do you need resources from me? A pill, perhaps? Wang Shuren could only think of this one reason as to why he appeared before her. You are quick to the point, just like before. I like it, Su Yang smiled. That's right, I wanted you to concoct a pill for me, but... Wanted? Why the past tense? She asked with a puzzled expression. After seeing the profound advancement pills you concocted, I don't think you will be able to handle what I have in plan for you. What do you mean by that? Seeing how she really looked puzzled, Su Yang shook his head and said, I bought a few of your pills just now, and I have to say that after seeing the quality of the pills, I am greatly disappointed. Though, Su Yang suddenly moved his head closer to Wang Shuren and began sniffing her exposed neck. There are scents of high-quality, profound advancement pills on your body. Can you explain that to me? Wang Shuren blushed when Su Yang got so close to her, and she started laughing after hearing his words. Oh, that? Ha ha ha. She moved her soft lips near his ears and whispered. You see, I am selling these low-quality pills on purpose. Since both low-quality pills and high-quality pills have 100% chance to promote someone from the elementary spirit realm to the profound spirit realm, I might as well sell the bad ones to others and leave the good ones for my own sect, right? Even my own disciple isn't aware of this, so keep this a secret, okay? Once Su Yang learned of her tactics, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. He had a feeling that it would be something like this, but to think that Wang Shuren would turn out to be such a shrewd individual. Chapter 195, Burning Dragon Pill. Very well, I will admit that I had underestimated you. Since that's the case, why don't you show me what you are truly capable of by concocting your best pill? Su Yang said to her. Wang Shuren was confident in her own abilities and nodded. Then I will concoct the highly regarded heaven-grade pill Burning Dragon Pill for you. It is a pill that has existed in the Burning Lotus sect ever since its foundations. Master, what about all these people waiting outside? They have been waiting for many hours for the Burning Lotus pill. Xiao Yan asked her with a worried expression. If Wang Shuren were to make them wait any longer, they might start complaining. Even if they are the Burning Lotus sect, they cannot afford to offend so many different factions at once. Tell them that I have important matters to attend and to come back next week. If they can't wait, then they can forget about the Burning Lotus pill. If they are willing to wait, I will increase the amount of Burning Lotus pill for each individual to 5. Wang Shuren said, frightening Xiao Yan. Master, you want me to tell all these people to come back later? Xiao Yan wanted to cry. Even though she was an inner court disciple and Wang Shuren's personal disciple, she didn't have what it takes to tell so many powerful and respected backgrounds to leave after they have been waiting for so long. They'll eat me alive, she mumbled with teary eyes. Wang Shuren shook her head after seeing her pitiful appearance and went out herself. I apologize for the sudden announcement, and I understand that you have all been waiting for the Burning Lotus pill, but something extremely important to me has come up, so I will not be able to continue business today. As an apology for today and also gratitude for your understanding, I will be increasing the limit of Burning Lotus pill each individual can buy from 3 to 5, and I will also give everyone that is here today a 10% discount when you return. Wang Shuren spoke with elegance and grace, like when she worked at the Burning Lotus auction house. Her voice had this effect where people simply can't get mad at her after hearing her clear voice and seeing her honest face. It can't be helped if Senior Wang is busy. I will come back as soon as you are able to sell the Burning Lotus pills again. That's right, and there's no need for Senior Wang to apologize. I'm sure the Cheng family will understand. The Thousand Sword sect also understands. Instead of complaining about the sudden dismissal, these people actually began sympathizing with Wang Shuren despite being upset, as they simply didn't dare to offend her and lose the chance to buy her Burning Lotus pills. Hell, they were even shouting their background out loud hoping Wang Shuren might remember them. although the pills may not seem impressive by themselves. Its effect that guarantees someone at the elementary spirit realm to break through to the profound spirit realm is extremely helpful to many sects and families where they have many people at the elementary spirit realm that is finding it difficult to enter the profound spirit realm. These burning lotus pill could easily raise the prowess of any family and sect by at least one level if they have enough. Hence why nobody there dared to offend Wang Xuren, who is the only individual in this world that can concoct such pill at this moment. She's simply too important as an asset for them. Once the area was clear of people, Wang Xuren went back inside the house. "It's as simple as that," she said to Xiao Yan, who was clearly in awe of what she just did. She then turned to Su Yang and said, "Let's go to my cauldron room." A few moments later, the two of them entered the cauldron room. But before entering, Wang Xuren said to Xiao Yan, "I won't be seeing any visitors for the next few days." Once they were inside, Wang Xuren asked Su Yang, "The burning dragon pill will take a few hours to finish, if you don't mind waiting." Su Yang casually sat down at the corner of the room and said, "Take your time." Wang Xuren nodded and no longer delayed the pill. A few seconds later, Wang Xuren retrieved a few dozens of different herbs and medicine from her storage ring and began inspecting them one by one. After half an hour, she began the herb grinding process, which took another 2 entire hours to complete. Although her speed is considerably fast even amongst the peak alchemy masters in the eastern continent, she was much slower when compared to Zhu Menji, who could easily put all the alchemy masters in this continent to shame with her ridiculous speed. Though despite her slow speed, Su Yang carefully analyzed every single movement she made to see if she would be able to concoct the soul divination pill with her current abilities. Time slowly passed. 10 hours later, Wang Xuren was drenched in sweat, looking like she just left a pool of water, causing her robes to stick her body and reveal her ripe figure and pure skin. Out of all the girls he's met in this world, Wang Xuren definitely took the top spot as the one with the most bountiful and seductive figure, especially the 2 melons on her chest. And since Su Yang has fully grasped her ability by now, he spent the remainder of the time to bless his eyes with her beautiful body. I am finished," Wang Xuren spoke in an exhausted voice after spending another hour to create the pill. Once she retrieved the burning dragon pill from the cauldron, she placed it inside a pill bottle and gave it to Su Yang for his assessment. 80% purity, so medium quality at best, huh? Su Yang said a quick moment later. "So what do you think? Will I be able to concoct your pill?" she asked. Su Yang shook his head. "Unfortunately, you are not quite there yet. You have a 50% chance in succeeding right now, but I only have enough ingredients for one try. Then, I will give you lectures until I am confident that you will succeed with a 100% chance. He's are going to lecture me." Although Wang Xuren was speechless, the excitement in her eyes was as clear as day. Chapter 196. Just who is this man? By the way, what kind of pill will I be making? Wang Xuren asked him after changing out of her soaked robes. That was when she realized that he didn't tell her yet. "I think it would be for the best if you didn't know," Su Yang said, as he didn't want to scare her with a pill she's never heard of before, especially its high grade that would definitely intimidate her. After all, the soul divination pill is something that even alchemy masters above her level wouldn't even dare to attempt. However, since she has an immortal grade technique, one that was tailored for pills such as the soul divination pills, she has a much higher chance of succeeding. Is that so? Although Wang Xuren was confident in her abilities, she couldn't help but feel anxious about this pill he wants her to make. "Anyway, let's get started," Su Yang said. "I have watched you long enough to see the faults in your technique, so I will be helping you fix those mistakes and even more." And before Wang Xuren can even nod her head, Su Yang continued to speak. "I want you to be capable enough to concoct the pill by tomorrow." Tomorrow," Su Yang nodded and said. "That's why we should start right away." After saying those words, Su Yang began lecturing Wang Xuren on her technique. He told her the mistakes she made during the pill concoction just now and explained to her how to further improve her technique. And mere minutes after listening to his lectures, Wang Shuren could feel her understanding towards the Tao of alchemy grow. It was almost like she was before the god of alchemy, someone who had the ability to make even the worst alchemy masters into peak alchemy masters with only a few words. It was an unprecedented feeling for her to see her Tao of alchemy grow so fast just from listening to Su Yang speak a few words. At first, she wondered what kind of lectures he'll be giving her. Truly, she didn't expect his lectures to be so simple and straightforward. It was almost as if she was listening to him read her a book on the Tao of alchemy, one that highlighted the most important things whilst filtering out the useless ones. Su Yang continued to lecture Wang Shuren through the hours, and after 4 hours of lecturing her, he decided to see how much she has improved. "Go ahead and concoct another burning dragon pill," he said to her. "I will have to get more ingredients from the treasury," she said. Su Yang nodded. When Wang Shuren went to the treasury to ask for more ingredients for a burning dragon pill, the sect did not deny her request, as they didn't want to anger her. Because of her profound advancement pills that she disguised as Burning Lotus Pill, the sect master of the Burning Lotus sect gave her status within the sect that was only slightly lower than his own. And since Wang Shuren refused to share her secrets to concocting the profound advancement pill, the Burning Lotus sect has no choice but to treat her with far more respect than they would to any other sect elder. Once Wang Shuren obtained the ingredients, she rushed back to her living quarters where Su Yang waited, where she immediately began concocting the pill mere seconds after her return. When she finished the inspection and grinding, she realized that her speed remained basically the same as before, almost as though there were no improvements. However, she was not disheartened by that fact and continued on with concocting the pill. And in mere minutes after Wang Shuren began concocting the Burning Dragon pill, she finally began realizing the effects Su Yang's lectures had on her Tao of alchemy. Not only was she feeling more at ease with controlling the cauldron temperature, but her energy was also depleting at a much lower rate than before Su Yang's lecture. After 4 mere hours of simple lecture from Su Yang, her Tao of alchemy had advanced by leaps and bounds. If she had studied on her own without his help, it might have taken her months if not years to achieve such growth. Just who is this man? Wang Shuren was greatly shocked in her heart. She knew that Su Yang's young appearance was extremely deceptive to his real abilities, but she still couldn't comprehend his real background. And while he wore the robes of the Profound Blossom sect, a place that isn't even worth mentioning by many great sects, Su Yang has only shown her things that she couldn't imagine coming from even the biggest and most powerful sects and families within the Eastern continent. How could a mere disciple from the Profound Blossom sect have immortal-grade techniques that even the wealthiest sects in the Eastern continent could only dream about obtaining? How could a mere disciple from the Profound Blossom sect be this experienced in the Tao of alchemy? Wang Shuren simply couldn't believe it. "Stop thinking about useless things in your head and focus on the cauldron," Su Yang suddenly said to her. Wang Shuren felt a shiver down her spine from Su Yang's sharpness. It was almost as if he could read her mind. The Burning Lotus sect must not, under any circumstances, offend him. Even if he's a single individual, the sect cannot afford to offend someone like him. Wang Shuren swore to herself that she wouldn't offend Su Yang even if he were to kill her family before her very eyes. He was simply that terrifying of an existence in her eyes. After thinking that, Wang Shuren got rid of all the unnecessary thoughts in her head and focused solely on the cauldron before her. 6 hours later, Wang Shuren retrieved the Burning Dragon pill from the cauldron with a bewildered expression. Not only did she manage to concoct the pill in half the time than her previous attempts, but her body was also not as sweaty. Her Tao of alchemy has grown far more than she'd expected. Chapter 197, Midnight Pleasure. What do you think about this pill compared to the previous one? Wang Shuren asked Su Yang as she casually handed him the Burning Dragon pill, something the Burning Lotus sect treats as a priceless treasure. Su Yang glanced at the pill for a few seconds before saying, "A little bit better, but it's still not good enough." "Is that so?" Wang Shuren felt confident in this new pill, but alas, it still didn't manage to get his approval. Although she didn't show it, Wang Shuren really wanted to help him concoct this pill, as this is the only way she could repay him for everything he's given her, even if it's just slightly. However, I can tell that you have truly comprehended my lecture, so you will reach that point after some more practice, Su Yang continued. Really? Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and continue on with the lectures. Wang Shuren hadn't felt this motivated to be lectured for many years. It was a refreshing feeling to her. Su Yang nodded and immediately began his next lecture. For the second lecture, since Wang Shuren already knows her own weakness, Su Yang delved a bit deeper into her technique, explaining all of its secrets and how to utilize them properly, dumbfounded Wang Shuren, who didn't expect there to be so much more about the technique that she thought was already at its limit. The lecture lasted for only 2 hours this time, but what Wang Shuren learned from these 2 hours has far exceeded what she has achieved all her life. After the lecture, Su Yang said to her, "You can continue to practice on your own now. I will be back tomorrow to see your progress, and hopefully I can let you concoct the pill without any worries that you might fail. Where will you be going? It's almost midnight, so you might get stopped by somebody from the sect if they see you wandering around. If you want, I can arrange a living quarter for you here." Wang Shuren said to him, "I will be fine," he quickly responded, "and I already have a place in mind." "Is that so? Then I won't bother you anymore." Su Yang then left Wang Shuren's living quarters, leaving her alone to cultivate her technique even further. A few seconds later, he activated the 9 astral steps and disappeared into the night. Inside her own living quarters, Zhang Ziying laid on her bed with wide eyes, her gaze staring out the window and into the starry sky with a dazed feeling in them. He really remembered me. She thought about her time with Su Yang inside the burning Lotus auction house. When Su Yang left on that day, she was sure that he'd forget about her after some time, especially when taking into consideration his indifferent attitude towards her at that time. However, her imagination turned out to be just an imagination, and Su Yang even became more approachable and friendly than before. Her meeting him again, and in such a fashion, was more than she could ever ask for, hence why she's still awake from being too excited. "I wonder if I will ever see him again." Just as she mumbled those words, she could hear someone knocking on the door to her house. "Who is it?" Zhang Ziying went to open the doors. Su Yang? When she saw Su Yang standing before her, she was left completely flabbergasted. What are you doing here? What happened to Elder Wang?" she asked him. "I am waiting for her to finish something, so I came here to kill time. Am I not welcomed?" he spoke. "Ridiculous. You are more than welcome here." Zhang Ziying quickly allowed Su Yang inside without a care for the sect rules regarding visitors after midnight. Once Su Yang was inside her house, Zhang Ziying sighed to herself inwardly. "Thankfully, I am now an inner court disciple and have a house to myself." She cannot imagine what would happen if her old roommates were here to see her bring another man into her house, and even so late into the night. "Anyway, what brings you here at this time?" Zhang Ziying asked him, her heart beating slightly faster than normal, almost like she was expecting something. "Do you recall what I said to you this morning?" he said with a smile on his face. This morning." Zhang Ziying obviously remembers, but she thought that he said such words only to provoke those disciples and did not expect him to really mean it. "Why, you weren't joking?" she asked him with her heart pounding as loud as war drums. "What? You thought I was only joking?" Zhang Ziying slowly nodded. Su Yang smiled and began approaching her. "Do you think I am still joking now?" he whispered in her ears once he pulled her into his embrace. Zhang Ziying shook her and mumbled with a sheepish voice, "I will be in your care once again." A few moments later, once Zhang Ziying and Su Yang were inside the bedroom, they both removed their clothes and began feeling the warmth from each other's body. However, unlike their first time together at the burning Lotus Action House that was very one-sided, Su Yang willingly embraced Zhang Ziying with passion this time, treating her as though she was one of his women. "Ah, yes." Zhang Ziying was overwhelmed with pure joy and pleasure as she felt Su Yang's thick rod enter her body once again. the feeling of his thick rod that was as hard as steel, the burning sensation of pleasure that caused her body to tremble with delight, and the unique scent that emitted from Su Yang's body. All of these caused Zhang Ziying to reminisce the time they spent inside that dimly lit room at the burning Lotus auction house. This feeling, I have been longing for this ever since that day. Zhang Ziying thought to herself as she moaned her heart out. Chapter 198. Midnight Assault. Somewhere inside a building within the burning Lotus sect, a young man was destroying the furniture in his room whilst shouting angrily, "That fucking bitch." Not only did she snitch on me to Auntie, causing her to scold me endlessly, but she also dares to act so intimate with another man from the Profound Blossom sect. This angry individual was Wang Ming, Wang Shuren's cousin. When his disgraceful behaviors were exposed to Wang Shuren by Zhang Ziying with the help of Su Yang, such as how he'd abuse his status within the sect by pressuring female disciple without any backing to sleep with him, Wang Shuren immediately reported back to the Wang family for his punishment. And once the Wang family learned of his scandalous deeds, they immediately called him back to the family to punish him by beating him until he could not even sleep due to the pain all over his body. It's all because of that slut that all of my face and credibility are gone. Now everyone in the family will see me as some sort of a rapist. Wang Ming's eyes turned red from rage. After spending a few minutes to thrash the room and calming down a bit, Wang Ming suddenly had a thought appeared in his mind. Since I am already branded as a rapist, I might as well become one. And because it was you who forced me into this corner, I will come to you first, Zhang Ziying. His heart burned with the thought of revenge, and the first one to appear in his mind was Zhang Ziying, the one who caused him to be in this situation. Wang Ming then retrieved an appearance-reforming pill and swallowed it, transforming his face into that some stranger. As for his clothing, because he was still within the burning Lotus sect and it is past midnight, he couldn't risk walking around with clothes that did not belong to the sect, increasing the chances of him being caught. Once he finished planning for his revenge, Wang Ming left his living quarters and began heading towards Zhang Ziying's living quarters. Inside his mind, he was thinking about all the things he'd do to Zhang Ziying once she was in his hands. Luckily for me, she's now an inner court disciple, so she lives alone, he inwardly snickered. I will make her regret snitching on me, and once I have my fun with her, I will erase all evidence that could put me at risk, including Zhang Ziying herself. Under the starry sky, while most disciples were asleep or cultivating in their room, Wang Ming made his way to Zhang Ziying's living quarters with his heart burning with lustful desires and his mind filled with revenge. He simply couldn't wait to start torturing Zhang Ziying. Sometime later, once Wang Ming could see Zhang Ziying's living quarters, his grin grew into a wide smile that was filled with evil intent. The lights are off. Is she asleep? Wang Ming hoped that she was actually asleep and not away from home, as he'd have to find another female disciple to release his anger on. However, just as Wang Ming began approaching Zhang Ziying's house, a voice filled with indifference resounded in his ears. After sitting here for so long, I was beginning to wonder if you would even show up. Who's there? Wang Ming felt a burning sensation in his heart when he heard the voice appear out of the blue and immediately began looking around with a panicked face. A figure slowly appeared before him a few seconds later. Why you are? Wang Ming's heart shook when Su Yang's face appeared before him. How could he still be here when it's already past midnight? But most importantly, why is he here right now? Could he have known about his plans to assault Zhang Ziying tonight? That's absurd. In Wang Ming's heart, unless he had time-traveled from the future, there was no possible way that Su Yang could have known about his plans when he'd just thought of it. W, who are you? A and W, what are you doing here? Guests are not allowed in here past midnight. Wang Ming began acting as if he was just an ordinary disciple. Still, with a calm expression, Su Yang spoke. Did you really think that I would not notice you stalking us ever since the beginning? Even if you hide your presence, your obnoxious stares are as plain as day. W, what are you talking about? Wang Ming continued to act ignorant, but there were already clear signs of heavy sweating on his robes. Su Yang shook his head inwardly at Wang Ming's bad acting. He had noticed Wang Ming following them, mostly Zhang Ziyu Ying, before their little commotion with the 3 inner court and core disciples. And one of the reasons why he decided to meet Zhang Ziyu Ying at this time was because he had expected something like this would happen, and he wanted to make sure she was safe. But even if Wang Ming did not show up tonight, he would have still ensured that Wang Ming would not be able to exact his revenge after he left. We both know why you are here right now, but unfortunately for you, it might not go as planned. Don't you also think so, Wang Ming? Wang Ming could be seen trembling visibly by now. He knew very well what Su Yang was capable of because he was also there to witness the one-sided beatdown at the Lotus City. Wait a moment. Let's talk about this. What do you want from me? I will do anything. Knowing that he won't be able to run away from him, Wang Ming dropped to the floor and began kowtowing for his mercy. There's nothing you have that I want. Even if you do, I wouldn't touch anything that you have already touched even with a 10-foot stick. Su Yang said with narrowed eyes, his voice so cold that it nearly froze Wang Ming's heart when he heard it. Chapter 199, Midnight Torture. Why are you doing this? Is it because of her Zhang Ziyu Ying? Just what is she to you? Wang Ming cried with teary eyes and a runny nose. Su Yang looked at his pitiful expression without any emotions on his face, and he spoke with a cold voice. You know what I hate more than people using force upon others? People who use their status to pressure those who do not have the means to defend themselves, people like you. Su Yang began approaching the trembling Wang Ming with slow steps. Even if Zhang Ziyu Ying didn't ask, I would have gotten rid of you so that there will be fewer victims in this world. Wang Ming's complexion was as pale as sheets right now, looking like there was no blood in his system and almost like a ghoul. PP, please. I beg of you. Don't kill me. Wang Ming's face was covered in snot and tears, looking like he'd just witnessed his lover die in his arms. His legs were moving unconsciously, taking a step back whenever Su Yang took a step forward. Kill you? Don't worry, I won't kill you, Su Yang said with a mysterious smile. Wang Ming regained some light in his eyes after hearing words, feeling a bit more hopeful, but such a feeling only lasted for a few seconds, until Su Yang continued speaking. Death is too light of a punishment for someone like you, so I will have you experience so much pain that you'd be begging for me to kill you. Wait, no, please? Wang Ming's face expressed fear beyond anything he's experienced. Help me. There's an intruder trying to kill me. Wang Ming suddenly started screaming at the top of his lungs. If he can't stop Su Yang alone, then he will alert the entire sect and have them deal with him for him. Somebody, help, there's an intruder. He's a spy trying to bring harm to the burning Lotus sect. Wang Ming continued to scream for a few moments, but even after many minutes of screaming, nobody arrived to help him, not even a shadow. What's going on? Why isn't there anybody coming? Wang Ming looked around with a bewildered expression. Surely someone must have heard his voice even if they are deep asleep, especially the sect elders. Yet why hasn't anyone arrived after so long? What's wrong? Maybe you aren't screaming loud enough, so why don't you keep on screaming for a little longer? Su Yang said to him with a mocking smile on his calm expression, almost like he was entertained from watching Wang Ming scream in disarray. What have you done? This is your doing, isn't it? Who are you, really? Wang Ming spoke in a hoarse voice that was caused by all that screaming. I figured that you'd do something like this, so I created a formation around this place beforehand, one that prevents any noises from getting out no matter how loud you scream. You should thank me, as you won't have to worry about any interference once you start screaming like a pig. No. Wang Ming couldn't see a handsome young man when looking at Su Yang and could only see a demonic being standing there with his own life in Su Yang's hands. Su Yang no longer felt like delaying this any longer and began approaching Wang Ming once again, and he spoke with each step taken. Trapped, helpless, fear, despair, hopelessness, pain, hatred, powerless. These are all the feelings that you have caused your victims, and karma is a bitch, especially when I am the one serving it. Wang Ming had no intent on fighting Su Yang and immediately turned around to run despite knowing very well that he would not be able to escape Su Yang's grasp. "Why are you running?" Whoosh! Bloodlust suddenly appeared from Su Yang as he retrieved his sword. And not even a second later, Su Yang brandished his sword, sending a stream of sword light towards the running Wang Ming. And because it was behind him, Wang Ming was completely oblivious to the fact that he was being chased down by Su Yang's sword attack. An instant later, the sword light created by Su Yang caught up to Wang Ming, and like cutting two branches off a tree with a sword, it directly sliced through Wang Ming's legs, completely crippling his ability to stand, much less run. Ah! Suddenly having his legs cut off and without the ability to run anymore, Wang Ming fell on his face and began screaming in pain, his hoarse voice filled with agony. Once Wang Ming fell on the floor, Su Yang casually walked up to him and raised the sword in his hand high into the air. Wait. Wang Ming tried to resist the pain that was all over his bottom half to beg for mercy. "No," Su Yang said coldly with the sword in his hand already heading cleaving down at Wang Ming. Pap! Wang Ming suddenly felt the two balls hanging from his lower body explode into a bloody mess. And a $% and at. The blood-curdling scream that came out of Wang Ming a second later did not even resemble any sound made by a human, and sounded more like a pig's scream. And because of the constant pain in his body, Wang Ming fell unconscious, only to wake up a few seconds later from the intense pain that kept jolting his inner body. And such a cycle would keep repeating itself for some time. And since Su Yang did not want Wang Ming to die from losing too much blood, he would force high-quality restoration pills down Wang Ming's throat to keep his body regenerating blood, keeping him barely alive. "Please, just kill me already." Wang Ming was so exhausted from all that screaming that he didn't even have the strength to cry anymore. And just like Su Yang had said before all this, Wang Ming began begging to be killed instead. "You may be done, but I am not finished with you. The night is still very young, so let's enjoy this while it lasts." Su Yang spoke with an indifferent expression and narrowed eyes on his handsome face, his cold glares piercing directly into Wang Ming's soul that was already on the verge of collapsing. "My lord, please have mercy." Wang Ming fell unconscious again from shock, only to wake up again a few seconds later because Su Yang had gently kicked him in his open wound. Chapter 200. Wang Ming's Death. Under the starry sky and concealed by a soundproof formation, Su Yang tortured Wang Ming for 2 hours without rest, treating him as though he was a prison in hell. Su Yang simply had no sympathy for someone like Wang Ming, people who disregard others' feelings for their own lustful pleasure. "This is getting boring," said Su Yang, who didn't even blink from hearing Wang Ming's blood-curdling screams and seeing his agonizing expressions. Wang Ming had long lost his voice from screaming too much. His eyes were white without pupils, his body was twitching like a bug after being squashed, and there was even foam coming out his mouth. And despite his heart still beating, Wang Ming might as well be dead in his current state. However, what's caused Wang Ming the most pain in all of this was how Su Yang did not stop after destroying his balls and went as far as to slice off his rod, completely destroying his manhood, even laughing at him for its small size afterward. Su Yang raised an eyebrow when he noticed that Wang Ming's heart had stopped beating a few moments later. "Aya, even though I had said that I wouldn't kill you, what a shame." Su Yang looked at Wang Ming's lifeless body without a shred of emotion in his eyes. It was almost as if he wasn't seeing a human from Wang Ming's body, but just a pile of trash instead. A few seconds later, Su Yang slightly waved his sleeves, and a small ball of alchemy flame was tossed onto Wang Ming's body, quickly engulfing his corpse. Not even a few moments later, the only thing that remained of Wang Ming was the ashes of his body. Once Wang Ming's existence was completely erased from this world, Su Yang retrieved the concealing formation and casually walked back to Zhang Ziyu Ying's house, looking as though the last few hours did not really occur. Su Yang. Zhang Ziying, who had been asleep this whole time, slowly opened her eyes when Su Yang entered the room. "I had trouble sleeping, so I went out for a walk," he said with a gentle voice. Zhang Ziying did not notice him leaving the room at all. "It's a bit dangerous for you to wander around the sect at such a time. According to the sect rules, you aren't supposed to be here right now, after all," she warned him. "Nobody noticed me, so I will be fine." Su Yang said as he entered the bed that Zhang Ziying was sleeping in, not even mentioning about Wang Ming's attempt to assault her tonight. Su Yang did not erase Wang Ming because he wanted to please Zhang Ziying, nor did he expect a reward from her for his deeds. He did it because he genuinely despised people like him and wanted him gone. So in his mind, there was no need for him to tell Zhang Ziying about Wang Ming at all, as she will find out sooner or later anyway. A few seconds later, once he was under the sheets, Su Yang cuddled Zhang Ziying's body, who was completely naked underneath, slowly falling asleep from each other's warmth. The next morning, Su Yang left Zhang Ziying's living quarters early in the morning and returned to Wang Xuren's room to see how much she's progressed overnight. "I'm actually surprised that you didn't get caught wandering around the sect after midnight. Where did you go?" "Did you leave the sect?" Wang Xuren said to him when she didn't hear any commotion last night, something she was expecting. "It's a secret," Su Yang responded with a smile. "Anyway, show me your progress." Wang Xuren retrieved 2 bottles upon hearing his words, each pill bottle containing a burning dragon pill. "Not bad considering that you only had one night." Su Yang nodded slightly after inspecting the pills. "However, you are still far from what I have in mind." Wang Xuren was speechless. Just how much does her Tao of alchemy have to grow before she could even attempt to concoct the pill? Could the pill that he wanted her to concoct be an immortal-grade pill? Is that why he didn't want to disclose details of the pill to her? Because it would cause her to lose spirit? "Don't worry, I will stay here to lecture you until you reach that point, which shouldn't be too far in the future." Su Yang continued speaking. "How long do you think it will take?" Wang Xuren couldn't help but ask. "Before the sun descends," he responded with a confident smile. "Tea that fast?" Wang Xuren was dumbfounded. A few minutes later, once Wang Xuren changed out of her dirty robes, Su Yang began lecturing her again. However, Su Yang did not just stand there and speak this time and was actually teaching her as she concocted the pills, allowing her to grasp the technique at a much quicker pace than before. Every mistake she made, Su Yang would instantly notice it and point it out for her to fix. And after being taught by Su Yang for only a few hours, Wang Xuren couldn't help but feel inferior as a fellow teacher. Although Su Yang seemed to be casually lecturing her, there was a difference like heaven and earth between the two of them in terms of their ability to affect whoever they are teaching, and it made Wang Xuren feel ashamed to be beside him as a fellow teacher. She knew that no matter how much time she spends as a teacher, that she will never be able to replicate what Su Yang was doing to her own disciples. "It's hard to believe your young appearance when you are this masterful in so many things. I wouldn't be surprised if you turn out to be some ancient expert in disguise," she said to him with a curious expression. Su Yang showed a mysterious at her words and said, "You'd have to be a fool to depend on one's appearance in the world of cultivation, as that's one of the biggest misconceptions in the cultivation world. Can I take those words as a confirmation to my own just now that you are actually an old man in disguise?" Wang Xuren looked at him with narrowed eyes. "Take what you want from my words, but this body of mine is without a doubt only 16 years old." "Huh, you are only 16 years old." Wang Xuren looked at him with wide eyes and her jaws on the floor, her expression filled with disbelief and shock, almost like she was looking at a ghost.